Good morning, everyone. Bon matin, and welcome back to Day 3 of the Assembly of First Nations Annual General Assembly for the year 2022. My name is Cedric Gray-LaHouve, Mi'kmaq from the community of Listigouge, youth rep for the Quebec and Labrador region, and more importantly, one of the two co-chairs for this assembly. I'd like to take the time to allow my colleague to introduce herself before we get the day started.
Good morning, bonjour, chef, mandataire et toute la délégation devant nous, chefs régionaux, chefs national. Je ne l'ai pas dit dans l'ordre, évidemment, des protocoles parce qu'on essaye d'être accessible et respectueux de tout le monde. Et puis, un énorme merci aussi à toute l'équipe de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations qui nous soutiennent dans notre travail, la distribution, résolution, l'équipe qui a moi, je les appelle souvent les petits castors, tous nos petits castors, des gens qui travaillent dans l'arrière-scène, mais qui sont extrêmement importants. On en a beaucoup des castors. Et l'équipe, évidemment, la traduction simultanée, quel travail incroyable. L'équipe, évidemment, d'Encore, qui est formidable. Sans eux, on ne pourrait pas être ici. À se parler de façon respectueuse, comme on sait tous et toutes le faire, dans un décorum d'une salle qui est agréable, pour des discussions enrichissantes et que tout le monde parte d'ici satisfait du travail accompli puis fier aussi de ce qu'on a accompli. Alors, c'est ce qu'on vous souhaite, c'est ce qu'on souhaite. Puis nous, moi, en tout cas, il me reste à vous souhaiter une belle journée et des bonnes discussions. Je retourne la parole à mon collègue Cédric. Ah, je ne me suis pas rementionnée, je m'excuse, je ne me suis pas présentée. Wina Siwi. Je suis de la nation Huron-Wendat, mais je suis également membre de la Première Nation Anishinaabe Abitibi-Winni, qu'on connaît plus sous le nom de Picogan en Abitibi. Et ma chef, Monique Kistabiche, est présente. Je ne sais pas si elle est arrivée, mais je la salue. Alors, bonne journée.
Well, Alan Wina. So again, good morning, and to give you an overview of the day and how this is going to function, we do have a lot of business to attend to. So we're going to go through the AFN's audited financial statements. We are then going to go into different resolutions. We will finish Emergency Resolution 1, which was sent to chiefs last night to ensure that you did have the appropriate time to go through it. We'll have different resolutions, and the Resolutions Committee has prepared a few omnibus bills, omnibus packages for us to go through, basing them on the different themes that they are. We'll also be having various updates from our regional chiefs, and at the end of the day, we will go towards hosting different representatives from the government and the different parties that are here. So, to start us off today, again with the fact that the AFN is going towards an inclusive approach so that all our brothers and sisters across Turtle Island can participate in these discussions and be open and have the accessibility. I'd like to look towards Dominique Ireland from the Oneida Nation of the Thames to come give us a few words with sign language, as well as her colleague who will be here for voice work. Please welcome Dominique to the stage.
Can I get my PowerPoint up on the screen, please?
Please put slide 5 on the screen. Thank you.
Sagoli. I really appreciate all the hard work that's been happening over the last few days. And I want to recognize and thank the nations here and applauding all of the work that everyone is doing and coming together to find a way forward on our path. I really appreciate all the work that's been done over the last couple of days and that will be done today. So we move on to lesson number 3. Up on the screen, you can see what we're going to learn today. I learned sign language, and I'm going to give you 3 different variations of this. So I learn sign language. So I'll do it again. I learn sign language. The other option, or the other way to sign this, whoop, 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 whoop. All right, so I learn sign language. So you can use sign language, it's a more formal way, or sign the way that I'm doing it now. So I learn sign language. And depending on your fluency as you move along your journey in learning sign language, you could also say, I know a little bit of sign. So I'll do it again. I know a little bit of sign, or sign language. So as you move along your journey, learning sign language, you can use the appropriate one, or whichever one feels most comfortable for you. And just now you have a little bit of vocabulary to start your conversations with Indigenous deaf people. So thank you to everyone for your time, and I hope everyone has a safe journey home with a good heart and good mind. Yanko.
Un énorme merci de prendre le temps de nous conscientiser au langage des signes et à la réalité des membres des Premières Nations. Comment on peut dire en français? J'aurais une demande. J'aimerais apprendre le mot respectueux pour dire Deaf First Nations en français. Si jamais quelqu'un avait le mot, c'est ce que j'aimerais apprendre ce matin. So thank you so much for taking the time to show us some of your language, and it is really appreciated. I will now turn your attention, chiefs and proxies and delegates, to the next item on the agenda. At first, we proposed to do the test vote, but not sure if we got quorum here. Just to give the time for your colleagues to come in the room, we'll start with AFN and IB audited financial statements, and we'll then do the test votes after with my colleague Cédric. En français maintenant. Nous allons maintenant accueillir pour la prochaine présentation en deux parties. La première partie s'adresse justement aux états financiers vérifiés. Alors, nous allons accueillir pour l'APN, nous allons inviter Matt McLeod, qui est le CFO, donc le Chief Financial Officer, donc le responsable en chef des finances. Et nous aurons Anne-Marie Etier qui est présente de la firme Deloitte, qui est présente en mode virtuel sur Zoom, qui sera là et qui est préparée aussi à prendre des questions. Il est maintenant 8h57. On a 15 minutes pour ce point à l'agenda. Alors, on a jusqu'à 9h15 au total avec les questions. Alors, si on pouvait mettre le 15 minutes sur le timer, merci beaucoup. C'est très apprécié. Alors, parce qu'après, on va voir une vidéo pour NIB Trust. Ce sera une vidéo qui sera présentée et la vidéo dure environ 5 minutes. I will now turn the floor over to Matt McLeod, CFO AFN. Thank you. Sorry, what is this?
I don't know. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chiefs in Assembly, Regional Chiefs, National Chief, and guests. My name is Matt McLeod, Chartered Professional Accountant and Chief Financial Officer of the AFN, Nipissing First Nation, and I'm happy to be back in Vancouver. This is where I was raised. I received my finance degree from the University of British Columbia, and I'm honored to be here. I'll be discussing the NIB financial statements for the year ending March 31st, 2022. Then I'll pass it over to Deloitte to present the independent audit results. So beginning with the statement of operations, that's right on the screen. Total revenue for the year ending March 31st, 2022 is $39.2 million. Total expenses for the year is $37.5 million, leaving the NIB with approximately $1.7 million in excess revenue over expenses for the fiscal year. Comparing year-over-year revenue has increased approximately $4.9 million. This is primarily driven by increases in programs funded by Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada, and Indigenous Services Canada. Expenses have increased approximately $6 million year over year, primarily driven by contracting and regional engagement to support the increased spend tied to those contribution agreements. All other expenses are in line with activity ongoing in those contribution agreements. Further details on project-specific revenues and spending are available in the notes to the financial statements in Schedules A and B. The financial statements, by the way, are available in the annual report online. On to the statement of financial position. Total assets, liabilities, and equity is $49.8 million for the year ending March 31st, 2022. The cash balance at year end is $40.7 million, an increase of $11.7 million from the beginning of the year. This is primarily due to cash flow advance to the AFN to be spent this fiscal. Further details on this change are available in the statement of cash flows and note 10 to the financial statements. Accounts receivable has increased to $6.7 million in 2022 from $2 million from the beginning of the year. This is due to contribution agreements signed late in the fiscal year to be used in 22-23 fiscal. Inventory has decreased to zero. We made the decision to discontinue the AFN store and selling AFN branded goods. Deferred contributions has increased from $33.5 million in 2022 as funds received for engagement activities were postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Internally restricted funds have increased from $4 million in 2021 to $5.8 million in 2022. And I just want to conclude by saying thank you all, and I will now hand it over to Deloitte to present the audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, for this presentation. Thank you. Yep. can be seated there. I now ask for Deloitte, Anne-Marie, to be put up on screen and to be unmuted. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. So, elders, national chief, regional chiefs, and all, Gwegwe, bonjour, good morning. My name is Anne-Marie Etier. I'm an audit partner at Deloitte, and I'm from Kitigan-Zibi First Nation. Deloitte performed the audit of the financial statements of the NIB as at March 31st, 2022. We have met with the executive of the NIB to discuss the scope and results of our audit. In accordance with Canadian auditing standards, our audit is designed to enable us to express an opinion on the fairness of the presentation of NIB's annual financial statements prepared in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. No restrictions have been placed on the scope of our audit. In performing the audit, we were given full and complete access to the accounting records, supporting documentation, and other information requested. I also confirm that we are independent of the NIB. As the financial statements were approved by the executive, we have issued an unmodified auditor's report on the financial statements of the NIB for the year ended March 31st, 2022. In our opinion, the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the NIB as of March 31st, 2022, and the results of its operation and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. We have shared all the information necessary with the executive committee and management. If you have any questions, they will address them. Thank you. Miigwech.
Un grand merci, Anne-Marie de Deloitte, pour cette rapide et claire, concise présentation. J'ouvre maintenant l'Assemblée pour des questions s'il y a lieu. Alors, je reconnais la présence de Chef Miracle au microphone numéro 2, s'il vous plaît.
My question is for the auditor. When you issue the engagement letter was to the executive staff and national chief, did any of them identify any concerns that the auditor should be concerned about?
Thank you, Chief. I am now looking at the screen to see if Anne-Marie is ready to answer that. To you, Anne-Marie.
We did perform our audit under Canadian auditing standards, and all the requirement and everything has been discussed, and the result of our work has been provided to the management.
Microphone number 2 for clarification, please.
The question was, were there any red flags raised to the auditors when you started the audit? I would presume that you give the engagement letter. I know a board of directors has to identify any concerns about that you should look into. Was there anything like that when you did this audit for the AFN?
Thank you. Anne-Marie?
I will reiterate that all the information was obtained to perform our work, and we did our work under Canadian auditing standards, and it's been all the result of our work has been discussed with the FN. But we did obtain everything that we need in order to provide an unmodified opinion.
Thank you. Thank you. Comme je ne vois personne d'autre au microphone, ceci met fin à la période de discussion sur la présentation des états financiers vérifiés par la firme Deloitte. Merci beaucoup à Matt, CFO de AFN, et Anne-Marie de Deloitte pour leur présentation. Merci, chef et mandataire. Alors, merci. Nous allons poursuivre la journée avec un point essentiel, c'est l'établissement du quorum. Comme vous le savez, le quorum est établi le matin à chaque journée. L'Assemblée a 3 journées, alors il y a 3 fois qu'il faut faire l'établissement du quorum. Le quorum pour la journée 3, c'est la même chose que la journée 2, mais le chiffre va être différent possiblement parce que c'est l'établissement du quorum par le nombre de chefs et mandataires présents dans la salle, sur Zoom et au téléphone au moment où l'on fait le test vote, donc un test de vote. Et cette partie sera présidée ou facilitée par mon collègue Cédric. Alors, à toi, Cédric. OK. I'm sorry, I'm just been informed that I forgot something. So, désolé, en voulant poursuivre plus rapidement dans l'agenda, j'aimerais simplement mettre le vidéo avant le test vote. Donc, vous le savez, prochain point, ça sera le test vote. Alors, le prochain point c'est la présentation du vidéo du NIB. Mais juste avant, je souhaite reconnaître la présence d'un chef au microphone numéro 2. Et je rappelle que c'est important d'avoir vos translation headsets si vous ne m'entendez pas en français. Je rappelle que plusieurs chefs me l'ont même rappelé, m'ont remercié d'assurer une présence de français. Je sais que c'est pas la majorité, mais c'est mon rôle de l'assurer. Encore une fois, vous pouvez le changer, mon rôle, mais c'est pas moi qui décide de mon rôle. Alors, on va aller au microphone numéro 2 et ensuite, nous allons entendre le vidéo ou visionner la vidéo pour le NIB. Microphone number 2, please.
Good morning. Deloitte didn't answer that last question asked by a chief. Were there any red flags? And we know they went through Canadian standards, but that's not the answer we're looking for. So, because why we're asking this is all those allegations that were made, those contracts that were made. So were there any red flags that there's mismanagement of some form? Because as far as I'm concerned, if those contracts, that work was done, and to me it did not show mismanagement, but all those allegations put it as part of the corruption. So I want to know what is the corruption. You can't just make allegations with nothing to substantiate it with.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the other... No. Just trust me. I've been fair to all of you since I'm here since the beginning, so you can still trust me, I'm sure. So, microphone number 2, please, and then I'll give the floor, turn over the floor over to National Chief because... Okay, I heard your question. Now, microphone number 2 for the other chief. Thank you, Chief, for your understanding. We have a big day today. We're a big crowd here. We need to be fair to all of you here, so I'm there for you to make sure we go through the agenda. And then we heard you. Thank you. No, it's finished. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you want to address the assembly, you need to go to the microphone and be recognized. I recognize you. I gave you the opportunity to address the assembly. Thank you very much. You have been heard. And now we go to the microphone number 2 for Chief, and I'll turn the floor over to National Chief right after for 2 minutes words, and this will end this discussion. Microphone number 2, please.
Kwekakana, Chief White Duck from Kitigan, Zibi, and Anishinaabe. My question is with regards to the annual audit report. I don't see the signature by the National Chief to sign off on the audit or the Executive Board. Perhaps it's an administrative process, whereas this is presented, then afterwards you sign. But from my point of view, the accounting principles of CPA and all that other stuff, someone has to sign this report. So maybe it's going to happen soon, maybe it's going to happen right after this, but maybe just a clarification on why it's not signed as of right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. I will now turn the floor over to National Chief for 2 minutes. If we can put the timer on, please, just to make sure that everyone, one more. Sorry, it's so hard for me. I have all this lightning on me, so I can see, I didn't see that you were there. So last final comment, and then I'll turn the floor over to National Chief, but then it's the very last. Microphone number 1, please.
Anine, Chief Kelly LaRocca from the Mississaugas of Squeak Island First Nation. I just wondered, what is the materiality threshold for the audit again?
Thank
Could the
you.
auditors answer me that?
Thank you. Yes, I cannot answer, but I'll make sure you get an answer. Thank you. The floor is now closed for comments. National Chief, to you, 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Chief Miracle, I have not been interviewed with respect to the audit. Regina Crowchild, I have sent the information with respect to corruption to all chiefs across Canada. It's in emails, confidential emails to the chiefs, and many in the room have seen it, and that's why this resolution is coming forward. Chief White Duck, I will not sign this audit because I have questions, and I think that we have to get to the bottom of 2 pieces of this audit for the last number of years, as is outlined in the resolution coming forward on staff payouts and contracts. And I do want to make a note that people that are very much against this issue of the contracts are actually listed in the contracts as well. So it's a bit of a conflict of interest when chiefs are listed as getting contracts and then speaking out against contracts. I just want to be clear about that. Miigwech.
Thank you, National Chief. Alors, comme je l'ai mentionné, nous avons terminé la période de discussion sur les états financiers vérifiés. Nous allons maintenant présenter une vidéo du NIB Trust. Cette vidéo dure environ 5 minutes et nous allons voir Naomi Rassett, Executive Director, and Keith Martel, Chair. If you can please put the video on. Merci de mettre la vidéo et nous allons passer au test vote après, donc soyez prêts. La vidéo, merci.
Delegates, elders, guests, and youth. I'm Naomi Rassett, the Executive Director of the NIB Trust Fund, and I'm coming to you today from our offices in Ottawa on unceded Algonquin territory. Keith Martel and I are here today to present the annual update on this year's activities at the NIB Trust Fund. I would like to take a small moment to honor all survivors and leadership that are working hard to find the truths of our children at residential school sites, and also recognize all the survivors as they individually process the Vatican visit and apology that we witnessed this March. Some of you will know who the NIB Trust Fund is, receive funding from us, know a program we supported, or maybe know a student that we supported in your community. For those of you that are new to the Assembly, I will provide a brief description who the NIB Trust Fund is. The NIB Trust Fund is a registered charity and was established as a trust in 1975. In 2015, the courts approved the surplus from the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement to be transferred to and administered by the NIB Trust Fund under a strict set of terms and conditions and an administration plan. The NIB Trust Fund continues to administer programs with these funds within the objects of the trust. The NIB provides resources and funding to First Nations communities, organizations, and individuals to address the harms of residential school. There are 2 competitive applications yearly and a new program this year we launched to support the travails and the unmarked graves and recovery of children at residential school sites, called Continuing Our Journey. I'll talk about that a bit later. In the 2021-22 fiscal year, the NIB Trust Fund awarded $7.52 million to qualified donees in charitable organizations. 60% of the organizations that applied for funding were awarded. The total ask for this year's group application was $24.6 million, making our process to access funds very competitive. When looking at the graph, we see the funds were awarded to groups for language, healing, culture, family reconnection, youth and education and employment programs. We funded 58 First Nations community-led projects this year. The next group application opens in November, and I encourage all of your communities to apply. As I mentioned before, our second stream of funding is the individual call. It opens in April of every year and funds individuals to pursue education goals, which include traditional and on-the-land education. This past year, we awarded $4.46 million to 1,349 individuals across Turtle Island. The graphic demonstrates the breakdown of the education types supported, including post-secondary certificates, diplomas, traditional, culture, and on-the-land learning. The Continuing Our Journey program is a new program launched by the NIB Trust Fund. It is intended to support survivors and the First Nations communities in the specific work of missing children and unmarked graves at residential school sites. If your community or survivor groups are working to unearth the truths at the residential school sites, contact us to find out further information on funding available. The NIB Trust Fund has made $10 million available for these projects. The bar chart details the dollar amounts allocated to each region across Turtle Island. The regional division of the annual allocation uses a formula that considers 4 factors to determine the monies in each region: the number of survivors, the number of residential schools, the number of First Nations communities, and the current First Nation population. If you have any questions, I'm in the assembly today, and thank you for your time. Now, I would like to introduce the Chair of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Keith Martell, to provide an overview of the board, financials, and investment returns at the NIB Trust Fund.
Thank you, Naomi. I join you from my office on the Yellowquill First Nation land within the city of Saskatoon and Treaty 6 territory today. I'm Keith Martell, as Naomi mentioned. I chair the board of trustees for the NIB Trust Fund. I'm from the Waterhen Lake First Nation in northern Saskatchewan. I'm the son of a residential school survivor. I'm a chartered professional accountant, and my day job, I'm a chief executive officer of the First Nations Bank of Canada. But I'm very pleased to be supporting NIB Trust Fund and working with them to achieve the results that I know Naomi just talked about are well received and meaningful to the communities we serve. First of all, I want to talk about the Board of Trustees. On page number 7, you'll see an overview of the Board of Trustees' obligations. The Board of Trustees effectively is responsible for all the oversight of the administration and management of the trust. It ensures the compliance of the trust with all the laws, the trust agreements that we have in place, and any court orders that are tied to the Indian Residential School residual funds, which is the bulk of the resources that the trust fund manages. We have 10 regional trustees representing each of the regions in the country. These people make very important decisions, not only on the oversight and management of the trust, but also on a connection back to their regions and approving the distributions for groups and individuals that go back to the communities and the people within their regions. I serve as the nationally appointed trust chair. I don't represent a specific region, but I'm appointed nationally, and I do chair the Board of Trustees. These 11 trustees are hardworking individuals who I hope you all in your regions thank for their contribution and work that they commit towards the NIB Trust Fund. The work we do, we feel, is very important, and the trustees take their obligation to act in the best interest of the beneficiaries very seriously. And I'm very proud to work with this hardworking group that is dedicated to the focus of what we do. On page number 8, you'll see the details of all the trustees. These trustees have been serving mostly for most of this fiscal year. We do have 3 trustees that terms expired in the year that I'd like to also thank: Rebecca David from British Columbia, Wally McKay from Ontario, and Ed Taylor from the Yukon were three trustees whose terms expired this year and who were replaced with other directors and trustees from the region. Turning to the financial results of NIB Trust. On page number 9, you'll see a summary of the financial statements. Our full financial statements, audited financial statements, are on our website and will be available to members at the assembly. In 2020-2021, the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2022, our financial statements show that we made disbursements to beneficiaries, as Naomi talked about, and that's really the most important part of what we do as a trust fund. But in order to do that, we need to manage the capital that we hold in the trust, and we need to control the expenses of the work of the trust in order to ensure we maximize the benefits that can flow to the beneficiaries. On page number 9, you'll see that the total assets in the trust fund at the year ended March 31st, 2022, were $248.5 million. This is separated into three different trust funds: the Legacy Fund, the Education Fund, and the Métis Fund. There is another fund, which is not a fund for disbursement, but simply the fund for distributions or administration of the trust, which has a small amount of cash in it. The three funds, I'll explain later what the purpose is and what their lifespan is. We had total investment income in this fiscal year of $24.7 million, which was actually $11 million more than the disbursements we were able to disperse in the year. Investment income of $24.7 million was distributed to the Legacy Fund, Education Fund, and Métis Fund based on the amount of capital in those funds, the amount of return, and the objective for the lifespan of those funds, which, as I mentioned, I'll talk about later. In total, we distributed $12.2 million to beneficiaries, including $11.1 million to First Nations eligible beneficiaries out of the Education Fund, and $1.1 million to eligible Métis beneficiaries out of the Métis Fund. We incurred $1.3 million in administration expenses, which was only 10.8% of the total disbursements to beneficiaries, and was lower than the 15% that is allowed under the trust agreements to be spent. So we spent less, but our objective is always to spend as little as we can while achieving all the results we have to do in evaluating, fairly distributing, and overseeing the administration of the amounts that are sent to beneficiaries. On the next page, you'll see a reconciliation of each of the trust funds from the last fiscal year end to this fiscal year end. As I noted before, you can see that from the chart that the total capital during the year actually increased. If you look at the total of capital at March 31st, 2021, it totaled $237.3 million. And at fiscal year end 22, it totaled $248.46 million. Despite that retention of $11 million of earnings, we were able to support the $12.2 million of disbursement to beneficiaries and pay the $1.3 million of expenditures and not erode the capital. And I'll talk about why that's important in a minute. When we look at the investment activity on page number 11, you'll see that this page sort of explains why we need to ensure we have, when we have very good investment returns, we retain some of that so that when investment returns maybe aren't as large as we've experienced in the last few years, we can continue to support beneficiaries in a sustainable manner and not have to reduce the amounts we disperse. If you look at this, in the last few fiscal years, NIB has had very good returns on our investments. Our annual return on investment in this fiscal year was a total of 9.5%, which was 1.5% greater than the benchmark that we compare our fund managers against. So against the average of the market, we did 1.5% return greater than what the average fund in the same investments would have done. So we manage and oversee and evaluate our investment managers regularly, and we want them to at least meet or beat the markets that we're comparing ourselves to. And in this year, as they have in I think in last 4 years, they've always beat the market expectations. So that's a good outcome. But if you look at the chart on page number 11, you'll see that it was not an even return throughout the year. In the first 3 quarters of the fiscal year, for the first 9 months, we had a return of positive 12.5% return on the NIB Trust Fund investments. And in the last quarter, the last 3 months of the year ended March 31st, 2022, we had a negative 3% return. There's, as many of you know, who manage funds for your communities or trusts that your communities manage, markets are a bit volatile, shall I say, in the last few months. Rising interest rates and market volatility have caused a decrease in many of the asset classes, including equities in the international and Canadian markets, and even the fixed income bonds that we have invested, because of the interest rate rises, have decreased in value in the last few months. This volatility is something that the trust fund manages for. While we have an overall target expectation for the amount that we get as a return in order to sustain the distributions to beneficiaries, we know that that doesn't come in even amounts. It goes up, it goes down. And in the last few years, we've had some very significant returns, which will support any downturn if there is in the next year, so that we don't have to reduce or limit the amount of disbursements we can give to beneficiaries, which is a very good thing. On page number 12, you'll see a pie chart that shows you the funds that we had managed, the primary funds that we manage under the Indian Residential School Claims Program. You'll see that the 2 funds that are dedicated to First Nations beneficiaries include the Education Fund, which is the primary fund that we disperse all of the amounts to beneficiaries currently for individuals and groups. We also have a Legacy Fund, which is shown on the chart at $139.3 million. This fund is growing, and it is intended to grow. The objective of the trust fund that we received and the court orders that administer the IRS funds that we manage require that the education fund be fully spent by 2036, 20 years after its creation. So that fund has to be fully spent by 2036, and we will continue to spend all of the active disbursements out of that fund. But the intention is to put a portion of our investment income into the Legacy Fund, such that over time, that fund will be as large as the combined Education and Legacy Fund, and we should be able to maintain the disbursements to beneficiaries in perpetuity, even once the Education Fund is fully dispersed. It does note that we manage $2.8 million of Métis funds. These monies are managed by the First Nations appointed trustees on behalf of the Métis organizations, in consultation with the Métis organizations that oversee those amounts. We do make the decisions on behalf of the Métis, but we do consult with their organizations regularly. At the pace these funds are being spent, based on the priorities established by the Métis organizations, we believe these funds are likely to be fully spent in the next 5 years or so. So these will not be around as long as any of the other funds. And the Métis organizations and beneficiaries do not share in the legacy funds that we will have around for the very long term. On page number 13, you'll see that the NIB Trust Fund has a number of resources that are helpful for your communities to not only understand how we do what we do and what we do, but also to ensure that the beneficiaries in your communities, individuals and groups, have the resources and insight they need in order to apply for our funding. I encourage you to visit our website and to look at all the resources that are listed on this page, and to follow us on social media for issues like calls for funding applications and closing dates, which are really important because, as Naomi mentioned, it is a competitive process and we do have to have a cutoff date. And it's important that both groups and individuals get their applications in on time to be considered for annual funding when those calls are out. So in closing, I want to thank you for your attention today. I encourage you to visit the NIB Trust site website and to visit with our staff at the Assembly and to ask any questions about how individuals and groups in your communities can participate in our funding. And I encourage you to talk to your regional trustee about the priorities in your regions on how those funds are spent. And I thank you for your time and attention to our presentation today.
Thank you very much to Naomi Racette and Keith Martel, Chair of the NIB Trust Fund. So we will now be moving on to yesterday's business, ER01, Investigation and Audit of AFN's Financial and Management Practices. The updated and revised and approved version was sent to all chiefs last night. There are versions that were distributed to the tables by the distribution team also in the past few minutes. True enough. But before we get to that, we have to do our test vote and assign quorum. So if I could have the test vote slide be put up on the stage. Once again, we're going to find out if you guys changed your mind on our test vote. So if I could have the Zoom poll opened up for our hybrid. Thank you very much to our staff. So as process dictates, quorum is assigned at about 9:30 on the subsequent day, so on day 3. A count of the chiefs who are here present on the phone lines, on our Zoom, and here in the assembly will be what dedicates quorum for the day. So, as process says, we have to name for the record the resolution, so test vote DR00, pineapple on pizza. Read the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly, 1, chiefs affirm that pineapple on pizza is superior. Once this is done, we would go look for a mover or seconder. Open the floor up to discussion. 5 minutes for our mover, 3 minutes for a seconder and subsequent chiefs. We really will have to try to stay strict on the 3 minutes today. We have a lot of work on the agenda. So if we could have, our first action would be to ask if we have consensus. We would look towards consensus. If someone would oppose the resolution, then we would have to move towards a vote. For voting, we would start with those who are opposed. So I will get back to you right after the quorum vote. Once we go through those who are against, I would ask everyone who is against, therefore be it resolved, 1, chiefs affirm that pineapple on pizza is superior, to raise the red lanyards, and also ask that our distribution staff start counting the chiefs that are present, the chiefs and proxies, please. We would then proceed to those who abstain from test vote 01. Therefore be it resolved, chiefs affirm that pineapple on pizza is superior. And finally, we would go to those who are for, and we would ask you to raise your lanyards and once again keep them raised as the count is being finalized. So I'll look towards distribution, see if our numbers are good. Have you taken count? For those who are joining us on the Zoom platform, you have 3 options. So you also have the resolution pineapple on pizza, for, against, and abstain. You select your choice, and then you press the submit button. With regards to test vote DR00, pineapple on pizza, therefore be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly, 1, chiefs affirm that pineapple on pizza is superior. Could I have everyone who is against raise the red lanyards so that we can take count? Keep your hands raised as our distribution team is going through and counting. Once again, the resolution is to say that you believe pineapple on pizza is superior. And I am asking who is against this statement. Our staff is confirming that we have no one on the phone lines also. Perfect, thank you. You can lower your lanyards. We will then ask for those who abstain from vote test 001 to raise their lanyards. Perfect. You can lower your lanyards. And finally, we ask those who are for chiefs affirm that pineapple on pizza is superior. Please raise your lanyards and keep them raised as our team counts. And I'd like to take the time to thank Distribution also for being here and doing that work. Perfect. So I'd ask that voting be closed on this test vote on our Zoom platform as well. So final results will be tallied by our distribution team. So we will get into the next agenda item, and before going towards the vote, we will be sure to inform you of quorum. So our next matter is ER01 2022 Investigation Audit of AFN's Financial and Management Practices, which is moved by Chief Wendy Jocko and seconded by Chief Lance Heyman, who I both see here. We'll get to the questions once we are within this practice. Point of order. If I could have microphone 2 open, please.
Miigwech, Chief McLeod. I'm a little concerned here, and it's not, doesn't have anything to do with pineapple pizza. There were questions put forth during the audit process. Chair said she would get answers to us. They were asked specifically to the auditor. We got an answer from the national chief. She's not the auditor. We asked about red flags. There was no answer given. Instead, the national chief got up and said it's because she said so. She sent us the information. But we didn't hear from the auditor. It's not national chief's place to speak on those questions regarding the audit. Those questions were put. Whose assembly is this? Is this the chief's assembly? Now we're moving forward to the resolution without even getting those answers. Deloitte, reluctant to answer, but did follow the Canadian standards, so in there it is embedded. Their answer is no, there was nothing. Otherwise, they wouldn't sign off on it. They've been listening to the comments, the allegations. Surely they looked into those things. They're not going to sign off without looking into any of those things. But we still have not got the answer that was asked to the auditors, not the national chief, the auditors. Are we going to get the answers or no?
Thank you, Chief. So a point of order was called with regards to the agenda and proceeding with the next item, mentioning that questions were not answered. We will now have Regional Chief Adamek as chair of the Management Committee come to speak to the issue.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the gala yesterday evening. We have much business to do today, many resolutions. I first want to acknowledge the members of the Management Committee. So my name is Kluani Adamek. I'm the Yukon Regional Chief. I am chair of the AFN Management Committee, have been a trustee for the Kluani Dene Trust for 4 years, have also been on the Kluani Dene Show Development Corporation as chair for 5 years, and have an MBA from Simon Fraser University. I'm not the auditor, and I'm not a CA. But what I can tell you is this. We were presented with information with respect to the financial statements by Anne-Marie earlier this week. And at that time, the approval with respect to the audit is required, of course, as we know, by the auditor, but it also requires sign-off from the management committee. I have already signed off on the audit as chair of management committee. I want to be very clear about that. So with respect to process, I understand, and I think what's really important here is that we can't isolate concerns. And I've heard this morning that the national chief does have concerns. So let's keep that here for just a moment. In terms of our process, the executive, including myself, with the information that was provided to me as chair of management committee, it is within my responsibilities to sign off on the audit, which I have done, including my co-chair, Regional Chief Prosper. So that business has been complete. Now, in terms of the questions that you have and the questions that have been raised by the national chief, those questions could be responded to as contemplated in the resolution that will come before you. So I want to be very clear that with respect to specific concerns, I have already signed off on the audit as of, I believe, Sunday. And the auditors required certainty from myself that based on what those statements showed that I've reviewed, that has been signed off. I think it's important that we not isolate concerns that have been raised, and the resolution has contemplated a number of those pieces. So I look forward to the discussion amongst the chiefs in assembly to ensure that we can have open dialogue around concerns. But as a matter of process, I want to be very clear that the audit has been formally signed off by the Assembly of First Nations by myself as chair of the management committee, but do raise that those concerns could be addressed at a later time through another process. So wanted to provide that clarification to you, and I'm not sure, co-chairs, if you'd like me to remain here to answer any questions. Oh, you do, okay. Again, not the auditor, to be very clear. I can do that.
Miigwech?
Oh.
If we could have microphone 2 open, please.
Miigwech for that. If you're anything like me, you wouldn't sign off unless you were totally confident of the audit. So then the question is, then, the national chief was saying that she wasn't going to sign off on it. Is she required to sign off on it?
Okay, so as a point of, I would say, information, I want to bring us back to Sunday. Sunday, we met as an executive. That meeting did not include the national chief, and so the national chief was not part of the decision to approve the audit and the financial statements as presented. So that information is important to share, and thank you for reminding me of that, national chief. Chief, I continue to be very clear about the fact that from our perspective and the information that was shared, I did not see any concerns with respect to the information that I've reviewed as part of management committee and as chair up until this time. If there are additional concerns that the national chief may have now or others may have now, chiefs in assembly, then there's certainly a process for us to look at addressing that. Oh.
We won't be offering follow-up for this time.
Just do one more question or it's going to be really...
Okay.
I want to be very clear. I'm not taking a question from the national chief. If you have a question, I'm happy to respond to it.
If we could have a supplement on microphone 2.
I'm happy with your answer, but I just want clarification then, because it was perceived in the comments earlier by National Chief that she was required to sign off on it and she wasn't going to. But you're telling me she doesn't, it's not required.
At this time, it has already been signed off because it's not required for the national chief to sign off because I'm chair of the management committee and I have already signed off on the audit.
Thank you, Regional Chief Kluani-Adamick. So a point of order was called with regards to the advancement of the agenda when there was a question that was unanswered. As chair, I do believe that this question was answered, both the points that were raised by Chief Dylan White Duck, but also Chief McLeod. So we will be moving on with the agenda, as mentioned by Cloani in her role as chair of the management committee. There is an opportunity in the next draft resolution, emergency resolution number 1, to discuss further these subjects. So we will be moving on with the agenda. So if I could have emergency draft resolution number 1 presented on the screens, please. And we have these distributed, like I said, to the chiefs in assembly, as well as sent out last night. Emergency draft resolution number 1, titled Investigation and Audit of AFN's Financial and Management Policies, moved by Chief Wendy Jocko and seconded by Chief Lance Heyman, who are both here present in the room. The whereas, we went through them yesterday, so we will go on to the therefore be it resolves, please, if we can have those brought up. So therefore be it resolved that the chiefs in assembly, 1, direct the national chief and the executive committee to come together and begin a process of reconciliation guided by our traditional customary ways and informed by the national AFN councils to heal these relationships. 2, direct the national chief and the executive committee to actively participate in the ongoing human resources investigation being led by the independent investigator to respond to and resolve the staff complaints in good faith and to refrain from making any public comments to the media in the interim until the investigation has been completed and reported on to the chiefs in assembly. 3, direct the AFN to ensure that the agenda for the 2022 Special Chiefs Assembly include a report from the HR investigation and hold a Special Chiefs Assembly if required. 4, direct the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to identify and dedicate resources to fully implement AFN Resolution number 13, 2020, becoming a role model in ending sexual orientation and gender-based discrimination within the Assembly of First Nations, in conjunction with an independent third-party investigation into the climate of toxicity, bullying, and lateral violence at the AFN. 5, direct the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to conduct a review informed by Resolution 11, 2021, improving Assembly of First Nations financial procedures to reinforce transparency and accountability and advance First Nations jurisdictions, priorities, and interests. 2, A, conduct a review of AFN financial policies and practices, in parentheses, the review, and provide a report with the recommendations to the AFN Executive Committee with the intent of implementing the recommendations in the 2022-2023 fiscal year. This review will have, at minimum, the following scope. I, identify how the current practices and process of awarding contracts is exercised. I, review any concerns, past or present, with conflicts of interest with respect to AFN Executive Committee members and AFN management. I, make recommendations to strengthen financial policies and procedure with respect to conflict of interest. IV, review policies and processes with respect to transparency, accountability, and reporting to the AFN Executive Committee on contracts awarded regardless of value. V, make recommendations on potential amendments to the financial policies and procedures on how to ensure greater transparency and accountability and consistency with other governance tools and processes. And VI, make recommendations with respect to potential governance models which distinguish and clarify political versus administrative roles and responsibilities. 6, the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal, whose mandate includes governance review, shall also make recommendations regarding the scope and nature of a forensic audit, not be limited in time to anything less than 10 years. 7, direct the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to hire an independent auditor consistent with the recommendations as to nature and scope, and if it is necessary as determined by the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. A, conduct an independent third-party forensic audit into the previous 10 years of financial activity of the AFN, with particular attention to recent AFN salary payouts and contracts, and/or B, conduct a digital investigation into alleged breaches of communication at the AFN. And finally, 8, direct that the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal return to the Chiefs in Assembly, in parentheses, otherwise known as the First Nations in Assembly, with updates and a final report by end of fiscal year 2022. So now that the resolution has been read into the record, I will offer first chance at discussion to our mover, Chief Wendy Jocko of the Algonquins of Pikwanagan. Microphone number 2, please.
Good morning. That's Wendy Jocko, Chief for the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan in Ontario. Just want to say thank you very much for working hard into the night to get this resolution finally on the floor after the third day of being here in the Assembly. And you have heard from me previously, and like I did yesterday, I would also like to give my 5-minute time frame afforded to Chief Lance Haymond, the seconder of this motion, to comment. Miigwech.
So, our mover gives her remaining 4 minutes and 20 seconds to the seconder. Chief Lance Haymond. If we could have microphone 2 open.
Good morning, everyone, fellow chiefs, delegates. Again, I want to thank the host nations for welcoming us on their territory and allowing us to conduct our business. I want to begin by apologizing to the co-chairs and to the Resolutions Committee. Yesterday was a difficult time with the confusion in regards to the various iterations of the resolution, and unfortunately, you know, the good copy did not make it to the floor, onto the screen. And, you know, some harsh words were directed at the co-chairs and also to the Resolutions Committee. And I think, you know, that's a little bit unfair, as, you know, we were in the heat of the moment, and I don't think it was our intentions to, you know, discredit the work of either the Resolution Committee or the co-chairs. We understand it's a very difficult role to play, and I'm sure none of us, you know, would want to be in your shoes. I can absolutely assure you that I do not. And there's a little bit of blame to share on all our parts in terms of getting the right information to the Resolutions Committee so that we could discuss, you know, the right resolution. So now turning to the resolution, I really want to speak to and thank, you know, the various interveners who come and spoke with us either formally at the mic or informally after the resolution was tabled, and brought forward their suggestions, ideas, friendly amendments. And so, as Chief Jocko indicated, we worked extremely hard yesterday. There was 4 chiefs, technicians from Yukon region, BC region, the Director of Resolutions for the Assembly of First Nations, and a couple of legal advisors. And together we've crafted the resolution that you see before you. We believe it addresses a lot of the issues and concerns that were raised by the regions. And as we all know, there's never a perfect resolution that can be brought to the floor. But we feel that with the combined effort that was done, and I really want to thank the individuals who took the time and energy to come and sit in the room and work through this so that we could present a resolution that speaks to a process that, you know, first of all, you know, confirms the reinstatement and lets our national chief assume her full role and authority. And second of all, to ask, you know, with all due respect to the Chiefs in Assembly, to allow the investigation to go forward in terms of some of those financial irregularities that, you know, we've heard rumors and of course many of us have seen, you know, the list with the names of the various, you know, chiefs and individuals who've benefited. So we as chiefs, you know, deserve to know what's happening inside of our organization. And I'd close with that I felt pretty beat up yesterday after the resolution was tabled, but I was uplifted by the huge amount of comments that we got from chiefs and delegates, and many texts, DMs into our Twitter from our grassroots people telling us that this work needs to be done and that the eyes of our people in our communities are watching us live, now as we speak for the need for that transparency. So my heart was lifted in knowing that the work and the resolution we're putting forward and asking the AFN to do on our behalf is really important. It's not only chiefs who want to understand what's going on. Our grassroots people, want those answers as well. And this resolution will lead, to work, and I think very much complements resolution number 5, which was passed yesterday, in terms of moving forward and looking at what a new governance model could be brought in place in the AFN to replace the current structure, as many have noted, is not working. When it was created 40 years ago, absolutely it probably met the needs. But in today's day and age, with the capacity that we have in our existing communities, nations, and regions, we've become quite sophisticated, and we need to look at a model that's more representative and one that, again, starts to diminish the power of national chiefs, regional chiefs, community chiefs, and, through this work, I hope that at some point we give a voice to our grassroots people. And I would go so as far as hoping that one day it's our grassroots people who are electing us in universal suffrage, whether it be community chiefs, our regional chiefs, tribal chiefs, our national chiefs. Our grassroots people deserve to have a voice directly in this assembly. And so we need to develop a model that reflects that. The time has come. It's great that, we've used this model for 40 years, but it's broken. And let's do the work. Let's get the answers that the chiefs are asking for, and let's work towards a more renewed and better AFN that really responds to the realities that we have to live today. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our mover, Wendy Jocko, and Chief Lance Heyman for your opening statements. And thank you for that recognition, too. We will now move on to our discussion period. As we did these past few days, we'll go to microphone 1, microphone 2, and then towards Zoom. Again, Zoom, bottom right hand, you have reactions, and then you choose the raise hand function to be added to the list. We see already people coming up, so perfect. So if we could go to microphone number 1, Proxy Doug Kelly.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank both Wendy and Lance. I've been sitting behind them for a couple days, and we've been talking about this work. And so that's how I knew the confusion about the resolutions. It's my understanding that Wendy and Lance are responsible for saying yes and no to amendments. And so we were chatting about, well, BC's thinking about this, Yukon's thinking about this, other chiefs are thinking about that. And I want to thank all of the leaders that came and shared their advice, their ideas, their questions, and their concerns. That's how you make a strong decision. It begins with listening. It begins with understanding. And then that leads to acting together. And that's where we need to get to. So I'm speaking in favor of this motion. BC met this morning, and BC likes to strengthen resolutions. It's in the nature of BC blood, I suppose, and we are at home in our own time zone. So can we go to number 1? Direct the national chief, the executive committee, the CEO, and chief of staff to come together and begin a process of reconciliation. So we're just being really clear about who we're asking to come together. I think somebody said put a hatchet away. I hope when they said that they meant in the ground or in a stump. Oh, bury it. Thank you, Chief Miracle. Funny how my memory works. Moving on to 5A 2, review any concerns, past or present, with conflicts of interest with respect to the AFN National Chief's Office, Executive Committee members, and AFN Secretariat. So we're being really clear about the organs. We want that clarity and no confusion. Moving on, Tina Turner came up this morning. Nobody was prepared to do karaoke, not first thing in the morning like that. We misspelled respect. And number 3, we're missing an E. Sorry, Tina. So I wanted to speak to a couple things. I've been approached since this resolution was shared about the sequencing. There's concern about jumping to a forensic audit first. That's not what we're proposing in here. What we're asking is the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal, not the executive. We saw it this morning. They're not on the same page. They're in a canoe, and it's about to tip over. Now, I love cold water. I'm a bear. You heard me yesterday. I'm a bear. So I love cold water. But there's tension there. So let's take that tension away. Let's give this work to a committee of chiefs that you created.
Proxy Kelly, if you can start closing your words.
I am. So this work then is to be given to that committee. And then they do a review on finances. And if it passes the sniff test, as some chiefs have said, then there is no need for a forensic audit. But if it doesn't pass the sniff test, then those chiefs will go into a forensic audit.
Thank you.
So I wanted to just make that clear in terms of what's proposed and what's intended. So thank you, Chiefs. I encourage you to take a close look at the resolution, and I hope you'll support it. I hope you'll give our leadership a chance to look at the opportunity to separate business and politics, which has also came from some chiefs saying we need to restructure the separation of business and politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Kelly. So we have 2 proposed amendments that I will be looking towards, or 3 proposed amendments I will be looking towards our mover and seconder for. The first one is, and therefore be it resolved, number 1, direct the National Chief and the Executive Committee, the CEO and Chief of Staff to come together and then proceed as. Does the mover accept the First Amendment? Could I have microphone 2, please?
Yes, I accept those amendments.
Thank you, Madam Mover. Our second proposed amendment is, and therefore be it resolved, 5A2, where we ask that at the end of the point, when we say AFN management, we replace the word management with secretariat. I look towards the mover. Do we accept the amendment? Could I have microphone 2?
Yes, I accept that amendment.
Thank you, Chief. And final proposed amendment in 5A3, to correct the misspelling of the word respect and adding the letter E. I imagine that's okay.
Yes, please do.
Please do. Perfect. Thank you to our mover. We will now be going on to microphone number 2. If you can state your name and which committee you're from.
Thank you. Eva Clayton from the Nisga'a Nation. If I may afford my time for my colleague to speak, Charles Morvan, who is a former BCAFN board member.
Thank you, everyone. And just a point of order on Doug's first comment, it was Aretha Franklin, not Tina Turner. Yeah, and just want to speak to the part on the forensic audit within the motion. And doing my research on a forensic audit, you don't do that unless you're going to charge somebody for a wrongdoing, and if you're going to go to court. And there's a lot of things as chiefs we need to consider. All the things that can come from a forensic audit. And you need to be considerate of the cost going back 10 years. Could be over $1 million or $2 million cost. That was back in the 1990s. It's probably more now. And also, you have to consider who's paying attention to that. People who fund all our organizations. That they may start to consider, hey, can we still trust them to fund them? This could bring an end to this whole AFN if we're not careful on how we proceed with business. I've done a lot of research on this, and because of things that go on within my nation and the wording loosely that gets talked about all the time on fraud and forensic audits. So you got to be careful on how you use those terms. And just to go back on respect. In our nation, we say if you really understand the word respect, people will emanate towards you. And if you don't understand respect, you'll run afoul on everything you do. And as the leader of my nation, if things go wrong as a senior leader, I take the responsibility no matter if I'm at fault or not, because that's my responsibility. And as the leader of this organization, and I said it before in our BC room, I'd like to just advise the national chief in the future, when things go wrong, because you're the leader of this national group, you have to take that responsibility on no matter what. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to our representatives on Zoom, the Resolutions Committee is asking me to clarify a point. For the proposed amendment to 5A2, there was also adding the National Chief's Office within the list of mentioned bodies. So the three amendments for point 5A2 were adding the National Chief's Office, adding AFN Secretariat, and removing the word AFN Management. If I could look towards our mover to confirm that the proposed amendment as suggested would be accepted. Could I have microphone 2, please?
Yes, I can confirm that that amendment is acceptable.
Thank you. So I'll look towards my resolution. Thank you, guys. We will now move on to the first hand that we have up on Zoom is Proxy Kevin Hart. So if you could have Proxy Kevin Hart put on screen and unmuted. Proxy Kevin Hart, do you want to test your audio?
Mr. Chair?
Perfect. We can hear you now, so you can go. Proxy Kevin Hart, 3 minutes.
Good morning, National Chief, Regional Chiefs. I want to acknowledge the elders, the women's and the youth council there, as well as the chiefs, the delegates, and the other proxies. I wanted to see this as a very important resolution that everyone's speaking to. And I wanted to bring some facts forward on my experience as a past executive member that our management committee consists of 3 regional chiefs that oversee finances, of course, and contracts, as you've seen from the great work from Regional Chief Adamek and Prosper, as well as the other regional chiefs that oversee the management committee. They oversee the contract, of course, working with the secretariat side. And with Chief Heyman, that you would know if we would look back at 2015 when housing infrastructure at AFN, we had no budget at all. And with the hard work of our Chiefs Committee, with you helping to oversee that, including when contracts were awarded, they were brought to our Chiefs Committees for direction. And if any discrepancies came forward, it was brought forward with a briefing note to us as an executive members. And I know for a fact that National Chief Archibald, when she was chief, was indeed part of that management committee for the 3 years previous. She was duly elected as our national chief last year in July of 2021. just want to say, happy anniversary to our national chief. And then to also say that any time that discrepancies were brought forward in terms of contracts, especially ones over $50,000, it was brought to the executive for our attention and it was voted on.
1 minute left, Proxy Hart.
Audits that were to the executive, that if any discrepancies were brought forward, those audits would be shared with the executive as indicated by Regional Chief Adamek to you as the chiefs. It was voted on and signed off as well. So I know that in there, that everything has been accountable and transparent, and that the staff and the team on the Secretariat side have been nothing but dedicated people to the cause and the fight for us as First Nations people. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Hart. Seeing that we have quite a few chiefs, we'll be closing the speakers list with the people who are present at the stage. So we have 3 people on microphone 1, we have 6 people on microphone 2, and we have 2 hands on, Kevin Hart already passed, and 2 hands on Zoom. Perfect. So we'll go back to microphone 1 if you can identify yourself, and then you have 3 minutes. Microphone 1, please.
Chief Doris Bill, Yukon. Yukon worked with the mover and seconder on this resolution. And just as a point of interest, I'm the seconder on Resolution 13 as well. So this is really important to me. Just a small amendment, if you will. I think we were all pretty tired yesterday. Under 7, paragraph A, at the very end, the last sentence there, with particular attention to recent AFN salary payouts and contracts. And I think we need to get rid of the or. If we can drop the or on that. So, and I think that if we can do that, Yukon will support this resolution, and I think it's important that this resolution be fully implemented without interference. It's incredibly important. You know, I've heard these allegations and these rumors and all of this since I was first elected 9 years ago. It's time we put it to rest. Let's get the questions and the concerns and let's air it out. Let's get it all out there. And let's fix this organization for the betterment of the people that we serve. And let's move forward. Let's settle this once and for all. Ganas Chis.
Thank you, Chief Bill. So the proposed amendment is on point 7A in the therefore be it resolved. At the end of A, remove or. I would look towards our mover and seconder and see if they approve. If we could have microphone 2 opened.
We accept that friendly amendment.
Thank you, Chief Jocko. We'll now be going towards microphone 2. If we could have microphone 2 open, please.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of corrections. When we were questioning the auditor, the chair, your co-chair, kind of implied it's the chiefs that are part of this that are defending it. I'm not on any list. Chief Miracle is not on any list from I could see. That list was sent originally to Ontario and some of BC. Alberta never got it. Our chiefs never got that list. And we got it in a different way. But my concern is, well, see, this organization is important, but it's got to be run properly. And what I'm going to say is not because of it's not a gender issue. I look at the whereases, all of it seems to imply, because she's, Roseanne is a woman, she's first woman, and all of this, and that's fine. but it says she was duly elected. AFN has a charter. In that charter, it says the candidate who qualifies as a national chief has to have 60% of the votes. Ms. Archibald got 50.5%. Yes, the other candidate conceded, but our national chief did not get 60%. If there had been another vote, she may have gotten 60 and more to follow the charter. I'm concerned about that. Just like, the charter is got to be followed. Just like the Confederacy of Nations. You put it out, you don't utilize it, and executive have always had that. There was no budget for the Confederacy of Nations, who are the governing body of this organization, to meet and to address these issues. 1 minute. You're always cutting me off. Anyway, and then when all this chaos started about the allegations, the national chief said, only the Confederacy of Nations or the chiefs in assembly can suspend me. You use it when you can, when it comes to your benefit, and you don't use it. The other thing, last thing I want to say is, that list that went out, this resolution may resolve the process within AFN and clarify all the allegations. However, there's that list that's out there that's that's against the characters of those, how do you say that? Defamation of character. Those people can sue. And who's going to pay for it? Who's going to go to court to defend this organization? Who's going to pay if we lose? This is a serious matter because you are destroying the reputations of those people that actually did the work and was not corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Crowchild, for your statement. We will now be moving on to our Zoom. So we have Chief Justin Kane, if we could have him unmuted and set on screen. If we could unmute Chief Kane, please. Chief Kane?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you can go. We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So in regards to the resolution, I think my main concern is that this is a reaction to situations over the years and forward thinking. I really believe that we should be looking at implementing our financial laws. What the auditor talked about was it was in accordance with the Canadian laws. And so if we were to do a forensic audit, how would we, if we find wrongdoings, how are we going to recover any costs or any of those financials if it's within the Canadian laws and we don't have our own? I don't even know what our policies are. Do we have policies? So digging back 10 years to find wrongdoings, is there actually a recourse for us to recover any of those costs or to charge somebody? Is this a breach in policy? I don't know. I think about going forward in our community, there was a forensic audit done a few years back. And from that, we are, we in Escuela, we have we're working on the financial management board, and it's been 3 or 4 years and we're not fully certified yet, but it's a long process. And if we're gonna, I think today we need to look at implementing something to start managing going forward and stop the corruption. If there's any, I don't know, any possibility of corruption going forward starting today, because that's what our youth are telling us. And we all know what's been going on for the last 10, 20 years, the accusations, the assumptions. But how can we put something in place today to stop going forward? We're already 2 months into fiscal. Money's already being spent. We have $15 million in finance or in staffing. You know, in our BCAFM this morning, we talked about some of the resolutions that were passed before that are still not implemented. Who's ensuring that process is implemented?
30 seconds.
The resolutions that were put on the table from our past leaderships over the years. I think we need to really look at those things. Thank you.
Thank you to Chief Kane for your comments. We will now be going back to microphone number 1. If you could identify yourself.
Okay, Chief David Putra, Salt River First Nation, number 195, Northwest Territories. I'm not a bear, but I like to say a few words. I like the way that guy talks. You know, when I'm up here, I'm 78 years old, and I have a whole bunch of little great-grandchildren, grandsons and granddaughters, and when I speak, I imagine them here looking up at me. I'm speaking for them, because they're not able to yet. Someday they will, but today I'm here. This is a huge undertaking, a huge one. And if it's going to fix things, I support it. The only part I'm concerned with is Article 7A, with recommending 10 years with particular focus on recent AFN salaries and contracts. Well, if you're going to focus on recent activities, then that's where you should focus. My nation went through a forensic audit, and let me tell you, we were up to $2.3 million by the time I got elected almost 3 years ago. And you know, the best we could have got back from that was about $300,000. Not 300,000, about 800,000. So my council and I decided to take it out, and we did. We lost money, but we saved a pile of money because all that was completed up to that time was discoveries. We still had to go to court, and there was about 12, 13 people that would have had to go to court. How much more it would have cost us? When you say forensic audit, that's a huge, huge thing, and it's very, very expensive. And what are you going to find? What I'm going to recommend is that if you're going to find something within the past year or two, let's go that far. If you don't find anything, leave it be. 1 minute? Okay. That's about all I have to say anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Patra. I'll now be going to microphone 2.
Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band, and I'd like to speak on behalf of the motion, and and I do support what's actually put in there, and I'd like to give the reasons why. Because what this draft resolution does is create the process of due process, and it talks about the and how you can actually move forward with the investigation and audit of the AFN's financial and management policies. And this is really important because I'd like to make this point perfectly clear, that when you talk about the AFN or say anything about the AFN, you need to remember who the AFN is. The AFN is the assembly of all the chiefs sitting in here. When you make accusations about anything that calls about corruption, gender bias, nepotism, and all these, you're leveling that accusation against us because we are the assembly. And that is something that needs to be very clear. And if you are going to be making those accusations, it's got to be based upon proof. This is the process how you establish proof. And the reason why I'm saying this is because when you make comments like that, especially in the public, what that's picked up by is the media. And let's be clear about one thing. In 2005, when we look at what's happening now, say in the political realm, you have the Liberals sliding into polls. NDP will never form the national government in Canada in the near future. So who do you have waiting in the wings is the Conservatives. And when the Conservatives came to power in 2005, they cut the Assembly from 195 employees to 65. And what gives them the ability to actually provide these cuts is comments about us being corrupt, being despotic, being practicing nepotism, and all these other things. And that is accusations leveled against us as the Assembly, chiefs that represent our communities, coming forward and being a part of this Assembly. So I think in the future there needs to be a real clear understanding who is the Assembly of First Nation. That is us sitting in this floor. When we look at the executive and the national chief, they sit in there as spokesmen for us. And also we have the executive to carry out the day-to-day management and operationalization of this process. And that is how that operates, because we have to be clear. We are the Assembly, and making any such comments like that directly affects us. So this is the reason why I'm actually supporting this, because it established a due process of how we should be doing things. And in the future, I do support, what's happening in there. I've been in here since 1991. I've had, in that time, under various national chiefs, regional chiefs, rank and file chiefs, they have all operated with the best integrity and the best intentions that we're available. And this is what it, to me, is very important. And the other thing is, I work for the Assembly of First Nation. I will. And I worked in the Assembly of First Nations from 2007 to 2010. I will say this about them. They are the most hardworking, dedicated people that I've ever worked with, and they are very good. And saying that the Assembly is also smearing them. So this is what I'd like to say. This is why I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Brian Lewis. We will now be going towards our Zoom participants. We have Jima Craig Nucci. If we could have Craig unmuted, please.
Oh, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. The Assembly can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I want to say good morning to all the delegates, and thank you for the elder for the prayer this morning. So I just want to say that I don't support this resolution as it's presented because it's a very convoluted resolution. If you go right to the title, it says, investigation and audit of AFNs. We're not at the point of doing an audit, so I think just it would warrant just saying an investigation. Also, in terms of the recitals, I think we could actually remove all of the recitals from A to E and G. I think just recital F is appropriate. I just feel that all of the other recitals are a response to the other emergency resolution, which was number 2, which was the non-confidence vote. I think those just respond to that, so I don't even think this is appropriate. In terms of the therefore be it resolved issues, I agree that there has to be some kind of review on the conduct of all the organs within AFN, so I agree with that. In terms of number 2, I think we, the chiefs, we really need to stay out of administrative issues. We have those mechanisms in place to address those. And if not, then we can address this item under number 1 or 6. And if, it's actually pretty sad to say that, we also need to tell our executive committee or our other organs or even the national chief to behave and follow the rules. In terms of number 4, I support the resolution number 13, but I don't think it's relevant to this. We don't need to make it into that, but I do support the work that's required under that resolution already. And in terms of number 5, I support it and fully support resolution 11 2021 and the amendments that were proposed this morning. And I agree with the item 68. So the way it's presented, it's very hard to, that I just found it, hard to agree to this because it's so convoluted. It's bringing in subjects that I feel are not relevant. Those are my comments regarding the resolution. But I just want to say that I really hope we can, regardless of the issue, I hope we can get this done and that we can, so that we can actually do the work that we were here to do in the beginning. So thank you all for listening to me today. Miigwech.
Thank you, Jima Craig. So I will look towards our Resolutions Committee to confirm the proposed amendments. We have proposed the removal of whereas D to G. Can we confirm? Yes? Perfect. So I'll look towards the mover and seconder for the amendment to remove whereas D, E, F, and G. Microphone 2, please.
Those amendments have been rejected.
So the amendment to remove whereas D to G has been rejected. We had a proposed amendment in therefore be it resolved 2. If I can look towards my Resolutions Committee. Jima Craig, if you are still there, I might ask you for the specific wording that you would like in therefore be it resolved number 2. If we could have Jima Craig unmuted, please. Can we unmute Jima Craig Nucci on Zoom, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I just don't feel that item number 2 is required at all. I mean, why do we need to tell them to behave and follow the rules? I don't agree to that. I mean, I think everybody's made it pretty clear here. Don't take this to the public anymore. And there is a charter, there is a code of conduct. So I don't even know why this is on the resolution. Miigwech.
While I have you on the line, the other proposed amendment is to remove TBIR number 5. Can you confirm? Or number 4. You said 5, but I believe you were talking about Resolution 13.
I don't even, like I said, I don't understand why resolution number 13 is embedded in this. It's already an approved resolution. We don't really need to bring this into this resolution. I just think that it's not required. I think all chiefs here support it, and I think we don't need to bring this up as well. Miigwech.
Thank you. So I will look towards our mover and seconder. For the first proposition, the first amendment is to remove, therefore be it resolved, number 2. If I can have comments from our mover.
That amendment has been rejected.
Rejected. And our third proposed amendment was to remove, therefore be it resolved, number 4 on AFN Resolution number 13. I look towards the mover.
And that suggestion has also been rejected.
Thank you, mover. We will now be going back to microphone number 1. As I had stated earlier, the speakers list had been closed, so this will be our final speaker on microphone number 1. If we could have microphone on open.
Can you hear me? I have written my words, so I have timed myself already, just so you're aware. You don't need to respectfully interrupt me. My name is Andrea King. I'm proxy for Gima Stacy LaForum from the Mississaugas of the Credit in Ontario. It takes me 35 seconds to introduce myself in my language and in English. It takes me 55 seconds to acknowledge the lands we are on, the Creator, my ancestors, all my relations, and my place in the world in the way my elders taught me. If those are not the words I use before all other words I speak, then I am not following the way my elders have taught me. If I use my Sema as my elders have so diligently instilled in me to do, then I cannot say all that will need to be said in your 3 minutes. If I cannot do those things, then I cannot address my chiefs in assembly in a good way. If I cannot address my chiefs in assembly in a good way, then I do not represent my nation in a good way. I am new to this arena, and I am disheartened by the lack of respect that has been shown. I'm an Anishinaabe Kwe, recovering half-breed Catholic who grew up too white for the res and too brown for town. I've weaved through realities and I've stumbled through remembering and reclaiming my identity, my place and belonging, and my purpose. I've dedicated my career to mental health and holistic well-being in the field of recreation therapy. I hold the Nation Wellbeing and Wellness Pillar for my council, and I come from a long line of humble educators, leaders, knowledge keepers, and elders. Our people are suffering. Our communities are in crisis. Our nations need healing. Our people need their chiefs' voices to be heard and our ways to be honored. Our people depend on us to lead them in a good way. I need our words to hold more value than your currency. I need our truths to be heard and championed. I need our work here to matter. We have been here for 3 days and we have not done the work we have traveled here to do. What do I say to my community about the business we have conducted here this week? Am I returning with 44 unresolved resolutions meant to help address the plight of our nations, or are we going to get to the business that we are assembled here to do? It is clear that there are critically serious issues within the construct of the AFN, and without these resolutions, you have no mandate. We need our elected Grand Chief to be able to do the work we've entrusted her to do and ensure that our traditional customary ways are respected when we gather. I am concerned with the undertaking of a forensic audit because of the magnitude and expense of the work, and I'm saddened that this entity has come to this. I am supporting this resolution as it is clear something needs to be done, and I am hopeful that we can all come together to move forward in a good way. I remind you that we all need each other. Miigwech.
Thank you. Thank you to Proxy Andrea King. I hear that question is being called, but as we had the speakers list, we have 4 more speakers at microphone number 2 that were on the list. So if we could have open microphone number 2.
Bonjour. My name is Duncan Machano. I'm from Beekdagong, Anishinaabe, right on the shores of Lake Superior. I too, like that chief who's 78 years old, I'm 76 years old. And believe me, I've seen a lot of shit in that 76 years. I've been in politics for 33 years, 9 as chief and 24 as councillor. And again, I've seen a lot of stuff. In regards to this resolution, I support this resolution totally because we do need a forensic audit. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because I've gone through these audits over and over and over. And any organization, and I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but there's been allegations made and we got to look into them. Any organization, any entity, any corporate structure can make their audits look good. It's called creative bookkeeping. You know, in the Anishinaabe language, there's a word. It's called mano. And mano means let it be. Don't touch it. You know, grandfather's abusing his grandkids. Mano, mano. Let it be. Don't touch it. We're going to create problems. Uncle is touching his niece. Mano, mano. Leave it alone. Don't touch it. And that's what I see with some chiefs in this organization, in this room here. That mano culture is alive and well. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Let it be. There's been allegations and we need to find out what's going on. It may be fine, but it may not be fine. And a forensic audit at its best will clear the air. At its worst, it will find that those allegations are true, and then we got to fix it from there. Miigwech, and don't let that monoculture take over. We need to open this stuff up.
Thank you, Chief Duncan. Before we go to our next speaker, I was advised that Chief David Poitras had an amendment. I had misunderstood. I am sorry. So there was a proposed change to 7A. 7A, where we talk about into the previous 10 years, to modify that for into the previous 1 to 2 years. So I will look towards our mover and seconder.
That amendment has been rejected.
Thank you, mover. Now continue on to microphone 2. We have 3 more speakers on our list. If we could open microphone 2.
Miigwech, Chief McLeod at Nipissing. First of all, I just want to say that there's something extremely wrong here when national chiefs are given unlimited time, but chiefs are cut off and given only 3 minutes to speak. And again, I ask, whose organization is this? Because it seems backwards to me. I also want to just clarify that I am in total favor of transparency and accountability, and also that I'm not on any list. I have quite a few issues with the resolution as is. First of all, in the whereases, I'm not sure what A to E have to do with an audit. To me, A to E is for the benefit of the national chief, but it's got nothing to do with the audit. We can simply go with F. G says that there's a serious problem that exists. We don't know that. We don't know that. In the therefore be it resolves under number 1, it says direct the national chief and executive committee to come together. I can be behind that. 2, direct the national chief and executive committee to actively participate in ongoing human resources investigation. I'm sorry, but if you're named in the allegations, you cannot be part of the investigation. That is a conflict of interest. Number 4 is a resolution on its own. I'm not sure why it's in there, other than to paint this as some type of gender issue, and it's not. But I can get behind that. If somebody wants to put that on a resolution after this, I can get behind it. But it doesn't need to be here. As far as the audit itself, we have to consider 10-year forensic audit. 10 years forensic audit is not going to be cheap. That is money that can be spent in our communities, not digging up bones. I'm all about going forward here. I think the AFN already has good financial policies in place, but can we strengthen them? Absolutely. Let's strengthen them and move forward and make sure that none of this stuff, these allegations, could ever happen. We don't need to go and dig up bones just for what? To spend the money that could be going to our communities? What's the end game here? I don't understand. I don't understand. And if we do want to decide on one, let's go back a reasonable time. But I don't support going into a forensic audit without having a probable cause to do so. Lastly, I have serious issues about this resolution in itself. This is a Chiefs Assembly. These resolutions are supposed to be Chiefs resolutions, and I have an issue with a conflict of interest of having National Chiefs lawyer sitting there making amendments, helping to orchestrate or architect a resolution that's supposed to be ours.
If you can conclude, Chief McLeod.
Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief McLeod. So, just to confirm, and I will be looking towards you, Chief McLeod, your first amendment would be to remove A to E as well as G in the whereas section. That is correct. With, therefore, be it resolved, number 2, was it to remove the entire DPIR? Could I have microphone 2?
To remove National Chief and Executive Committee to actively participate.
So yours would be direct the ongoing human resource investigation being led by the independent investigator to respond to and resolve the staff complaints in good faith and to refrain from making any public comments. The modifications speak directly to the role of those two organs.
And also, it needs to be struck to respond to and resolve the staff complaints in good faith. If the complaints are made about the National Chief, they need somebody to go to that they can actually speak to those issues about, that are not the person that they're making the accusation about.
Do you have proposed wording for TBIR?
Remove it.
Remove it completely. Perfect. Did you have other amendments to add?
Just that if we're going to do this, 10 years is too much. It needs to be something more reasonable and affordable.
Do you have a proposed time?
2 years.
2 years. Thank you. So, our first amendment, proposed amendment, is to remove in the whereas section points A to E as well as G. So I will look towards our mover.
That proposition has been rejected.
Thank you, Speaker. We have to remove, therefore be it resolved, number 2. I look towards our mover.
That has also been rejected. However, we could change that word participate to cooperate.
Perfect. So I will look towards our seconder. Do you agree with the proposed change from the word participate to cooperate? Our seconder has approved. And our final proposed amendment is therefore be it resolved 7A, remove previous 10 years and replace it with 2 years.
That has been rejected.
Thank you. Mover. We have 2 more speakers on our speakers list. If I can have microphone 2.
Kleiko Kleiko. Aklama Klois Hupachasaksup Nuchanathat. I'm Judith Sayers. I'm proxy for the Toquat Nation, and I do acknowledge the First Nations lands that we're on. I want to say that I support the National Chief. I support the regional chiefs. I support all the hardworking people at AFN. And I came here today to untie, or this week, to untie the hands of the National Chief and to fix the organization. That's what I think this motion is, fixing the organization. And it needs to be done, and I support the motion. I do want to express 2 concerns. Number 1, Kasalem got up yesterday and told us how hard it is to get a quorum in the Charter Renewal Committee. He passed a motion that hopefully will resolve that. But what if it doesn't? What if the Charter Renewal Committee can't do this work? My preference would have been to have a committee struck that didn't have rules of quorum, that could just get the work done and report back. I'm not proposing an amendment because it sounds like everybody is here, but I want to express that concern. And that if that committee can't get together and start addressing these very important concerns, then each of the regional chiefs should be coming to us or calling a special assembly to put together another committee to deal with that. This whole issue of quorum of chiefs committees is real. and we need to deal with it. I do want to express that, and I'm not asking for an amendment. My other concern, and I want to ask for a friendly amendment, and that has to do with enforcement of the policies. And I heard another chief talk about this earlier. We have policies in place. These contracts should not have been given, some of them. Employee contracts, why are employees getting such rich payouts? Why are those kind of contracts being put in place? They shouldn't be. And that's what my question is, and I would like to add the word, and we shouldn't have to do this, but obviously if these policies are in place and they're being abused, then maybe we need the word compliance or enforcement. So on 5A5, I would like to add the words, after transparency and accountability, compliance and consistency. And I do that only to ensure that there is some kind of enforcement mechanism for these policies. If contracts are being let out, who's saying no to those contracts? And we should be some sort of policy in place to address that they should be canceled, or who has that authority? And if that's not already in place, it should be. And thank you. I do support the motion. I thank all the hard work it's been. We need to address all these issues. We need to put all that past behind us and move forward in a good way. I am very supportive of that and would like to see that all of the Nuu-chah Nation said that let's just move forward in a good way. Let's go forward and let's find a way that we can work together and continue to do the good work of all the nations across Canada. Cléco, Cléco.
Thank you, Judith Sayers. So the proposed amendment from Judith Sayers is in 5AV. Halfway through, to ensure greater transparency and accountability would be to add the word compliance and consistency. I look towards our mover.
We accept that amendment.
Thank you, mover. And our final speaker on the list, number 2, if we could have the microphone open, please.
Thank you, Chief Vernon Saddleback, Samson Cree Nation. That's no damtik, asnik up it's nisigason, and I want to thank all of our BC tribes here for allowing us into their territories. I think for myself, I'm not really here to ask for an amendment, and I'm going to preface my story because I read the amendment and I believe what some of the chiefs who speak about, there's a little bit of gender bias written into this document. And like everyone else, I can buy into this. For myself, when this is my second term as chief. Last term when I was chief, I had 2 women on council, I had 10 men. And because I was missing the woman's voice in my community, I created a women's circle to advise me on women's issues. And when MMIWG became really big in the world, they were the ones who guided me in helping support families bring some of our people home. We've supported families to come to BC to look for loved ones to no success. We've supported families to go to Toronto with great success. And we supported families to go to California when we found one of our loved ones who's been missing for 40 years, and we brought her home a month ago. So we have supported the women in our community steadfastly and strongly. And as chief, I'd be remiss if I didn't come up here and stand and speak for the women of my community. And for myself, my concern is simply this. When that list of contractors was released, 2 of my band members were on that list, and they were female. And they did nothing but honest work for AFN. And that list is unjustified and unfounded. And I'm here today, and I'm going to keep mine very short, as I'm here to ask the national chief to give a public apology for releasing that list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Remy Saddleback, for your comments. So now our speakers list have been closed, as was mentioned earlier. We will be now looking towards the voting period. I will first ask if we have consensus. Do we have anyone who would oppose and go towards a vote? We have opposition, so let us go towards a vote. If we could have the Zoom poll brought up for our hybrid attendees. If we could have our distribution team get ready. So the vote is on Emergency Draft Resolution 01 as amended. I would first look towards our chiefs and proxies and ask those who are opposed to the adoption of Emergency Draft Resolution 01, Investigation Audit of Avon's Financial Management Policies, to raise your lanyards. Those who are opposed to Resolution ER 01. Keep your lanyards raised as our team counts. Thank you. You can lower your lanyards. I will now ask those who wish to abstain from Emergency Draft Resolution Number 1, Investigation Audit of AFN's Financial and Management Policies, to please raise your lanyards. Thank you. You may lower your lanyards. And now I will ask those who wish to vote for Emergency Draft Resolution Number 1, Investigation and Audit of AFN's Financial and Management Policies, to raise your lanyards. You may now lower your lanyards. Could I have the Zoom poll be closed, please? I will look towards distribution as they compile the results. I will also remind the Assembly that for a resolution to be passed, we need 60% of members who voted to vote for a resolution for it to be adopted. I will also confirm that we have no one on the phone line still for the record. I see distribution has their calculator out, so we will be getting results quite soon. We now have the results for Emergency Draft Resolution Number 1, as amended, Investigation and Audit of AFN's Financial and Management Policies. We have 148 for, we have 50 against, and 18 abstentions, meaning that Emergency Draft Resolution Number 1, as amended, has been adopted with 75% of the votes. We will now be passing on to our next item in the agenda.
I'm back. Okay. Just want to address one thing. My colleague Cedric announced at one point that the speakers list was closed, and he mentioned who were at that moment at the microphones and on Zoom. So we are really, from the bottom of our heart, sorry that we would have loved to listen to each one of you. And I'm sure your colleagues, chiefs and men and proxies would have liked it too. But I'm sure you all understand that we have to move on to other things. And the way to express yourself is also by voting. And voting has been done. And thank you for your comprehension to you all. And thank you for the Zoom participants also. It's not easy to be on Zoom waiting, and maybe you didn't hear what we mentioned, our call, and sorry. Thank you for helping us, helping you. Merci. And on that, I noticed that someone is at the microphone. I need to address draft resolution number 9. I'm going to open the microphone only for one, because you have 3 minutes maximum to you. Microphone number 1, please.
Ani Chimigwech. My name is Chief Brent Bazano of the Serpent River First Nation, and I just have a statement. So we, the leadership of Serpent River First Nation, are disappointed with the outcomes and directions of this assembly. This is not leadership. This is not what our people expect of us as leaders, and this is not, as a Two-Spirit person, as a chief, and especially as an Indigenous person, I'm expressing deep dissatisfaction with the national and regional leadership. Serpent River would rather be fighting the government than fighting our brother and sister nations. Our youth have called out this assembly for inaction, and the last few days have been mired in drama and ego. We are asserting ourselves, and we call upon this assembly to have courage, and it's time to chart our own path forward. In these times of uncertainty, distractions, and lack of leadership at the AFN, Serpent River will be suspending its participation in today's assembly, and we'll be going back to our community to hold discussions on our future, our goals, and our path forward. To my community and to other communities, I want to apologize for this assembly. To our elders, our youth, and the next generation, we have failed you. We must do better, and we can do better. Today, I wish you all well in your deliberations, but we can't waste any more time on this. Our people need us, and we are going home. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Maintenant, please make sure you have your headset because we're going to have some French here. Because I can see that French chiefs are in the room also, and maybe they need just a little break and have to use their ear, not their headset, for a few minutes. Alors, nous allons maintenant adresser le projet de résolution numéro 9 qui s'intitule, juste un petit moment, alors, en français, ce projet de résolution s'intitule « Soutien au mandat et au financement du Conseil des femmes de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations ». Just for you to know, in English, I'm just going to read the title in English, not the therefore be it resolved. Support for the Assembly of First Nations Women's Council Mandate and Funding. Ce projet de résolution numéro 9 a été proposé par chef Constance Big Eagle, Ocean Manitoba First Nation. Et ce projet de résolution numéro 9 a été co-proposé par Chief Shelley Sabatis, Oromocto First Nation, New Brunswick. Proposeur et coproposeur, est-ce que vous êtes dans la salle? Simplement me mentionner si vous êtes mover seconder. Ce n'est pas le moment, pour le moment, ce n'est pas le moment de discussion. Je veux simplement être certaine. Microphone number 1, please.
Good day to the Assembly. That's Chief Connie Big Eagle from Ocean Man First Nation in Saskatchewan-Weena.
Thank you. Et maintenant, le coproposeur, je cherche Chief Shelley Sabati, coproposeur. Microphone number 2, are you Shelley Sabati? Okay, I'm just looking for the mover now. Oh, I'm looking for a seconder, so microphone numéro 2, s'il vous plaît.
Chief Alan Polches, I'm moving it for Chief Shelley.
Merci. Thank you. Alors, ce projet de résolution a été appuyé, coproposé en bonne et due forme. Et maintenant, je vais lire la portion des décisions, de la décision pour ce projet de numéro 9. Si vous pouvez, s'il vous plaît, mettre à l'écran. Merci. En français. Alors, le projet de résolution 9, soutien au mandat et au financement du Conseil des femmes de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations. Et cela va comme suit. Pour ces motifs, les chefs en Assemblée, 1. Demandent à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, APN, de prendre les mesures appropriées selon les directives du Conseil des femmes de l'APN pour que les organes, comités, caucus ou organismes consultatifs nouvellement créés ne produisent pas ou n'usurpent pas le rôle, le mandat et les responsabilités du Conseil des femmes de l'APN. 2. Conformément aux résolutions 59-2019 et 46-2021, demande à l'APN de veiller à ce que le Conseil des femmes de l'APN dispose des ressources adéquates et soit à l'avant-garde de la promotion de toutes les questions relatives aux femmes des Premières Nations, en demandant que le Conseil des femmes de l'APN reçoive et supervise toutes les allocations de fonds octroyées pour les enjeux relatifs aux femmes des Premières Nations, y compris, mais sans s'y limiter, les femmes, les filles et les personnes bispirituelles, plus disparues ou assassinées. L'analyse comparative entre les sexes, plus ACS+, la violence fondée sur le sexe, VFS, et le caucus national des dirigeantes élues, CNDE. Alors, maintenant, le projet de résolution numéro 9 a été proposé, coproposé, il a été lu et entré dans le registre. Je vais maintenant ouvrir la période de discussion par rapport au projet numéro 9 et je vais offrir la possibilité aux proposeurs de parler sur ce projet de résolution, donc d'introduire ses remarques. Et je regarde donc au microphone numéro 1, 5 minutes pour la coproposeur Connie Chief-Big-Eagle. À vous, microphone numéro 9, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Weena. On behalf of the AFN Women's Council, first of all, we would like to maintain our mandate for being the representatives for First Nation women's issues across Canada. And on behalf of the AFN Women's Council, we have always been underfunded. We are given high-profile issues to work on such as MMIWG and the National Action Plan. Yet we are underfunded. But we do what women have always done. We manage. We manage with what little we have. But we shouldn't have to manage with what little we have when we are part of the most powerful First Nation organization in Canada. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, c'était les commentaires de la proposeur, Chief Connie Big-Eagle. Et j'aimerais offrir au coproposeur, je ne le vois pas au bureau, je le vois dans l'Assemblée, mais je ne le vois pas au microphone. Alors, je comprends que le coproposeur n'a pas de commentaires. J'ouvre maintenant la salle pour les discussions sur le projet de résolution numéro 9 et je demande, s'il vous plaît, au microphone numéro 2 d'être ouvert pour pouvoir entendre chef qui se nommera, si vous pouvez, s'il vous plaît, nommer votre nom. Merci.
Hello. Dansatawia Kakiao Kitadamskat Denawao, Chief Proxy Lori Buffalo for the Samson Cree Nation, Nipsikobak, and the Treaty Number 6 territory. I want to speak to this resolution to say that I appreciate the work that the AFN Women's Council has done, but there are some nations, such as mine, that have been carrying out their own women's work. And I see a little bit of an issue in the therefore be it resolved number 2. It's directing that all funding allocations be overseen. I'm requesting that this funding actually go down to the communities so that my Women's Advisory Council can continue to do the important work that they do in community to not only advocate for my Iskoiwak, such as myself and the other women who look to us for leadership, but for also our grassroots women to continue to speak to their own issues and to continue to put forward plans that speak to their needs, including that of their children. So I ask respectfully to consider a friendly amendment to include that funding go directly to community. Hi, hi.
Merci. Je vais vous demander de rester, s'il vous plaît, au microphone. Please, Chief, if you could please stay not far away because I need to make sure we have the correct wording first, and then I'll check with mover and seconder if they agree. Alors, nous devons justement, comme je viens de le mentionner, nous devons premièrement s'assurer que nous avons le libellé correctement. Alors, je suis en train de regarder à mon écran, les changements sont en train de se faire et je vais lire pour être certaine qu'on a les changements. qui sont proposés. Est-ce que... Do you have... You said? OK. Chef, au microphone numéro 2, je vais vous demander, s'il vous plaît, de répéter, de répéter votre modification pour qu'on puisse l'obtenir clairement. If you can please repeat clearly your proposed amendment, please. It will be really appreciated. Au microphone numéro 2. And I can see that a team from the resolution committee is with Chief at microphone number 2 discussing the amendment. So it is okay for discussion because they're just helping here to make sure we have the correct wording that satisfies the proposed amendment by Chief at the microphone number 2. Thank you for your patience. But nous allons attendre la proposition d'amendement et nous allons poursuivre. And please, Chief Big Eagle, don't go too far because we'll need you to make sure you agree with the change, the proposed amendment. Okay, so in the meantime, I propose to go on Zoom, je vais revenir en français, j'avais dit que j'allais en français, alors on va maintenant retourner, on va aller maintenant aux participants sur Zoom, on va poursuivre et on va revenir avec le microphone numéro 2. Alors j'aimerais que Proxy Kevin Hart puisse avoir le microphone, s'il vous plaît, pour s'adresser à l'Assemblée. Proxy Hart, to you. Please. If you can please unmute it. Okay, we can hear you, Proxy Hart.
Thank you very much. I agree with the resolution in that. However, I think that we need to look at securing dedicated funding for the Women's Council, including First Nations and their respected women's groups across this country. And I think that if we look at a friendly amendment to that, it could suffice to the chief prior, as well as to, I believe, the Women's Council, so that all areas have many reports report and reports from respected regions to talk about the related women's issues or our other relatives of the community and such too. Not sure that is that in the wording that we're looking for dedicated funding and that we have many portfolios that receive funding from the federal government that talk about these very issues. And I believe working with the management committee and the executive, they can look for funds to pull from these different portfolios to bring together to properly resource our work. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you. I could hardly understand, the sound was not good, and I asked the technician to put the 3 minutes on the timer, and it has not been, but thanks to my colleague, he gave me a timer, so thank you, but we need to make sure that the 3 minutes is always on the timer. Thank you. Alors, I'm going to read the proposed amendments to therefore be it resolved number 2 as it is being modified lively by the resolution committee, and I have this just right in front of me. And I will make sure that once they're done, I will read it. Because I can see, you can't see, but I can see that they're working now on this, so it's like typing. and they're working very hard to get this done as soon as possible. Okay, so proxy Hart, Kevin Hart, if you can please just confirm that we got your proposed amendment correctly. So I will read it, and I will ask you then to confirm if it satisfies you. So, therefore be it resolved, number 2, direct the AFN to ensure that the AFN Women's Council and First Nations women, sorry, I have a doctor just here that he writes like a doctor, so. Okay, thank you. So direct the AFN to ensure that the AFN Women's Council and First Nation women groups across the country are properly resourced. And then it goes on with the rest. So the addition would be to add after Women's Council, the first line of therefore be it resolved number 2 on draft resolution number 9, and First Nations women groups across the country. Kevin Hart, proxy, can you confirm that this would satisfy you, that corresponds to your proposed amendment? If we can please unmute Kevin Hart. To you, Kevin Hart.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I am now looking at the mover to see if she agrees to this proposed amendment. Oh, sorry, yes. Microphone number 1, please.
Okay, we recognize that all First Nation women's organizations across Canada are struggling financially, and we accept the amendment.
Thank you. If I don't see the seconder, I assume that he agrees. You agree? Thank you. Maintenant, nous allons revenir au précédent commentaire qui était au microphone numéro 2 pour être certain que nous avons le libellé correct et nous allons vérifier et nous allons vous le lire. Est-ce que c'est correct? Okay, so I will ask the previous chief that came to microphone number 2. I will ask her to please come back to microphone number 2 because we will check if she agrees with the wording of her proposed amendment. So please, if you can please come back. Her name? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I will read it. And you confirm if it satisfies you and corresponds to what you just mentioned earlier. So I will reread number 2, amended. Direct the AFN to ensure that the AFN Women's Council, and First Nations women's groups across the country is properly resourced and at the forefront of advocacy for all First Nations women's issues as directed by AFN Resolution 59, 2019. And there's a title for this, but I'll go right through the continuation of the... Sorry. I'm just turning it off. So, by AFN Resolution 59, 2019, work in partnership with First Nations Women's Councils on, and we strike the by directing that the AFN Women Council receive and oversee all funding allocations relating to. This has been, c'est quoi on dit pour supprimer? Removed. So, work in partnership with First Nations Women's Councils on First Nations women's issues, including but not limited to MMIWG2S+, Gender-Based Analysis Plus, GBA Plus, Gender-Based Violence, GBV, and National Caucus of Elected Women's Leaders, NCEWL, final dot. So, does it correspond to what you mentioned earlier? Microphone number 2, please.
Hello. Okay, so what I've heard is that it's been struck from by directing?
Yes.
All the way until to all allocations relating?
Relating to, yes. Okay. Correct. And at the end, and ensure that First Nations Women Councils are equally funded. This has been erased too. So okay. the sentence finished by, and the final words of this direct is, and the National Caucus of Elected Women's Leaders, NCEWL, point. Final.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one thing that I don't want to get lost in my intervention is the need for proper funding. To simply say resourced doesn't go far enough.
Okay, what would you suggest?
I would suggest that under 2, therefore, starting at AFN Women's Council and First Nation Women's Councils and or groups to be properly resourced and funded.
And
equitably funded.
And equitably funded.
Yes.
Okay, and would you be okay just with this modification amendment, or everything else that we, the other changes, you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with the striking.
Okay.
That piece.
Thank you.
I just want to ensure that the funding piece is equitable and distributed properly amongst not just AFN, but our grassroots women's advocacy teams that have been mandated by our nations to continue on this work.
Thank you, and I think this addition you just suggested would do that. I think it's really good to represent what you just said. So I'm going to read it again, and then I'm going to look at the mover to see if she does agree with this. So to direct the AFN to ensure that the AFN Women's Council and First Nations women's groups across the country is properly resourced and, and equitably funded and at the forefront of advocacy for all First Nations women's issues as directed by AFN Resolutions 59, 2019, and then the title of this, work in partnership with First Nations Women's Councils on First Nations women's issues, including, but not limited to, MMIWG2S+, Gender-Based Analysis Plus, GBA Plus, Gender-Based Violence, GBV, and the National Caucus of Elected Women's Leaders, NCEWL. Microphone number 1, please, if the mover can mention or confirm if she agrees or no.
So the whole point of the resolution was to get additional funding for the AFN Women's Council because we have always been underfunded. And we are willing to share money with other women's organizations, but we can't give it all away. We need to be able to conduct the business that the issues that we're given to deal with. So I'm so sorry, but we're going to have to reject that amendment.
Okay. This is you're right. You're the mover, so the mover confirms she doesn't agree with the proposed amendment, but she agreed on the earlier amendment, so only made by proxy Kevin Hart. So the first amendment has been agreed upon, and the second one was not. Thank you very much. And I assume that the seconder, he agrees. Thank you, thank you. So the proposed amendment won't be included, the second one, but the first one, as mentioned, is approved. No one at the microphone, 1, 2, and neither on Zoom. The discussion is now, I saw that someone was there just earlier. Maybe she didn't have time. Chief, do you have something to say on draft resolution 9 before I close the discussion period? I really don't want to cut you off, so that's why I make sure that you can make your point. So microphone number 2, please. Yes, microphone
Thank
number
you.
2.
No, on the resolution, it's okay, because Laurie's dealing with it, and I trust her. What I was going to question is, it's not about that resolution, but yesterday, 1 and 2 on the Confederacy of Nations, that I'm wondering, is that going to come up? Because it is an organ of the charter of this organization. So I was going to question that. The reason why I'm questioning that is because last December, we didn't finish all the resolutions. This assembly is chaos. And there's going to be more resolutions and omnibus resolutions that are going to be brought in. I don't want the executive to deal with it because some of them impact our rights. And we have no regional chief.
Okay.
So I want to question that to see where they are going.
Okay.
Because they should come back to the next assembly, where the chiefs, because the chief is the appropriate body to address those resolutions.
Thank you very much for this. And as I was the one dealing with this, and yesterday or the 2 last days seem like 2 weeks for me, so I don't remember day 1, day 2. But I remember that the first 2 mover and seconder on ER1 and it wasn't DR, but on the Confederation of Nations, the 2 contradictory draft resolutions, the 2 movers and 2 seconders agreed to discuss and come back. So I cannot do more than repeat what they said, but everyone here, proxies and, chiefs and proxies, are free to present the draft resolutions they want to. So it is in your hand now. Thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Hello, thank you. My name is Chief Gould of the Abegood First Nation. I'd like to speak to that comment. Hello, everyone. My name is Roderick Gould, Jr. of the Abegood First Nation, the Muskrat Clan from Prince Edward Island, the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. I'm honored to be here today. I also am an acting regional chief for PEI. I'm also a part of the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. And I want to speak not to the table or the forum up there, not to the chiefs in assembly, but to the people in the background, to the people at our home, to our community, to our people that we represent. I want to show you why this body and this function still works. The Assembly of First Nation, we are the authority. We are the chiefs. We represent our people. What happened on draft resolution number 1 and draft resolution number 2, I want the people at home that are watching us, I want my family that are watching me and PEI on my Facebook Live feed as I explain to them the complexities of what they're seeing. What happened in procedure, that all charter issues are addressed first and set precedents for the following assembly, for all the chiefs in assembly. I met with the chief who seconded my motion to look at a non-functional part of the charter as a part of the chief who sits on the committee. It has something that's been there for years that hasn't been addressed at that committee level. My colleagues that sat on the committee as well countered that with the draft resolution number 2. This is what I want everybody to understand. This body does function. The chiefs in assembly, us the deciding bodies, we went to the back of the room, the 4 of us, from the East Coast to the West Coast, and we decided this is not the place to talk about authority. This is not the time. We, the 4 chiefs, agreed to table that, send it back to the committee, Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal, where we can have productive conversation and move it forward. We are a productive part of this assembly, and we have the power and authority to do it right, regardless of what's being said here, what's being said in the media. Remember that at home. The draft resolution number 1, draft resolution number 2, all 4 chiefs in assembly agreed to send it back to the proper place and come back to the chiefs in assembly with recommendations. Walalio.
Thank you very much. And before going to the floor again, I just want to mention and be really clear on this. It's really important that when the discussion period is open, it's only to discuss on the matter presented on the floor, which was draft resolution number 9. And we were going to a vote. I mentioned and I specified that the discussion period on DR number 9 was closed and we were proceed to a vote. So that's what we're going to do now. I don't want anyone here to be confused and start another discussion on something else. Let's please stay on this matter, but thank you very much for this exchange. I think it's very good, but I'm not allowing any other matters to be discussed at that time, but I'll get back to you. Thank you. We're just going to do the vote, and then I'll come back to you. Microphone number 9, number 9. I'm all confused now. Microphone number 2, please.
Hello, Charles Morvan, and just holding proxy for our Madam President of the Nisga'a Nation. I was just going to come up and because of where the discussion was going, and to rule those comments out of order because we're taking away from the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So it is my understanding that my comment was seconded. Thank you for that. But we're going back at the ranch. We're going to vote on the draft resolution number 9, and just want to confirm that only one proposed amendment was approved, and this amendment is the addition of, so number 2, direct the AFN to ensure that the AFN Women's Council and First Nations women's groups across the country is properly resourced. Is properly resourced. So the only addition is and First Nations women groups across the country. This is it. Okay? So now please open the vote on Zoom on draft resolution number 9. This draft resolution is entitled Support for the Assembly of First Nations Women's Council Mandate and Funding. And please, all of those against draft resolution number 9, please raise your lanyard, your red lanyard if you oppose. And I'm looking at my right to see if the counting is going on. We have the count. Okay, so now, any abstentions on draft resolution number 9? Please make sure we see you. Thank you. And now, final question. Please, chiefs and proxies, those in favor of draft resolution number 9, please raise your red lanyard. If you carry 2, raise the 2. And as the counting is going on, I'm looking at my left to see if we have chiefs and proxies on the line, on the phone line. Please confirm me, I'm looking at you. Do we have anyone on the line? I'll wait until I have an answer on that. If someone responsible for the phone line can please let me know if we have participants on the phone line. And please keep your red lanyards. Okay, you can lower. Thank you. And I still haven't received the confirmation for the phone lines. No one. Thank you so much. No one on the phone line. This ends the vote on draft resolution number 9, support for the Assembly of First Nations Women's Council mandate and funding. Thank you very much. We're waiting for the final results that will include you in the assembly floor, on the floor, and all participants, chiefs and proxies on Zoom. So we're waiting. Okay. But we'll get back to you with final results, but we confirm that this draft resolution, it was clear, it carried, okay? Thank you very much, but we'll confirm the numbers later. Thank you so much. And now, please welcome my colleague, Cedric.
So welcome back. We will now be going towards draft resolution number 15, First Nations determination of the reforms to the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle ordered through the 2022 Canadian Human Rights Tribunal Ruling 8. We have our mover, Duke Pelletier. Is Duke Pelletier in the room? I see mover Duke Pelletier here. And seconded by Lawrence Latander, who I do not believe we have with us. I'll look towards the floor in our Zoom for a seconder, and I see we have proxy Kevin Hart, who is waving his hand and confirming you want to second. I have confirmation, so our seconder will be proxy Kevin Hart. We have the revised resolution up on the screen. We will read them for the record. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, call on Canada to honor its nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations by immediately recognizing First Nations' inherent right to care for their children and families, regardless of whether they reside on or off reserve. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN in parentheses, to make a submission to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, CHRT in parentheses, requesting that they support First Nations' right to self-determination by ordering that all funding provided through the 2022 CHRT 8 ruling be disbursed to First Nations in order for them to determine how to allocate this funding between their governance and FNCFS agencies. 3, call on Canada to redirect provincial and territorial funding for First Nations children living off reserve 2 First Nations reclaiming jurisdiction over their children and families. 4, call on Canada to ensure that any First Nations exercising jurisdiction over child and family services will not receive less funding than they would have received had they remained under the reformed First Nations Child and Family Services Program following the implementation of 2022 CHRT 8. Those are all the therefore be it resolved. So we will open the discussion period, and I will go to our remover, Chief Duke Pelletier. If we could have microphone number 1 open, please.
Wani.
You have 5 minutes.
Nigan Wosa Ganabat Yeni Dishnakas, Kondo Dem, Wiquem Kongeni Benjaba, Migwechwak Gainok Nishnabek Mopi Enjabat, Gobegijik Libabi Jage, Sogon Jajagim Babi Jage Mandawi Batama, Benojim Nanik, Chapi 10 dogs a jik. Panageni Makwen Mak, Gakanomagik. Nem de gewa shikamba. Menawa gets it mapi ganakit. Penegi the batman benojim nanik of the kui makwen mananak. Midish geni ejin nakit mageni gema eyaoya. Dan kit toge nishnabek geni benjamba. So good morning, everyone, chiefs and delegates, regional chiefs, national chief. This resolution here is in regards to children, and in particular the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling, as well as the negotiated settlement. And in my language, I remembered many of the voices that I continue to hear that have taught me and provided some words of wisdom to this assembly as well as other assemblies that I've attended, both with the Anishinaabe Nation, the Chiefs of Ontario. And I think of those ones, Shikamba, the late Gordon Wendebees. He'd always tell us to remember about the children, as well as our late elder here, Elmer Kershane. He would always take time to speak to the children and the Youth Council. And it's been my responsibility on behalf of the Anishinaabe Nation, by being appointed as the Children's Commissioner, to ensure that children's rights and their services be maintained within the family homes. And this resolution speaks to that inherent right for our families to be supported by our leadership, supported by the First Nations, in determining the best course of action for those children that we're speaking of. And we welcome and celebrate the accomplishments of the Assembly of First Nations and the First Nation Child and Caring Society and Dr. Cindy Blackstock, and in her approach to ensure that our children receive the best possible supports and services. And this resolution speaks to allowing for that to happen by respecting our self-determination, by respecting our ability as leaders in our communities to provide for those services for our children and our families. We've been fortunate enough to gain access to these additional resources of late, and it's something that has caused a great deal of excitement in my community because the funds are for prevention. And I believe that every First Nation across the country has that same focus. When we're calling for change, we want to ensure that prevention remains the focus on behalf of our children and our families. The agencies themselves, they have a role. However, it's up to our governments to determine how they interact with our children. It's time for us to make those decisions on our own, and this resolution speaks to having the resources directed and allow that decision to be made by our own local First Nations. Miigwech.
Thank you to Chief Duke Pelletier as our mover. I will now look towards our seconder, Proxy Kevin Hart, for opening comments in this discussion. If we can have him set up on screen and unmuted, please. So Proxy Kevin Hart, you would have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd like to second this very important piece of work. As you know, leaders, C92 is a very work that was guided by our great people there. But before we talk about the resolution, I want to just take a moment. I want to thank Regent TG and the 3 host nations, as well as the national chief and the regional chief for hosting us there in Vancouver this week, and for especially our relatives from the BC region for being such gracious hosts to us this week. Let's give them all a big round of applause, including the technicians and all the AFN staff. Moving on, as we see this important resolution come forward, it talks about getting something that we've always talked about and been given direction by elders, by grandmothers, by women, by you as the chiefs and the different chiefs committees that I participated in the past, and that this direction comes forward. We always heard time and time again, we need resources. There was never any resources before we talk about prevention. Now there's resources here. It's better. It's not much when we talk about resources. It's hard fought resources, and I want to thank our portfolio holder, Regional Chief Woodhouse, as well as the Chiefs Committee for their ongoing hard work and dedication to that. And that, you know, good people like there in the BC region, you know, I think of people like Mary TG and of course Cindy Blackstock for all their hard work and dedication all these years into child welfare, including the CHRT and the development of C92. You know, we have to hold up our warriors, and especially our women that have led the way, that have, you know, along the way given us instructions as well as lessons learned. So let's thank them for that. Let's get these resources to the First Nations, because they have been dedicated and instructed to us by our chiefs to get those resources there, because after all, we are definitely talking about our most important precious resource, our children. And that C92 now gives that sovereignty back to us as First Nations people. And it is indeed was an honor as your past portfolio holder to co-draft that legislation with a great woman. Of course, you know, they're in that region there, Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon. So take care, everybody. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Proxy Kevin Hart. I'm seeing the time and I'm seeing the amount of people already at our microphones, so I'll do one last call. And after our next speaker, I will close the speakers list just to make sure that we could keep going forward. So if we could start with microphone number 1.
Chief Doris Bill, Yukon. I just asked for a friendly amendment here. Just the political dynamics in the Yukon, we don't have a child welfare agency in which we can flow the funding through. And not all Yukon First Nations belong to the advocacy body of CY, the Council of Yukon First Nations, CYFN. So I'd like to add that this be flowed directly to self-governing First Nations in the Yukon territory. If we can add that, I'm good with this resolution otherwise. Thank you.
In which point would you like to add that, Chief Bill?
Perhaps, I'm just thinking, on the first line, ruling be dispersed to First Nations and self-governing First Nations in the Yukon in order for them to determine how to allocate this funding. It's just a suggestion. If anybody has any better way to amend that, yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll look towards our resolutions committee to see if they've got the wording. The way I see it is in therefore be it resolved number 2. We go requesting that they support First Nations' right to self-determination by ordering that all funding provided through the 2022 CHRT 8 ruling be dispersed to First Nations and self-governing First Nations in the Yukon in order for them to determine how to allocate this funding. I look towards Chief Bill. Good for you. I will look towards our mover, who gives me a thumbs up, so the amendment is accepted as proposed. As stated, I will now be closing the speakers list, so those who are already at the podiums or at the microphones will be heard, and then we will be moving on. So, if I could have microphone 2 open, proxy Doug Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Generally in favor of the resolution. Mindful of those 2 very powerful young women that spoke yesterday. They talked about children wherever they are and in whatever circumstances they find themselves in, and future generations. And that's the nature of my concern. I had a good chat with our champion from British Columbia, Cindy Blackstock, from the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada. She had a number of questions. She's not opposed to the work. She's concerned about making sure that we leave no child behind and that we make sure that we address all of the concerns. And we talked about past efforts for children like Jordan's Principle and how long that's taken to go from unanimous consent by members of Parliament to funding hitting the ground in the regions, and then government not doing a very good job of delivering on Jordan's Principle. And we're very afraid of the same kind of dynamic with this $20 billion. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose what I consider a friendly amendment in number 2. Direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, comma, in collaboration with the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada, comma, to make a joint submission.
So we have a proposed amendment, therefore be resolved 2. Direct the Assembly of First Nations in collaborations with the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society to make a joint submission. I will look towards our mover. If I could have microphone 1 open, please.
Can you reread that again? Sorry.
So, in whereas 2, and if we could have whereas, or therefore be it resolved 2 posted to the screen, it might help. Thank you. So the new wording would be direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN in parentheses, in collaboration with the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society to make a joint submission to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Microphone 1, please.
I feel it would be beneficial that the Child and Caring Society make their own submission. It perhaps may create more weight for the children that they're representing. So I would suggest perhaps not a joint submission, but support a submission from the Child and Caring Society.
So the proposed wording has been refused, as I understand. And a new proposed amendment by our mover would be to direct the Assembly of First Nations to make a submission to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal requesting that they support First Nations' right to self-determination by ordering what we did with the amended with the self-governing First Nations in the Yukon. And at the end, we would add a section and collaborate with the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society. I would look towards our seconder, Proxy Kevin Hart. If you would
Yes, I would look for clarification from the portfolio holder. The direction from our Chiefs Committee was on this resolution because it is our Chiefs Committees and such. I believe that the intent of the resolution is to ensure that resources go to First Nation government that govern their people. I think there is funding as well as going forward.
Can our technical staff try to see with Proxy Kevin Hart if there's any way to fix his microphone? It is echoing quite significantly. I heard at first, though, that you would like Regional Chief Woodhouse to speak to the matter. She is not in the assembly room. What we can do, just for time's sake, is put this to the side for now, continue with our other speakers, and then we'll reconfirm the language and come back to that before closing. So, if I can go to microphone number 2.
Good morning, proxy for Chief John French, Takla Nation. I'm Mary Tiji. I'm the Executive Director, Child and Family Services for Carriers County Family Services. I am also the Chair for the Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors Forum here in BC. I also represent British Columbia and the National Advisory Committee for Child and Family Services Reform, and I am the President of the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society and a proud board member of the First Nations Caring Society for the last 16 years. I'm just going to let you know that I have my 3 minutes, but I also have my 3 minutes from my second sister here, because this is too important. I think that one of the only things that we should have been discussing in the last few days is this issue around child and family. We have the largest settlement in Canadian history, $40 billion. We have one shot at it to make sure that no child is left behind, to make sure that there is substantive equality for all our children and families, and we can't be rushed to do that. Yesterday, there was a talk of compensation and there was a panel, and I just want to commend all our representative plaintiffs. But we would not have been at this point in our history with talking about $40 billion had it not been for Cindy Blackstock. Yet I did not hear her mentioned once yesterday. We must give credit where credit is due. We've had many people that have helped us along the way. Right now, our Caring Society, we have President Ray Shingus. When we first took this to court back in 2000, we started in 2003, 2004. We never thought it was going to take us this many years to get here. So finally, after 16 years of fighting, we're here. We got the money, we got the ruling in 2016. We are now negotiating the final settlement agreement based on the agreement in principle. I want our chiefs to know that I did have a draft resolution that's not going to make it to the floor. I do have copies I will present to you because it's something that you should know. Did you know that there is a push by Canada and by some of our lawyers to push us so that we are out of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal jurisdiction in December, that we would have a new reform funding by April. We have not completed the work yet. In order for us to get out of the jurisdiction, we need something there to protect us. We know that Canada has not done anything from the goodness of their heart and because they were willing, they were forced to. We're still 22 non-compliance orders, 3 federal orders. Every step of the way, they fought us, and we've been in court again and again and again. Now we're going to get out from underneath the jurisdiction of the CHRT when there's still too many unanswered questions? I don't think so. We need to ensure that we have an ADR, a really protected system, so that if anything goes wrong, that we have some recourse. So those timelines, what we're asking for is to be extended. Canada and the AFN lawyers don't disagree with us at the society. We have technical advice from the National Advisory Council to advise, to say this is what's happening on the ground, this is what's happening in remote communities, this is what's happening in the rest of Canada, to say this is what we need, these are the changes. We need to know how much it costs for prevention in every part of Canada. Every chief should know what is in the agreements before it is filed in federal court. Did everybody know what was in the compensation final agreement? We didn't receive it until the night before. This is Cindy Blackstock that didn't receive it until the night before. I think there's certain things that we must practice due diligence. We cannot rush this. We're not saying that we're going to need 2 or 3 years. For heaven's sakes, we want it to be ending too, but we have work to do. We still, especially in British Columbia, we still need to get all of the information from the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. All the chiefs across Canada have received surveys. Those still have not been compiled. You have just the regional chiefs have just received money to enter into consultation with their provinces to find out what does prevention mean to you and how much does that cost by September 30th. We still don't have enough time because July and August we're out in the land fishing, hunting, gathering food. How are you going to get the information? So we're asking for some more time for that. I think the resolution as it is, I will speak to the resolution now. One thing for certain, when we talk about self-determination, I 100% agree with the resolution in principle. However, there are certain wordings I think that we would like to propose. One is that when we talk about the money to be dispersed, it's to First Nations, the self-governing Yukon, and or their authorized service providers. Right now, in the rest of Canada, there are systems already where agencies are working with their nations, and the nations have given them the mandate, how they're going to deliver their services. So we want to ensure that is still there. In some of our communities, we know this, it's the first time they're ever receiving prevention dollars. And so how are we need to build capacity, we need to support each other, so it should be up to the nations who have already given the mandate to the agencies. So that's what I'm proposing, to be dispersed to First Nations and or their authorized service providers, whoever that may be. The other piece that I think I need to bring to your attention, we need to ensure that a clear and transparent process be developed to prevent under any circumstances the interruption of existing child and family services, including prevention services and least disruptive measures. So if there's an agency already and you're going to say, okay, we're no longer going to fund you, those services would have to stop. And they're the ones that are doing the work on the ground and the designated or the delegated work. The third addition, and I do have this written down, I'll just give it to you.
Please and thank you.
Direct that a clear and transparent process be developed to protect First Nations from exposure to legal liability resulting from the delivery of child and family services. Right now, the agencies are protected by a master insurance program. When the nations themselves, when they get the funding, they have to ensure that they're not doing the delegated work because they are not protected by any insurance, and it's hard to get insurance. So we need to figure out how we can protect the First Nations. So those are the amended changes that I have.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you do have them in writing, I would suggest that you bring them to the Resolutions Committee so that we can confirm the exact wording. Before going to the proposed amendments, I will return to those that were suggested earlier. So the new wording for therefore be it resolved 2, we have those that were already accepted. And at the end, we would add and support the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada to make their submission. Approval? So I see our mover giving me a thumbs up, approving the proposed amendment to add and support the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada to make their submission to therefore be it resolved to. Thank you. I will now look towards our resolution committee for those that are proposed by Mary Teegee. We have 2 more speakers on our speakers list also, to note that. As the Resolutions Committee is working on that, we will go to microphone number 2 and come back with the appropriate wording. So, microphone number 2, please.
Chief Vera Mitchell from Poplar River First Nation in Manitoba. I want to speak in support of the resolution, but I just want to make some points, just so we're all aware of what specifically we're asking for in this resolution. Like specifically, therefore it be resolved, number 1, it points out the residency regardless of whether they reside on or off reserve. And it also calls on Canada to provide funding for children living off reserve. Because I wanna point out, and it's written in there on section G, point 1. Canada will provide prevention funding in a per capita amount of $2,500 to First Nations and or First Nation agencies, but the population that is discussed there is only on-reserve population. The funding that is received is only for on-reserve. I want to share with you that, and we all know this, poverty is one of the primary causes of child apprehension. And many of our people relocate from reserves due to lack of housing, due to lack of health services and other resources, and some people leave because of employment and education. And families, when they're in crisis off reserve, they turn to their First Nation for assistance. We're all aware that on-reserve funding targets on-reserve population only, and prevention funding recently announced only provides prevention money for on-reserve. So in most of our cases in Manitoba, the child welfare agencies do provide services to our off-reserve people, but this doesn't allow them to. And so we need to really tell the government that, this prevention funds limits and denies our members that live off reserve the necessary resources for reunification, and they need and assistance. So we need to make sure that is done. We have to hold the government to task and provide funding for off-reserve members too.
Well, you have proposed wording for one of the therefore be it resolved.
No.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker, if I can have microphone number 2, Chief Crowchild.
All right. I promise to be friendly and stay within line. But I want to just make a correction. On the first one, it's just a word. And you see, in our languages, it's really hard to grasp it in the English language because that's alien to us. But here it says, call on Canada to honor its nation to nation. I resent calling Canada a nation. This is all our territory. We possess historic continuity on our territories. We are the nations. We have our own languages, which you don't find in other countries. All of the Canadian languages come from other countries. And I'm not being racist, I'm just telling you a fact. We possess historic continuity. Our peoples entered into treaty with another nation, that is Great Britain. And if it weren't for our treaties, this government or this state of Canada won't be in our territories. And I don't want to continue elevating them, making them think they supersede us or they're equal to us. We are the First Nations of this land because the Creator gave it to us. We have jurisdiction over our children. The Creator gave them to us. We have our own customs and traditions and our principles on how to take care of those children that are loaned to us from the Creator. That's our responsibility. So I just want to correct my friend Kevin up there on TV, wherever you are, on Zoom. He talked about C-92. If you look at C-92, and I'm going to raise it because it was raised here, and he wasn't corrected to be in line, to be in order. When C-92 came in, the previous national chief encouraged the chiefs to support it. I questioned him on it. He's my friend, but I questioned him on it because I was taught to stand up for what I believe in. C-92, the legislation gave Canada supreme authority over us. Creator gave us that authority, not Canada. That's why we went against it. We have the jurisdiction. We're the First Nations. We have a right of self-determination, not what's granted by the government of Canada, who's only a state. So I wanted to make that correction. So I'm asking for a friendly amendment. Call on Canada to honor its government-to-government relationship with First Nations. I think it's easy, and I hope you accept my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Crowchild. Before we get to Chief Crowchild's amendment, we will go to those suggested by Mary Teegee. So we had in Therefore Be It Resolved 2, the addition after the 2022 CHRT 8 ruling be dispersed to the First Nations. We had also already agreed upon and self-governing First Nations in the Yukon, but also the addition and or their First Nations authorized providers. Is that the appropriate language? So I'd look towards our mover for this first amendment. And the addition of and or their First Nations authorized providers. Could I have microphone 1, please?
I believe that the very last part of this sentence addresses that, because the First Nations, in order for them to determine how to allocate this funding, it's repetitive.
So are you rejecting?
No, I'm rejecting, yes.
Rejecting the first proposed amendment. The second proposed amendment is for the addition of a Therefore Be It Resolved. Direct that a clear and transparent process be developed to prevent, under any circumstances, the interruption of existing child and family services, including prevention services and least disruptive measures. So this would be a new Therefore Be It Resolved that would be added. I will reread it. Direct that a clear and transparent process be developed to prevent, under any circumstances, the interruption of existing child and family services, including prevention services and least disruptive measures. I will look towards our mover on microphone 1, please.
I'd love to have a crystal ball and wonder what some of those issues might be. And my understanding within the actual agreement is that there is dispute resolution processes that have been identified. And without having knowledge of what potentially some of those risks might be, I'm inclined to not agree to that amendment right now.
So the suggested Therefore Be It Resolved is not accepted. The final suggested amendment by Mary Tiji is the addition of another, therefore be it resolved, direct that a clear and transparent process be developed to protect First Nations from exposure to legal liability resulting from delivery of child and family services. I would look towards our mover.
I would wish for insurance to be provided to my council also, but we make decisions on a daily basis affecting children, and there's no area that's going to accept liability for our decisions. So I'm not sure exactly why that's being requested. Miigwech.
So just to confirm for the record, you are rejecting the proposed amendment. I have a head nod from mover Duke Pelletier. We now go to Chief Crowchild's requested amendments to modify in proxy Crowchild, I'm sorry, to modify, therefore be it resolved 1, call on Canada to honor, we would remove nation to nation and add honor its government to government relationship with First Nations. I look towards our mover.
I think to keep it simple, I would just propose that to honor its relationship with First Nations, because many of us have unique relationships, and some of them are not defined as of yet.
So the suggestion is to refuse the proposed amendment.
I would suggest to remove nation to nation.
Yes. I look towards our seconder to see if you agree with the removal of nation to nation. Proxy Kevin Hart. I see you nodding and a thumbs up on the screen. So if we could have that removed, thank you. We will now go into the vote period. So I have to look towards consensus. The speakers list has been closed, Mary, I'm sorry. The amendments were refused. The speakers list was closed. There are other processes later. Sorry. So I now must look towards if we have consensus from the floor. So is anyone opposed? I will ask one last time, do we have any opposition towards adopting by consensus? Seeing none. Draft resolution number 15, First Nations determinations of the reforms to the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle ordered through the 2022 Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling 8 is adopted by consensus. Thank you. And now to send us off towards lunch, I would ask my speaker. You asked for consensus first. We had consensus, no one opposed. I asked twice. Once we approve it by consensus, we don't need to go towards a vote. So to go towards lunch, I will ask Weena to come with her closing statement.
Merci, Cédric. Merci, Cédric. Est-ce que je vous ai dit que j'aimais travailler avec Cédric? C'est mon partenaire de choix avec qui animer les assemblées ici. C'était une note éditoriale. Maintenant, we will break for lunch for 30 minutes. We'll be back, 30 minutes-ish. We'll be back at 1 p.m. So 30 minutes, we break, 1 p.m. The announcement for the final resort for DR9 just before we break. The final resort, draft resolution 9, Women Council, floor plus Zoom. It's 141 total, 3 opposed, 3 abstain. Of course, it carried. We will reconvene at 1. And Cedric had mentioned an announcement on COVID to make, but we'll do that right after. Just wanted to make sure that you know that we have a hard break at 2. We have 4 ministers coming this afternoon after 2, so we have a hard break at 2 and a hard break, and we shall be the closing around 5. So we have some time left for regional chief reports and omnibus. Don't know which one we're going to do. We'll have to check with resolution committee for that. and to get their advice. Thank you so much. Have good lunch. Thank you. Bye. See you at 1. Good afternoon. We mentioned a bit earlier that we were gonna reconvene at 1. It is now 10 past 1, so thank you to be all there. No, I'm kidding. But really, thank you for those that are there. It's really appreciated. Thank you so much, and thank you for I don't know what, but everything. No, I'm kidding, but we'll wait some few minutes because for obvious reason, but just want to maybe make sure that we know what is the plan for this afternoon. So just a second. Okay, so this afternoon, we have 4 hours to go to our closing time, which is 5. So we also have a hard break at 2. So the time that we are losing now is time to discuss draft resolution. Just wanting to point this out because at 2, it's we have guests, and the first guest we have at 2 p.m. the interim leader of the Green Party of Canada, Amita Kotner, will be here with us at 2, and then at 3 we receive the visit of the Honourable Mark Miller, following at 3:30. By the Honourable Patty Ajdu, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and just to make sure that you're all aware that the Honourable Mark Miller is the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Sorry, there are, okay, there is a, I'm sorry, there is a mistake in my annotated agenda, so, elle est ministre de quoi, non, Patty Ajdu? So Patty Ajdu is the Minister of Indigenous Service Canada, and Mark Miller, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Sorry for that mistake. And then we receive David Lametti, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. And we will receive at 4:30 the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh. So this will lead us to the closing remarks by the National Chief, the closing prayer. We might have a healing ceremony as well, organized with Regional Chief TG, with drummers from Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. Remembering that they're hosting this event, not an event, but this AGA of the AFN. Alors, je peux peut-être dire à mes amis francophones qui sont peut-être dans la salle, je ne sais pas, je n'en vois pas vraiment, mais pour vous dire que nous souhaitons recommencer dès que possible, mais à ce moment, on a besoin d'avoir votre présence. Alors, le moment qu'on pourra reprendre jusqu'à 2 heures, c'est le moment qu'on a pour parler des résolutions et les rapports des chefs régionaux. Alors, on est en attente. Vas-y. Cedric has an important thing to mention in regards to COVID situation. He wants to mention something. So, Cedric, to you.
Well, Meliagwich, good afternoon, everyone. To those joining us also on Zoom in our hybrid format. So, Weena went over the agenda that's proposed for this morning, for this afternoon, but we also wanted to take the time and inform you that available in room 108, so outside the assembly doors in the hallway, we do have a COVID testing room where we have different resources that are available to you. So you have access to masks, a hand sanitizer, and even self-testing kits. So for when you go back home, to be safe and ensure the security of our communities. So just wanted to make sure that this was said, and we'll probably repeat it before we end the day. So in order to allow time for our chiefs and proxies to enter the room, we will begin with the address from Vice Regional Chief Pratt. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric.
I remembered your name.
Thank you, Cedric. I wasn't sure if Cedric remembered my name. I'll be real brief this afternoon, folks. I know that we have a lot of ministers in the House. There's probably a lot of caucuses that are meeting right now with some of the ministers that are here. And I will be very brief with Chief Cameron. Chief Cameron could not be here today. You know, we talk a lot about our leaders and the importance of family. And I just want to say that Chief Cameron has suffered some losses as of late with his family. And he's there to support his family and also visit with one of his sons who is married into the U.S. and could only find the time to visit with him this week. So he sends his regrets, but he's with us in spirit. I've been providing him updates daily. And of course, his old lovable, easygoing self is very excited about all of the updates and hearing about all the progress we're making. I'll be real brief in his report. Of course, Chief Cameron does have the education portfolio for the AFN. And one of the most important things that we want to highlight, first of all, I want to acknowledge the territory that we're under today, which is the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations and people of the Coast Salish. I acknowledge you for inviting us on your territory, the elders that raised the pipes this morning. And I'm going to shorten down the report this afternoon, talk mainly about the highlights. And one of the biggest highlights in the effectiveness of the AFN and the Education Secretariat is that a long overdue investment of an additional $25 million to the Education Partnership funding for National Budget 2022-2023. So there is an increase coming in education, and that's because of the advocacy of the regional chief portfolio holder, and of course the staff at the AFN and the Chiefs Committee on Education. So I want to acknowledge their great work and those investments that are coming. We know that there's a number of challenges that we're facing right now within the education, but I'm very happy that that investment is coming. Every dollar is critical at the community level. Another area that we're working on at the AFN is infrastructure. There's been major capital projects in education, and in the next 5 years, we've itemized that First Nations are going to need more than $4.7 billion in capital needs for school and teachers' construction, additions, and planning. So today, you know, I just want to update that ISC has refused to include or recognize major capital in transformative educational agreements with First Nations, which directly contradicts First Nations control of First Nations education. So we're asking the chiefs today to support the resolution, which will provide the mandate to begin a co-development process to obtain the authorities to First Nations to include capital and education infrastructure needs into new or existing education agreements. So that resolution will be coming to the chiefs this afternoon. We're asking for you to support that. Of course, we're also telling us languages and cultural heritage is another important key file and priority that we are working on at the AFN. And our languages as First Nations people are core to our worldviews, our traditions. They're integral to our ceremonies and who we are as First Nations people. So we know that right now we're doing some important work on developing a First Nations languages funding model. So I want to acknowledge the work that's been going on with that work, as well as the chiefs that have been sitting on that committee. The funding model has been finalized. It's being brought to you, chiefs, to the Assembly for a vote on today. We're asking you to support for the First Nations language model, and we urge the chiefs to review the First Nations language funding model and related resolution to improve how funding flows to First Nations communities and organizations. First Nations languages are a priority across Turtle Island, and we must keep the government accountable to the fulfillment of the Indigenous Languages Act and the promise to provide adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding. Of course, we also want to voice our support. We have huge concerns with Bill C-96, an act respecting French, the official and common language of Quebec, which once again the Quebec government did unilaterally without the consultation of First Nations people, and completely not respecting the fact that there are numerous First Nations languages within those territories of Quebec. So we want to voice our support to Regional Chief Ghislain Picard, as well as the chiefs of the Quebec region, to let them know that this is a violation and an infringement on their rights, particularly under the UNDRIPA. The Indigenous Languages Act is a priority and rights. It recognizes the priorities and rights of First Nations. So we want to be on the record today that these are continuing to create barriers for Indigenous peoples to restore their languages, promote their languages, and preserve them for future generations. So in conclusion today, that's a brief itemized report. That's the redacted report today, because we know that time is of the essence and there are many ministers that are waiting. But we do want to thank you for being here today, chiefs. We ask you to support these resolutions. And for all of you that are heading home after the Assembly today and tomorrow, we wish you safe travels. On behalf of Chief Bobby Cameron, on behalf of our 74 First Nations within the Saskatchewan region, we thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here, to participate, to be on your territory, and we look forward to gathering again at the Winter AGA the first week of December. Miigwech, Mercy Cho, Padamia, Panamia, and Hi Hi. And I want to acknowledge our chairs for doing an excellent job. Let's give them a hand clap. They had a tough couple days here. It was like refereeing an old boxing brawl, but they did a good job.
Thank you.
Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Thank you.
Merci. Thank you.
Well, I'll invite Chief Pratt. So, we just want to go through a few housekeeping issues, seeing the number of chiefs that are present. We'll get a confirmed number for online, but there are still things that we do have to get through. So one is on rules and procedures and process for when resolutions do not come to the Assembly floor. So I just want to read in other notes on point 1, which is page 41 of rules and procedures in your booklets. If the allotted time for resolution debate and vote expires, the session will be closed unless a majority of delegates present vote to extend the allotted time. If the resolutions do not get debated due to time constraints or lack of quorum, the co-chairs may refer the draft resolutions to the next AFN Executive Committee meeting with recommendations for their consideration. So this is just to say that, as happens in the AGAs, whenever we get to a point or we do not complete the agenda for the day, remaining resolutions that have yet to be presented to the Assembly will be brought to the AFN Executive for their consideration at that point. They will then choose what to do with these resolutions, either delay them to another Assembly or decide on them as the Executive, as the rules and procedures recognize their right. Looking to see if we have any of our regional chiefs here for their updates, but we do understand that a lot of our caucuses have meetings with different ministers. Not that I see. And seeing that we do not have quorum so that we cannot proceed with votes on the different resolutions that had to be presented today, what we would think as chairs might be advisable. What we think would be advisable was to go into recess until 1:50, so allow ourselves a 10-minute buffer. And at this point, it'll give you the chance to go to our trade show that we have here on the right-hand side over there, as well as we mentioned earlier, go get your COVID testing kits, your masks, and those things that can help protect you and your families. So, seeing no regional chiefs entering the room, we will call for recess until 1:50. Thank you very much. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, cousins, brothers, sisters. To the AFN-AGA, thank you for being patient with us and taking the time that we had to. We will be looking towards our Green Party representatives to come around 2 p.m., so we have another 5 minutes. I just want to take the time also to highlight certain things. So as I mentioned earlier, in room 108, you'll see there's a table outside the door now with access to self-testing kits, masks, hand sanitizer, so that if ever you do so desire, you can go pick some up. They're there, offered to you by the AFN to ensure the safety of your families, your communities, etc. So I'm going to look towards my staff, see we don't have them yet. The way we're thinking of proceeding is, as we said, we have our distinguished guests here from 2 o'clock, so we will take the time to go through those. We have certain times where we might have regional chief updates, or they might be posted online so that all chiefs across Turtle Island have access to them. The executive will take care of ensuring that the follow-up necessary is given so that all regional chiefs can give their sector updates. You do also have these booklets that are made available to you outside a bit everywhere. The issues updates for 21-22. So this has information from different sectors on what has been done with the files, where the files are headed, etc. So at the very least, pick this up on your way out, and we will see how to get the regional chiefs updates to all chiefs across Turtle Island. Just want to... So, before we get we have an additional very distinguished guest here with us today. I was just informed that Chantal Moore's family is present at the Assembly. In order to allow them adequate time to address the issues which we are all very well aware of, we will proceed with the Green Party at 2 o'clock in the next few minutes. And at 2:30, we were supposed to have a break. We will give the floor to Chantal Moore's family to be able to address the Assembly. We will also have, depending on time availability at that point, Regional Chief Antoine here to provide his sector update. As we said, we will also look towards virtual options to be able to offer these to the chiefs. Off the stage to my co-chair, Weena, to get us started with the Green Party. To give you a quick explanation of how the process will work with our distinguished guests is a 10-minute opportunity to address the Assembly, and then we will have 20 minutes for questions following that will be moderated by myself or Weena. So, Weena, the stage is yours. Yes.
Bonjour, Kwe. I want to finish with some French. Sorry. Alors, nous allons poursuivre la journée, l'après-midi, avec en premier le leader du interim leader of the Green Party of Canada, et nous allons accueillir Anita Cutner, interim leader, donc la chef par intérim du Green Party, du Parti vert, et Rainbow Eyes, qui est la vice-chef, donc deputy leader du Parti vert, du Green Party. Alors, comment ça va fonctionner? Ils sont ici pour 30 minutes. Nous allons les inviter et ensuite, ils auront une période de 30 minutes. Alors, ce qu'on va faire, c'est qu'on devrait mettre sur le chronomètre, donc le timer. On va mettre 10 minutes pour les deux invités et ensuite pour leur présentation et ensuite on aura 20 minutes pour les questions et réponses. Alors, once we introduce the leader of the Green Party of Canada, Amita Kuttner, interim leader, and Rainbow Eyes, deputy leader of the Green Party, they have a 10-minute time limit for their speech, their address to you, and then they have a 20 minutes period for question and answers, and we'll be doing what we just did since Tuesday. So microphone 1, 2, Zoom. We won't forget you, Zoom participants, and we're sorry if sometimes it's hard for you not being here, but we'll manage it like that. So let me introduce you and invite to come to the stage Anita Kuttner, interim leader, and Rainbow Eyes, deputy leader of the Green Party, to come and join me on the stage. Oh, sorry, c'est pas là, hein? C'est quoi? I'm sorry, I've been told that they were ready, they were not, so the usual. we will confirm once we know. Sorry. Everything has changed, so we are all on the same boat, I think, at that time, and we all have to be patient and comprehensive. Okay.
So finally, we were informed, and I'd like to recognize interim leader from the Green Party and deputy leader for accepting to say that Chantal Moore's family should be first to address this assembly. So I'd like to invite our distinguished guests to join me on stage, please.
We need chairs. It's going to go through the chairs. Thank you for.
So ladies and gentlemen, cousins, brothers, sisters, I'd like to introduce Martha Martin, Chantal Moore's mother.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank our nations for having us in to do our business. It's important work that we're doing. As most of you know, on June 4th of 2020, my daughter Chantal Moore was shot and killed on a wellness call. I would receive a knock on the door at 2:19 in the morning. And at 4:19, they would come back to tell me that my daughter had been that she had been shot and killed. They were concerned for her safety. They thought that somebody was there stalking her. And they wanted to go and check to make sure that she was safe. And with no hesitation, I gave them my daughter's address. They thought, oh gosh, sorry. So they thought that somebody was there stalking her, and that was the reason why they were called in. And today I stand up here as a mother to fight for the biggest battle I've ever had to fight. Because I'm not the only one fighting for for my daughter since the passing, and for my son as well. 5 months after my daughter was shot and killed by the police, my son died in police custody. I have made a commitment to fight for change. I fight for change for my granddaughter who lost her mom. Gracie deserves to have a safe environment. And some of those changes that we're fighting to have would be body cams implemented across the country on every police officer within this country. Training, culture training. For police to create programs for specialized Indigenous teams for all policing and so these are some of the recommendations that we sat with the Willistic Chief and the Grand Chief in New Brunswick. Was after a police discharges his gun, that they would do a detailed psychological assessment for every officer before reinstated back to work. I'm here today to say that I'm not going to go anywhere, and I will continue to make noise and continue to advocate for my daughter, my son, and every other mother that's lost their children. Enough is enough. Let's stand together, because together we are stronger. And in the back, oh, I don't see it. We have Chantal's Tree of Hope. And we were hoping to get, do you want to tap on that for me, please?
Chu, Buklasis, Chiyatlamka. My name is Anna Masu. In the name of mothers, grandmothers, sisters, aunties, we are asking you, chiefs in assembly, business owners, allies, to support Chantal's Tree of Life, Tree of Hope. We need your help to create an app that will help protecting our children's lives. We have heard many issues this past week without solutions. Today, we are presenting a solution. We need action. We saw this past week the support of many nations across Turtle Island. It made us strongly believe that when we get together, we can accomplish anything. Put our own minds and our hearts to. I am asking you today to put your heart into Chantal's Tree of Life and make it a reality. Chu.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Quay, Chief Alan Polchis here from the Wolastoqey Territory, where Chantal's life was taken. What I'm calling upon the Assembly and all the chiefs here is that we need to keep the narrative the same. Justice needs to prevail. The Wolastoqey chiefs, my fellow chiefs, we called not for once, not twice, but 3 times for an inquiry to the province of New Brunswick. We had to plead with the Premier. Premier Higgs is his name, and unfortunately he didn't see that an inquiry was necessary. Gave a coroner's inquest instead. This is not the first time that an Indigenous person in my province that I call home was killed by the police. Rodney Levi, and others. So what I'm asking on behalf of Chantal and all the other Indigenous people across this country, there's about 2,000 of them, if you look it up. We need to have the provinces or the federal government to take responsibility. There's nobody taking responsibility for Chantal's death. No one. The Premier told us that it cost too much. Cost too much. That was a life. Now Gracie doesn't have a mother. We have a responsibility, chiefs. We have a responsibility for the voices of the children that don't have a voice here. So let's do our part. Let's keep the governments and the premiers to accountability, because someone needs to be responsible. Because remember, every life matters when it comes to our Indigenous people. We are the leaders. We have to take responsibility. We have to keep them accountable. There are going to be ministers up here today. You know, we can talk to them blue in the face, but we need action is what we need. All my relations.
Good afternoon. My traditional name is Umkalux. My English name is Louisa Housty Jones, and I'm the BC AFN Women's Representative. On behalf of the AFN Women's Council, I would like to say to Martha, thank you for sharing your truth about your daughter and your son, and bringing to light the injustice that your family and children experienced. We are standing with you in saying that this is not acceptable. It's not right, and we demand change from the government and institutions responsible. We cannot allow our people to keep being abused and killed in the hands of the police. And we must end the lack of accountability for when these incidents do happen. We need a total overhaul of the systems of injustice so that they can actually promote our safety and support the revitalization of our own systems of justice and well-being. The systems must uphold the right place of all of our members, women, men, two-spirit, gender diverse, all ages, all lived experiences, and all places of justice and well-being. Instead of more recommendations, we require the implementation of the calls for justice and the many other existing recommendations. We have the answers within us, the wisdom, the solutions lie within our families, grassroots, and frontline people. They must be supported with the urgency, commitments, resources, transparency, and partnership is required. So I'm asking all of you out there right now, if you can just stand alongside of us and acknowledge the wrongful doings and support Chantal and her family and all the rest of the families have lost loved ones. I just ask you to stand in support. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Gayasika.
Thank you for your bravery. It's Martha. Thank you, Martha, for sharing this deep hurt that you're not alone in experiencing. And my prayer as I said to you when I held your hand earlier, is that we will all support you, we will all stand with you, and we will call for justice for Chantal. She deserves justice. And Martha, we've talked a lot about love and care in this meeting. And we want you to know, and I express this on behalf of all the regional chiefs, that I love you, we love Chantal, and we will work together to move forward in a good way so that this does not happen to another Indigenous woman in this country, that calls for justice are ignored. That will be the end of it. No more. Miigwech.
Koikakana, Savannah McGregor in Indigenous cause, Kitigan Zibin and Donjaba. My name is Savannah McGregor, and I am from Kitigan Zibin Anishinaabe near Maniwaki, Quebec, and I am the acting Grand Chief of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation Tribal Council. We are all familiar with Chantal's story, and to finally meet her mother and to be spending the time with her to support her as a newly appointed National Women's Council member, I just want to remind you that we had planned to propose sorry, what is it called? Chantal's Tree of Hope, and also push forward a piece of, what are they called? It is? Oh, on murdered and missing Indigenous women. And please don't forget that we would like to move that one forward, even though we're not moving anything forward anymore, but it'll be coming in the future. And Chantal and my new friends, Martha, need our support, and every mother and father and sibling and auntie, grandma, grandfather, for our families. So we got to keep applying the pressure and never forget. Miigwech.
Okay. As of today, I've been advocating for my daughter since her passing, and I have committed wholeheartedly to fight for change, because I up till now, we keep adding names. We are up to a number of 1,812, and that's not been an updated list yet. And we continue to add names every time we're doing an event. As a mother, I'm outraged. I'm angry. Our children are being killed. And I feel like they think that we're disposable. We have cops that are investigating cops. When does that start changing? We need to have more action plans. We have cops that are going and doing wellness calls, and we're losing our people on wellness calls. There's a huge problem with this. They were there to check on the safety of my daughter, and she lost her life. We talk about wanting change, and what does that change look like? I think, we need to have our police more transparent. What does that look like? We put body cams on every one of them. There's a whole list of things, you know, and it's where we talk about having our police doing lie detectors. There's a long list, just as long as, you know, we continue to keep fighting for change, and I appreciate each and every one of you for giving me the time to come up and share my story, because it's not an easy one to tell, and it doesn't get easier when you talk about it. But I'm not going anywhere, and I will continue to be the voice for my daughter, and not only my daughter, but each and every one of our people that has fallen at the hands of law enforcement. Because I'm not going anywhere. I think enough is enough. Thank you.
I'd like to say Walalio to our speakers for sharing your story with us. Martha, I love you. I can't imagine what you've been through. And if there's one thing that I noticed in this assembly, when we were asked to raise, I saw Knowledge Keeper Ernie Daniels be the first to raise his fist. Because how long have we been going through this? So I just want to recognize each and every one of you. We have Chantal's Tree of Hope that has been presented to us, and we can do better. So thank you for being here to listen to her story, for sharing that with us. And Martha Lawlin. I will now turn the floor over to my co-chair, Weena.
Merci, Cédric, et merci d'avoir pris le temps d'accueillir la famille de Chantal Moore et la délégation. C'était très touchant. Puis j'espère que ces demandes et ces préoccupations ont été entendues. Sur ce, nous allons maintenant inviter à venir nous rejoindre sur le podium la chef intérim de Parti vert, Amita Cotner, qui va nous rejoindre sur le podium. Et elle est accompagnée, juste un petit moment, je vais vous donner... Elle est accompagnée de la vice-chef du Parti vert, Rainbow Eyes, et je vais demander de mettre la minuterie à 10 minutes pour la présentation, et ensuite ce sera suivi d'une période de questions et réponses de 20 minutes, ce qui mettra fin à cette présentation. Et on continuera avec les autres ministres et les autres chefs de parti. Alors, merci d'accueillir, de vous joindre à moi pour accueillir le Parti vert. Merci.
Hello everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. It's an honor to be here, but I don't feel like I can start the way I was going to start today. Thank you. Wiping away tears, holding space and grief to heal. What can I say as the representative of a colonial institution in the face of this, but to offer what I can. Myself, our service, our commitment, but it is not enough. So I'll share a few words, but I only wish to give you all my heart. I want to start by thanking the host nations, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. In gratitude to you all, but also in gratitude to the land. My name is Amita Kutner. I am the interim leader of the Green Party of Canada. I already am not here to promote a colonial institution or politics or to say that anyone should participate in such a thing. Honestly, it's difficult for me. No, I am here in service and in gratitude to offer, to share truth, to seek justice, to work hard and to build something together. My own family on two sides carry different weight of colonization. My mother's side from Hong Kong, from British colonization, and my father's family fled the Holocaust. In my own small way, I recognize now how my life has been built on the benefits of genocide, historical and current injustices. And now we face a moment across this land, across our beautiful, beautiful planet, of division, of crisis, of conflict, of trauma. I feel right now something because I myself, in my own small privileged way of loss and trauma, I lost my mother due to government irresponsibility at the age of 14 in a mudslide. I watched my grandparents lose their daughter. It is not the same. But what I have learned and what I carry from my own small experience has led me only to care and compassion and the desire for something far better for all of us. This settler colonial society is founded on destructive, extractive systems, industries that put profit above people, above well-being, above land itself. And we have now a world out of balance with nature. And it is these structures of patriarchy, of colonialism, of the construction of racial superiority, and certainly here of white supremacy, that lead us to this place. And now, in the face of oppression and exploitation, of oppressive structures that teach us and bring us to places of division, we are called to seek justice and to liberate all. And from a party standpoint, this doesn't start with suggesting policy. This starts with decolonizing ourselves, our own structures, of sharing the truth that we as settlers must learn, pushing to recognize all original nations, the implementation of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, not within a broken constitution or in a neo-colonial way, but in a real, true way. It is Indigenous sovereignty and self-determination that must be at the foundation and the core of climate justice. And I certainly do not get to determine what this looks like. Broadly, we are in a moment on this planet that is the time for truth, the time for healing, to face up to these cycles of trauma, for building solidarity in good faith and with heart. And as these structures are built to divide and to promote decade after decade of empty words, I won't offer such a thing. I am and we are here for the hard work itself, for our future, for justice for every single child, every missing, murdered woman, girl, two-spirit person, for the grief, for the healing, for the basic rights, the water, everything that is so absurdly enforced and kept. So all I am here for is in solidarity to build for transformation. So thank you, and I will now give the space to our Deputy Leader, Uma Anis, high-ranking woman auntie of the Green Party.
Gayla Kessler. Nugwa Gwixi Salas. Nugwa Rainbow Eyes. Nugwa Angela Davidson. I'm a member of the Danakdao Awilala First Nation, and our traditional territory is Knight Inlet. And I just want to acknowledge Chantal and her family and the bravery it takes to stand up and speak out. Acknowledge all the missing and murdered Indigenous women and how we come together stronger each year for this and for them. And thank you, Roseanne, we stand with you. So I feel like my name Rainbow Eyes comes from my family and a strong foundation. My grandparents on my mother's side are Anne and the late William Glendale. My grandfather was the hereditary chief for the Danakdao Awilala First Nation. On my father's side, my grandparents are British and Scottish descent, and I feel that the strength of both sides brings the ability to have a positive outlook, and this is something that I work on every single day. I will always be authentic and respectful of where I come from. I think this is important, and I learned this from my family and my culture. This is something that we will lose, however, when we come into the colonial system. We put on a persona. I am new to this world, but I've come right out of the center of the forest. They are our original sacred lands. Protecting our culture and the old-growth forests at Fairy Creek, which is on the Pachidat and Dididat First Nation. How much? Okay. This is a spiritual place. I spoke to my aunties, elders, to write all these notes, and I've run out of time. So what's important that came across is it's the responsibility of our leadership. It's the responsibility of our leadership. It's the responsibility to look after the people. Traditionally, the chiefs in our territories knew that it was their territories from mountaintop to mountaintop. This was their responsibility. It was not ownership. We've lost this connection. We've lost the connection to the land. And our leaders must always remember who they are, who we are, that we represent our ancestors, and that our ancestors have taken care of this land for generations upon generations. Somebody earlier said that it is not our responsibility to uphold the brotherhood. It's not our responsibility. It's our responsibility to uphold our natural laws. And when we come into the colonial world, this world, it's been lost, it's been broken, and it's a reconnection to our forest and standing up for our old growth forests. That's important. And we get distracted. We get distracted we get distracted and divided, and that's what happened. That's what's happening all across Mother Earth. And to get connected, reconnected to the Mother Earth, reconnected internationally, so calling out to all of our brothers and sisters and the beautiful beings in between to stand up for Mother Earth and reconnect here in our territories as well as internationally. My elders stand behind the Green Party, Elder Bill Jones of the Pachidat and Gramalosa of the Klaiman First Nation. I follow my elders. They have made the...
Can please conclude?
Okay. They have made the decision to follow the Green Party. And I think it's time for my generation to step up and use our voices for change. It's our responsibility. We are the true people of the land, and it is our responsibility to use our voices and reconnect to ourselves and forget the distractions. This is something Elder Bill Jones says. So Gela Kesla, thank you for this time. I am very honored. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know 10 minutes pass so quickly. So 20 minutes, question and answers. I'll be taking questions from the floor, the usual, microphone 1, 2, Zoom. And thank you, Amita and Rainbow, for your time. And I now call on microphone 2. Please, please open the microphone.
Thank you. Akama Kois, Hupachasaksib, Nuchanathat. My name is Judith Sayers. I'm proxy for Tokwat. I wanted to say that in the past, we've enjoyed a really good relationship with Elizabeth May. She has been there for us in many ways. And we just heard Martha Martin and her issues with Chantel. They are Nuchanat, and we fully support Martha and have advocated and lobbied for her for the last several years, and we stand with her and look for solutions. And who was standing with us at many of those protests but Elizabeth? And we really appreciate that. And she has been with us on many other issues, including changing some of the Transportation Safety Board laws in relation to small aircrafts, float planes, because we've had so many issues on the west coast of Vancouver Island. One of the issues I want to raise with you today, though, is in relation to fisheries. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans is the worst department in the world, save none. They don't believe we have rights. They don't believe we have jurisdiction or knowledge of our fisheries. They think they know what's best. Big Brother at the worst. And we have won, 5 of our Nitchanalith nations won the right to a commercial fishery, and years of negotiating, having to go back to court twice. You know, this is just unacceptable from a government who says they're committed to reconciliation and committed to UNDA or UNDRIPA, whichever you want to call it. They don't believe in shared decision making. We have been negotiating with them for 4 years on a marine protected area, and they don't want to let us help fisheries management. This is one area that I would really like to see the Green Party step up and help us in making this government recognize our rights. We will do what we need to do, but I just think it's one of those areas that they don't believe in reconciliation. They don't believe in those things, and they should. And we need to hold our feet to the fire. And I'm hoping that you will stand with us as we do those fights for our fisheries rights and all the climate issues that are affecting our fisheries. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very, very much. Not sure if you want to take some questions and other question, or you would like to comment, to make a comment right now. Okay, to you,
very quickly.
Amita.
Yes, we are absolutely there with you, whatever it is, and talking after would be wonderful. Our as you know, our party has faced its own issues, and we are in a process of rebuilding. And it is within our responsibility to be able to show up in strength to provide that support, because it is absolutely insulting, the lack of seriousness, and we are there.
Yeah, thank you for that. I feel like, I hope the Green Party going forward will really, they will take into consideration what the people say, because this is the traditional way that the people did work. They consulted the council and the wise elders, the medicine men and women, and it was something, that's the traditional way of doing things. We did not do things behind closed doors. And the Green Party is really opening the door to doing things the traditional way, and this is the traditional way, consulting the people and hearing what the people have to say, and really helping with the traditional way of living, which is, you know, through fish plants and just more natural means, so definitely.
Thank you very much. So just to make sure that we still have approx 15 minutes to go. And please, if you can aim to respect like 2 minutes, but maximum 3 minutes, but aim to 2, please, to have a chance to get to the most of the people in the line. So we'll do whatever we can. So to you, microphone number 2, please.
Merci. Good afternoon, Chief Don Tom, Sartland First Nation. I am Elizabeth May is my member of parliament, and Adam Olson is my member of legislature, and I am a Green supporter. And I just want to share with you that what happened to Hannah Mae Paul, and I think how that the fallout from that could have been handled really different, and it really threw me away from the Green Party. And I share the same sentiment that this is a party of a new generation. This can be the party that inspires many to look beyond. This is a party more than environmentalists and environment interests. And I think with what happened to Anna Mae, I had a really hard time with that, and I really lost that inspiration that I got from the party. And I think there needs to be room created, and I think you as the Green Party leader, this is your opportunity to create this party that you want and to inspire generation, because the demographics are changing here in Canada. The demographics are changing in BC, and I think if we look at where the party has success, that there has to be genuine room in these, suppose, institutions that people register for and to be a part of. So I just want to encourage you that there are people out there like myself, chiefs who support the Green Party, but it needs to be more progressive, and I push you to be more progressive. I want you to push those boundaries. And Madam Chair, I would like to give the rest of my time to Ray Harris.
Thank you. Your time is up, but not your time. Sorry. Just checking if everyone is still not sleeping here. So time is up, but I'm happy to invite you at the microphone number 2. No, you can stay. I'm happy to give you time. You have a red lanyard and you're okay. So microphone number 2, please, and please aim for 2 minutes. Would be much appreciated to get it, so we can hear most of the people there. Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Haishka, Shalquilum, and Shalquilum, Tinit Sakmin. It's in Do Skilish Namat at Natanati. It's Kakip. We are one group. That's us, guys, who see it, Green Party. Needs to do what's it. But then, guys, we're going to butt in a little bit on your work. You talked about traditional ways and you're wearing regalia. the party before your presentation included this wonderful lady. There was sorrow here. Regional Chief, the host of the host party of this assembly, talked to his elders and can't let this go without doing a little help. Haichka. So chi tala o mag kasi nito anak sa siya sa kukwina. Nito na swaka sa school what needs that. Connect the siya, not as siya lam nok chap sa siyem na siya. In a way, if it was in our longhouse, we might be doing this for 4 or 5 days. But we have a dear mother here that suffered great loss, not only in the hands of the RCMP, but in the spirit that she's lost. So we want to do something to help her. It may not heal everything. It may not solve everything. But we're giving you our love in a way that we know how. And we shouldn't forget our customs of our people to uplift somebody, maybe uplift her for the trauma she's been going through. So I'm going to turn it over to my Shashko. What?
Turn off the cameras.
I would make a request to the Assembly that this shouldn't be recorded. We request no recordings. Chairs?
Yes, I agree. And I ask for the recording to be stopped. For how long do you?
Just a few minutes.
Just a few minutes. Thank you.
Just as a note.
The Green Party here if they wishes to address the Assembly. And I just want to confirm that there is no participants on the speakers list on Zoom, just mentioning. And so I turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
I don't really think it's appropriate for me to speak. I wish only to give my love.
Gayla Kessler for that ceremony to honor what our community has gone through is part of the traditions that we have in the Big House. To stop everything that we're doing and to smudge and to do a cleansing is so important, and I want to honor it and thank everybody that did this right now. And I feel like it's so beautiful that Creator has put me in this position to become friends with Amita and be in the Green Party, because this is what we want to bring there, the traditions and that connection to spirit, and to stopping everything to honor each other and to help each other. So it's beautiful.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you. And your beautiful parole, your beautiful speech. Thank you so much. I think your presence was really appreciated, as I can see in the audience. So thank you. And a gift is being given by National Chief to the Green Party. So thank you, Amita and Rainbow, for your words on behalf of the Green Party. Thank you so much. I will now turn slowly but surely the floor over to my colleague Cedric. I say slowly because I know that we might have like just some minutes, but Cedric will fill out the blank. Thank you.
I want to recognize our knowledge keeper, Gwendolyn Point, for that, the good medicine. There's certain things that were said in this assembly this week, but that's what makes us different. It's their presence and that medicine. So I'd like to recognize you and raise you up, Gwendolyn. We have a few minutes before we will have our next speaker, which will be the Honorable Mark Miller, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. But we had a request from Regional Chief Antoine to be able to address you with his update. So, Regional Chief Antoine. You have until 3.
5 minutes?
If
My name is Gerald Antoine, and I just wanted to show you an image about something that we began to doodle together when we were going over to visit the Pope. And this represents grandparents, parents, children, and also grandchildren. And also our family, like branches on a tree, we all grow in different directions, yet our root remains the same. This is really applicable to everyone's situation where you are in your home, fire in your community, fire in your regional fire, and also at your nation fires, including us collectively, including around the world to all human beings. So I just want to leave that message with you. And there's a number of things that I just wanted to touch on, is that I am a Dene, and I also represent the Dene National Chief in this position. And I am also the youngest regional chief here. I am only 7 months old. Even though I'm this young, I have really good eyes, and I have really good ears, and I have a good heart, and I also have a clear mind. So with this, I just wanted to share with you is that we're all in this together, whether we like it or not. The other thing is that there's machineries that are going on, like the AFN, and there's also moving parts. And I think one of the things I'm hearing here is that we're not all lined up together. So we have to pull together, and my responsibility as my spirit name as the man that calls the loon is that I have to call the family together. I also have to call each one of you out, so that way you could be involved, so that way we could be able to set things the way that we need to be able to set together, which means that you need to be involved. We all have to be involved. And if you look at this, all of us together, we have 634 politicians here. Who has the largest organization in the world that have 634 politicians? Just imagine if we were all together and started pulling together. Just imagine how powerful we can be. We need to be there. Let's make it happen. In regards to my other portfolios, the Veteran Council made a report yesterday, and also the Knowledge Keepers made a report on our behalf on Monday. The other portfolios that I have is the 60th Scoop, also the day school file, and also the Indian Residential School file. Even though I'm just only 7 months old, I had a chance to check everything out, and I see that we all need to work together. One of the things that I just wanted to touch on, since I got about a minute and a half, is the visit of the Pope. We went there, we told the truth. I really like to thank the delegation for working together and becoming a family. I also like to thank the grandmothers for able to strengthen our backbone. What they advise us is that we need to be one voice. We need to be representative of the original nations of families. We need to be able to control the agenda, and it needs to be based on our processes and protocols. And anything that's bad, get rid of it. So those are the 5 things that our grandmothers put out for us. And if you look at the commotion that's going on, that's how we need to be able to go forward. However, it requires your involvement. And what I saw in my dream a few days ago, and I saw a whole lineup of people walking by me like this, and they were telling the truth. I envisioned that, and I witnessed that here when people were going to the mic and telling the truth. I'd like to really thank each one of you for doing that. The other last part that I wanted to touch, if you give me another minute there, chairpersons, is that the Indian residential school system was a program designed to kill the Indian and the child and destroy our cultures. This was implemented by the state, the church, which utilized a destructive and vicious legal framework that invoked doctrines of racial processes, a civilizing project to forcibly remove our children from our homes. The very people responsible for protecting all citizens in society work together to harm our most vulnerable, our children. Many did not return home. As survivors, we know firsthand this destructive and vicious framework, devastation and effects of racial colonial violence enact upon our families continue to be reflected through the things that we experience in our home. So one of the things is that our family requires space and time to reflect. This is what I heard here, to make deliberate choices. The other thing is that we have to recognize the racket. The third thing, which is your responsibility collectively, is to understand each other and the situation. The last thing our grandmother said is to smarten up. And so the Pope is coming at the end of the month. He's going to be visiting Muscatchis, and is going to be flying to Quebec, then going to Iqaluit. I need your help. I'm not here to dictate, but we need collaboration. We need a team effort. I met with my colleague Picard yesterday, and they're coordinating something. We also met with the Treaty 6 Confederacy today. They're organizing things. I just got one more minute. Thank you. Is that we need your help. Leadership, this is your responsibility. We want to know how many of your survivors are coming. You need to provide that information to the coordinators. This is really important. We got 2 weeks to be able to put our stuff together. I don't want interpersonal relationships in the way. This is an opportunity for us to be able to say what the Pope has to say. However, is that there are critical issues. There's going to be an apology, yes, but it's not going to fix everything. We wanted to hear that. However, there are critical issues that we're all responsible for that we need to work together, like a family. And so, this is your responsibility. We need to make sure that our voices is collectively united to say what those concrete actions needs to be. So we got a couple of weeks to be able to put something together that we've been doing this till this point. So we need all of you to be able to come together. And so let's do that together. We can make it happen. And if anybody wants to see me, I'm here. AFN has a coordinator. Her name is Shandon Monk. And she is the one that is the lead, technical lead. I am the lead, the political lead. And in each of the regions or each of the territories, they have leadership, which I'm working with, and they also have coordination. So I just wanted to share with you, honestly, truthfully, that we need, from this day on, we need to work together. I have somebody here to, Chief, just a little presentation, and that's about 30 seconds. So with that, I know there wouldn't be time for questions and answers, but I'm here, and let's work together. Masi.
So if we could have on the stage, Chief Judy Wilson. Cookby.
Thank you. I just wanted to say we were looking for donations for the Indian Residential School Survivors Society. They were here last night, and they're doing that incredible work out in the community for the survivors. So I just wanted to walk around maybe, or put the box somewhere people could make their donations and in respect to the residential school survivors. It goes for all the service work that they do throughout our communities, and it looks like we're going to need a lot of that if we're sending some of our delegations over. Thank you.
Thank you, Cookby Wilson. Before we move on to our distinguished guests, we have a special request from Vice Chief Pratt. Vice Chief?
All right, thank you, Cedric. Thank you, Miigwech. Chairs, I appreciate you giving us a few minutes of your time. We do know that the ministers are here ready to go, but I'd like to give the family of Noel Osup an opportunity. I don't know if those of you have been familiar of what happened recently, but a young 14-year-old girl was found here, and I want to give Cody Munch, who is the family spokesperson, and the family a couple minutes of your time just to tell you about the issues that they're facing with the loss of this young girl. So Cody, if you want to come up, bring the family up, and Chiefs, let's stand behind them and support them. So.
Hi, I am Cody Munch of the Treaty 8 Territory. I am from Saulteaux First Nations. I am the father of a 2.5-year-old First Nations girl, and I am also the uncle of 13-year-old Noel Osup, who was recently found in Vancouver, Heatley, and Hastings Street. We, as the Indigenous people of this land, this country, are keepers of this land and protectors of this land. And we hold a spiritual power to protect one another, and when we can't protect our own, we take that to the heart. That's how I felt when we first got the phone call from a family member driving home just as I left Vancouver from visiting her brothers 2 weeks ago. Me and my siblings were raised by my father, Robert Munch. He was a proud Indigenous father of 6. He was bounced around in foster homes. These foster homes are what I call the new residential schools. The ministry and police have to start taking accountability instead of putting blame on each other. The words protect and serve should mean more than just on their badge. When is Canada's system going to learn we are First Nations people and need to be dealt with first and taken more seriously when our children go missing? Or what about our brothers, sisters, mothers, uncles, aunts? Those headlines, too, of dead Indigenous people shouldn't just be forefront headline news when we die. Instead, why not be sharing those missing photos daily, even weekly? But instead, the sad reality of when we go missing, they only seem to care about our people when it's too late. There's a whole legacy lost with my niece. She should be playing in a park, making friends in school. She should have went on to finish school, graduate, or even had kids. It's sad what happens to Indigenous kids in these systems, especially all the kids being found all over Canada and no credibility to be taken, only sorry, only handshakes, hugs, no true reconciliation. Meanwhile, these priests and nuns are still walking around free and should be charged and put in jail. And meanwhile, guys like me who beat themselves up for what we could have done for our family, these priests, let me correct that, these monsters get to walk free and not be brought to justice. This system has failed us and failed these kids. I got concerns to why she ran away from the group home in the first place, and why did MCFD just give excuses to why she ran away and blamed a child for being unable to cope with her emotions instead of helping her, especially when she decided to run away from a home where they no longer wanted her, and she thought her best option was to be on East Hastings Street and Heatley. Now I know, as an uncle and a family member, I also have a duty to talk about this beautiful young girl who got taken away at a young age. She was timid, shy, silly, fun. She loved to take selfies and be quirky. She was also very passionate about native drumming. She had a young artistic heart. She asked questions about her parents, which I love to answer because you pass on those stories and good times that you've shared with her parents. The other day, we had an elder talk to us, teaching us in the way that he spoke about my niece taking her journey and making her way to our ancestors. And it made me happy because I pictured her in that canoe as he described, with her beautiful brown moose hide with feathers, flowers in her hair, sailing away into the mountains of our ancestors. I pictured her being with the ones who have already passed on. I pictured those loved ones who we lost opening up their arms and waiting for her on the other side. Such a beautiful vision to see. So again, I ask you, pictures like that, if you see someone on social media, share it, tag it, share it to people, encourage them, open their hearts for our missing Indigenous people, because that could be the key to saving someone's life. And you know why that's so important? Because every child matters.
Good afternoon. I'd like to raise my hands in gratitude to the homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh that we're gathered on today, and to thank the host nations for the outpouring of love and support that they've shared with our family at this time. My name is Olivia Louie. My ancestral names are Hope Hope from my paternal great-grandmother, Rose Louie from S'la'amin Nation, and Mikinakakwe from my maternal great-grandmother, Rebecca Brass from Key Nation. I'm Noelle's cousin. Yesterday we held a service for 13-year-old Noelle. Noelle lost her life while in the care of MCFD. Noelle deserves so much. She deserved to feel safe, loved, and to be with family. The root of this tragedy is family separation. MCFD has a long history of causing irreparable harm and loss of life. The waves of trauma that separation causes through individuals, families, and communities needs to be acknowledged, apologized for, and amended. Since colonization, strategies and systems have been developed to specifically dismantle Indigenous families. Our Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people have always been a threat to the settler state as we hold the power to birth and raise strong Indigenous babies and nations. Noelle lost her life to one of these racist systems, a system that, when conceived, intended genocide. Sadly, this is not the first time or the last that we see how brutally the system fails to keep our children safe. My uncle Howard, Ellie's Musham, is not able to be here, but he wanted me to share a message. When MCFD first involved themselves in the family's life, social workers made it impossible for her parents, Howard and Olive, to meet the expectations that were put on them. They were set up to fail. And despite trying as hard as they could for years, the family has yet to be reunited. My uncle wants you to know that despite this traumatic hardship, Howie and Olive are still a strong partnership, caring for each other and their children. Instead of providing support and resources to family members, community, and parents, apprehension is disgustingly incentivized. Children are placed in care where then they have access to more resources and funding, only after being separated from their parents, their siblings, and their community. UNDRIP states that it is our right as Indigenous people to belong to an Indigenous community. It is also our right to not be subjected to forced assimilation or destruction of culture. These rights are grossly violated and ignored by MCFD constantly. While Ellie was in the care of MCFD, she did not receive the necessary support for her well-being and mental health. She was put into placements that weren't suitable for her or culturally safe. When Ellie went missing, an Amber Alert wasn't issued. It was deemed inappropriate by police as they claim Ellie did not want to be found. This is an assumption based on nothing but bias and stigma. Ellie was 13 years old. She wanted to be found. It is so painful to think of how alone and forgotten Ellie must have felt in a living situation so unsafe that she left. This is almost the exact story of family members who survived residential school, often running away to try and find their families and homes. We are still here, yet this story still repeats. We need justice for Ellie and for our babies who have been lost to the system. Pre-colonization, we had our own ways of taking care of our children and our families and keeping each other safe. We know how to do this. In the last few weeks, MCFD, the RCMP, and the VPD have all passed blame onto each other without any one organization taking accountability or responsibility for leading justice for Noelle. After Noelle's passing, it wasn't any of these institutions responsible for her death who stepped up. It was the Indigenous community and frontline workers who showed up to care for our family and to care for Ellie as she made her journey home to the ancestors. It's time for change and action. We are beyond reforming racist legislature. It's time to rebuild and revive safe and inclusive systems of care. The way forward is the old way. When 2SL, LGBTQIA+ are safe, everyone is safer. When Indigenous families are safe, everyone is safer. When Indigenous birthers are safe, everyone is safer. In Noelle's memory, do better.
Walaliog to the family for sharing your story, and Walaliog to our ministers, our distinguished guests, for understanding that these moments are important for our families and for those here. I think it is now time to invite Minister Mark Miller, Minister of Crown Indigenous Services Canada, to the microphone. We will be having a 10-minute presentation, and then we'll have 20 minutes for questions.
Kwe, hello, bonjour, Israel, Wakwanuara Nuize. I want to thank the elders today for guiding us in opening up the day's event and yesterday's, the Chiefs in Assembly, National Chief Executive, for inviting me to have this brief moment to speak. I'm grateful to be here in person on the traditional territory of the Coast Salish, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Before I get going to the formal aspects of my speech, it's perhaps, and I acknowledge, highly inadequate to hear these words in the circumstances to Noel Ossoup's family, but my deepest condolences on behalf of myself and my family, and on behalf of Canada. It's the inevitable realization through too many of these testimonies is Canada continues to fail you. This tragedy is ongoing, and we have to recognize as a society that we're doing far too little to bring it to an end. My speech contemplates talking about what Canada is doing to put an end to this tragedy, and it falls short of expressing the pain that the family is feeling. And perhaps, if the family is willing, we could meet after this to talk in private. But everything we're facing is, as a country and as a challenge with this ongoing tragedy, is one that is interconnected, whether we're talking about the incarceration of Indigenous peoples in unacceptable, rates. I'm talking about numbers, but this is about people. Every woman in jail means a child essentially gets taken into care, or a man in jail means they grow up without a father. And it perpetuates a cycle of violence, prejudice, fueled by systemic racism that is characteristic of not only child and family services, but also the prison system and the justice system as it is today. And despite the reforms that this government, our government, is putting into place, it's going far too slowly. And despite the investments that we're making, while significant, the tragedy is ongoing. The family had the courage to speak about the systemic aspect of this, and what the final report into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA people underscored was this is part of a system, and it has to be addressed in a systematic way. These are matters that can't be solved overnight. To think they are would to underestimate the gravity of the situation. But it's one where all parts of the country, and whether it's the provincial government, territorial government, municipal government, individuals, your neighbors, need to be engaged on. And I salute the courage of the family that shouldn't have to be up here. They should be thriving with Noel. But they need, your courage is one that is needed because no one else is speaking up about it. People like me aren't speaking up about it. And we can talk about it as elected officials, and as highly esteemed as we are by our peers, perhaps, but if regular folks aren't talking about it and recognizing the degree and scope of the tragedy, then again, we're continuing to fail. And it isn't limited to our borders. We know it's happening in the South, and we know it's happening in many countries around the world. We're nearing 7 years since the release of the Truth and Reconciliation's final report, and while progress has been slower than we'd like, our government continues to be committed to implementing all the 94 calls to action. I think we're all eager to hearing one in particular being completed by the end of this month. The ones that are the federal government's responsibility, without shirking our responsibility to ensure others are advanced, stands at 17 completed, far too little, far too few. À ce jour, des 17 des 76 appels à l'action relevant de la responsabilité sont complétés. C'est bien trop peu qu'on l'espérait. Il y en a bien d'autres qui sont en voie d'être complétés. Par exemple, nous mettons en œuvre la Déclaration des Nations unies sur le droit des peuples autochtones en répondant notamment à l'appel à l'action numéro 43. Nous travaillons, comme vous le savez tous, depuis au-delà d'un an à aider les communautés avec les communautés à l'avant-plan pour retrouver et commémorer les enfants disparus qui ont fréquenté les pensionnats en réponse aux appels à l'action 72 et à 76. Et à cet égard, nous soutenons, parce que c'est connecté, l'avenir dans tout ça et de la reconnaissance de la vérité passe par la réforme de l'éducation, les initiatives d'éducation et de sensibilisation par l'entremise, entre autres, du Centre national pour la vérité et de réconciliation et la nouvelle Journée nationale pour la vérité et réconciliation le 30 septembre, en réponse aux appels à l'action, notamment 78 et 80. Pour que le gouvernement et l'ensemble du Canada soient sur la bonne voie et responsables de la mise en œuvre des appels à l'action, nous avons établi les bases pour mettre en œuvre et financer un Conseil national de réconciliation. Le 22 juin, soit il y a 2 semaines, nous avons déposé au Parlement le projet de loi C-28, la loi sur le Conseil national pour la réconciliation, et s'il est adopté, le projet de loi permettra la création du Conseil national pour la réconciliation afin de répondre à l'appel à l'action 53 et ensuite les appels allant jusqu'à l'appel 56. It isn't up to Canada to be giving itself grades on these matters, whether it's the response to the final report into murdered missing Indigenous women and girls and to us LGBTQIA people, or the calls to action. People like me shouldn't be standing here telling you what type of job and how well it's being done. It really rests on the shoulders of a national council made up predominantly of eminent Indigenous people that can help hold us to account, because I know through all this, whether it's our response to the final report into murdered missing Indigenous women and girls or the TRC calls to action, we shouldn't be giving ourselves grades. We should be at a level of accountability that we aren't here as a country. So whether we're talking about an ombudsman or whether we're talking about a national council that can work with the data that we provide to them and that they are entitled to really push us along and push our partners, the provinces and territories, it's something that we are dedicated to. And indeed, in Budget 2019, for the Commission, of which there's an interim one in place, $126 million was provided for. Part of this is trying to make reconciliation irreversible for any government. That means putting the institutions and the structures in place so that no government can turn that around. Since the first finding of unmarked burials announced by Kamloops just over a year ago, our government's been working directly with communities to support your plans to locate and commemorate the children who died at residential schools. To date, with respect to specific fundings coming from Crown Indigenous Relations, over $90 million has been invested to support more than 84 initiatives in research, knowledge gathering, commemoration, memorialization, and fieldwork investigation around the sites of former residential schools. And I know this probably needn't be said or should be said, but when it comes to those who are courageously speaking up for the first time, or those who continue to suffer in silence, we need to honor your truths. And in the wave of denialism that continues to affect this country, it's important for people to say to survivors, we believe you and Canada believes you. Le mois dernier, Kim Murray a été nommée interlocutrice spéciale indépendante pour les enfants disparus et les tombes et les lieux d'inhumation non marqués associés au pensionnat afin de faire le lien entre les communautés et le gouvernement. Kim Murray will add another layer of accountability to this government on these particular calls to action, and her work will be key in informing us, in informing Minister Hajdu and Minister Lametti on the path forward in making sure that we are held to account, as well as potentially additional legislation that needs to be introduced to protect these sites. None of the progress would have been possible if it weren't for your advocacy, your hard work, your commitment to working with our government as we address the consequences of our colonial history. And as we make strides to address the legacy of residential schools, other tragedies continue to occur in this country, as I mentioned earlier. The violence has to stop. On June 3rd, the third anniversary of the National Inquiry and the first anniversary of the National Action Plan and Federal Pathway, we released a progress report on federal efforts and reaffirmed our commitment to continue working with families and communities to end the national tragedy. One thing we heard clearly was that need for increased accountability and the work that needs to be done by our government to put into place an ombudsman to keep our feet to the fire. Over the past 50 years, more than 50 initiatives and programs led by 25 federal organizations have made significant advances. It includes work to build affordable housing, shelters, and safe cultural spaces to protect Indigenous languages and to address discrimination in healthcare. Budget 2021 in particular established a little over $100 million to reestablish and revitalize safe cultural spaces across the country. And I've had the deep honor to go into communities and work with leadership, often grassroots organizations that have been fighting for these institutions for far too long, and make some key announcements to keep people safe, something that is a basic need, a basic necessity, but needs infrastructure and funding. They're well oversubscribed, but it's work that needs to continue to keep people safe.
Closing comments, please.
All right, I'm almost done. I had a lot more to talk about, but I do want to, first and foremost, I do want to talk about some of the accomplishments that we've had over the last 6 years. Over the last 6 years, over $9 billion in settlements have been made. This is a lot of work that needs to continue ongoing. It's thanks to your advocacy that we are here. I don't consider these things victories of Canada. For Siksika and the $1.3 billion settlement that they had, this is a victory for their community that's been 100 years in the making. For Shoal Lake 40 First Nation that lifted 7 water advisories, not a victory of Canada, it's Shoal Lake's victory. They've been fighting us and telling us what to do. And it's their victory that they now have access to clean water. This is the work that's ongoing. It's the work that our government is dedicated to. It's the work that needs to become irreversible, and we can't do it without you. We can't do it from a podium in Ottawa anymore. We have to do it on the ground with you. COVID has kept us stuck on Zoom. I'm glad that everyone still has legs, but it's something that I hope to get out into communities, and I hope my fellow ministers who don't necessarily deal with Indigenous matters on a daily basis, but their work is so key to the work that's ongoing, need to do, and to talk to real people and get work done once they hear it. Miigwech, thank you. Merci.
Walalan, Minister Miller. So the way we will proceed is, again, microphone 1, 2, and then we'll look towards Zoom. We'll take 3 questions at a time and then allow the minister the chance to respond. Just a reminder for those who are joining us on Zoom, because this is a hybrid assembly, you have to use the raise hand function if you want to get onto the speakers list. So if I could have microphone 1, please.
Mike Morris, Nikas, Hig, Kasbanakalig Doji, Zigabes, Nananki, Gwinagumam Garjian, Ktsnamex in Nuak. My name is Mike Morris. I'm a proxy for Ktsnamex of Innuak, where I was born and raised many, many years ago. I really don't I have my question, but what I would like you to do, Mr. Minister, is to take my questions back, and next time that we have a National Chiefs meeting, if you could bring some answers back. I'll say this, I always carry the James Bay Treaty, Treaty 9 with me wherever I go. My grandfather was a signatory, so he left me a big responsibility. And one of our uncles left Ktsnamex in the late 70s and went to the World Court. After he came back, I went to visit him and asked him, why is it that you had to go overseas? His answer was, it's for the letter S. You know that letter S? Not the Seattle, but the letter S. What he was talking about is, there is an international law. There is a difference between peoples and people. And the chiefs need to start using that word peoples, because peoples means we have a government, we have land, we have everything. People means I'm part of your mosaic that you call Canada, that you can celebrate on Canada Day.
But the question I have is, Sharon Ben gifted me with this book about 2 years ago. No, about 4 years ago now. I was part of a protest that started from where the Alberta people wrote the 1970 white paper. That we started from that building and we went to the hotel where the AFN chiefs were having this assembly, and we almost got kicked out. But anyway, what I wanted to ask you is, there are 3 versions of the UNDRIP that are being talked about here. It's the 3rd version that Canada is exploiting at this time that has been sold to the chiefs that are gathered here. In the first version that was approved by the Indigenous representatives at the United Nations, there were 45 articles. In version 2 and version 3 that Canada accepted, the 46th article showed up. And that's what I want you to take back to your government and ask them. Article 46 talks about 2 things: territorial integrity and political unity. And it talks about the state. I'm assuming that means Canada. Canada's political unity and territorial integrity. This land that we stand on. You can say with what's written there that this land belongs to Canada. It doesn't belong to our people. And even we, as part of the political unity of Canada, are only Aboriginal Canadians. And that's what I want you to take back to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, and come back the next time we see you with these answers to these 2 questions. Number 1, where is my territorial integrity to my homeland? Where is my political unity as the nation, the people of the nation that I belong to, that signed Treaty 9 with King George V of Great Britain many years ago in 1929? If you could take those questions back, come back to us next time, we'll be nice, and you can give us the answers. So thank you. Miigwech Wajia.
Thank you, Lank Lewis. I'll now go to microphone number 2.
Hansla in Jawa and Squash, Lease Behan Cook, Bivin Seletku, in the Cup Nation. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the 3 host nations for allowing us to do this important work in their unceded territory. Thank you for the speech, Minister Miller. I'd like to thank my fellow chiefs for standing beside me here. I asked Chief Stu Jackson to stand beside me from Lower Nicola Band, Chief Harvey McLeod from Upper Nicola Band, and Chief Marcel Shackley to stand beside me from Nuaich Band. Sending out an invitation to you, Minister Miller, to first of all come sit with me and my council on the unresolved issues of the existing pipeline that sits right in the center of the Coldwater Indian Band. Those issues have been going on unresolved for over 13 years now. So an invitation for you to come back and sit with me and my council, but that's for one day. Another day, we'd like you to come and sit with our chiefs in the valley on the other unresolved issues that we have. You know, when I first became chief, we got together the 5 chiefs of the Nicola Valley. It took us a week to get the attention of then Premier Christy Clark to speak with us. We had to sit in her office for a whole week, but we finally got the attention of the Premier. So I'm hoping, Minister, that you're paying attention and you're listening, so that way we don't have to go to Ottawa to occupy your office to get your attention. Because these are very important unresolved issues that the Government of Canada needs to hear us out as leadership. Kukstem, thank you.
Thank you all to all these chiefs. We will now be going for our third question to our Zoom chat. And I see we have Proxy Kevin Hart. If we could have his microphone unmuted and put up on the screen, please.
Good afternoon. I'll just see if the chair can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you, Proxy Hart.
Thumbs up. Good afternoon, Minister Miller. It's been a while. I just want to say that we know that the federal government had an interim report of the National Inquiry. And since that time, we've had the final report of the National Inquiry. And now we have the implementation, so to speak, from the government of those recommendations. However, when we had the interim report, what I wanted to see is for some transparency and accountability is to see what the federal government did in terms of implementing those interim recommendations in the interim report that was released years ago, as well as give us a report card probably in December of what the federal government's done to date on the existing National Inquiry final report. As you know, we're still waiting for resources to protect our most vulnerable people. We could see it there on the streets in Vancouver. We could see it across this nation, as well as in our First Nations. You know, we hear of our women going missing each and every day. We hear of the families that are struggling with police brutality. In some cases, we heard from Chantel's family just a while ago, which was heartbreaking. So I want to ask the minister, as well as the federal government, to bring back a report card to us, the chiefs in assembly in December, to show us what you've done to task, as well as what the dollar amounts were in terms of investments to address each and every one of those recommendations in that final report. Thank you.
Thank you to Proxy Hart. So I will now turn the mic over. If we could have the minister's microphone open, please.
And thank you for the questions. I'll perhaps take them in reverse order. And Proxy Hart, nice to hear your voice. Again, as I'd mentioned, I think in my speech, it isn't our business to grade ourselves, but there is, in terms of a report card, but I understand what you were getting at. I think the report that was issued just a couple weeks ago does give you a sketch of what's going on. It's far too little. And I think clearly what we've heard from survivors and families is there is a need for increased accountability, whether that's an ombudsman or other forms of keeping the federal government to account. I can tell you what we're seeing right now, and despite historic investments of well over $2 billion, is one challenge getting those monies on the ground, getting shelters built while the tragedy is ongoing, addressing some of the systemic aspects of what the report asked us to address, continuing to erect jurisdictional barriers and even bureaucratic barriers to a tragedy that knows no borders. Clearly, those are some of the constructive criticism and legitimate criticism that we've heard. I want to see those investments hit the ground faster than they clearly have, whether that's in downtown Winnipeg or downtown Montreal, or in the far north. There are a number of challenges, but it should not be an excuse for us or any other government that is responsible for their part of the action plan. Again, I hope to be able in December to give a better sense of where those are going, tracking the money and giving chiefs and council a sense of where that money is going, whether it's in your own communities or whether it's into urban communities, is something that I'd like to see a better job done by us. Chief Span, I was listening. I was just trying to make sure it was you because usually you're wearing a Blue Jays hat, and which bugs me to no end, but I'll leave that to another discussion. I lost my Expos, so I had to go and choose the Red Sox, sadly. But Crooksjam, for your comments, I'm more than glad to meet you. I know it's long overdue. We have had in the past the occasion over Zoom to discuss a number of these issues and resolved a few, but there are ones that are connected in and around the pipeline, and glad to meet with you on that basis. And to Mike Morris, and I think we can have a practical and a philosophical discussion over the final article on United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. If that wasn't in there, I would not think that I would think that a number of countries wouldn't have signed it in the first place, and I can't discount Canada from that criticism given the time it took to actually sign the United Nations Declarations on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. These are statements that are key. They are a shining light into how our behavior needs to be, how we need to document the spirit and intent of what our relationship needs to be. We need to have a discussion on land. When you talk about territorial integrity, I understand the reasons why it's in UNDRIP, but I also understand the spirit of intent of treaties and why they were signed. And the need to make sure that land that has gone, that has been taken, dispossessed, and stolen at times are issues that need to be resolved in a way at times that money cannot replace. And the issue of territorial integrity gives an excuse for governments to do less. And that's not something that we want to entertain given the fact that land is so integral to identity and I would say as well, economic development. So these aren't issues that we can talk in the abstract about, but I did want to give you a sketch of what my answer might be, but I owe you a more complete answer on that particular point. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Miller. And just being sensitive of the minister's already openness to our process, I'd like to ask that the next questions be somewhat quick. So microphone 1.
Good afternoon, Minister Miller. Chairman, I don't have a question, but I have a very important message from my nation and my trilateral team for the minister. In 2002, we signed our TSA agreement, and finally in 2019, you and your department approved $16.8 million for us to build a subdivision adjacent to the town of Fort Smith. And COVID came along, and you approved another amount up to $23 million. And I'm proud to say that work is going along good. We'll soon have 39 service lots, completely serviced, pavement, everything, and we'll be able to build 39 homes badly needed homes for our community. I don't have time to go into the history of how we ended up scattered all over Fort Smith. I'll just say we had a landslide there in 1968. You have to pardon me because I've developed Parkinson's lately, and sometimes I can't read my own writing. If that damn nun would have left me alone, I would have been left-handed and I would have been able to write good. But my hand gets shaky. Not only will we have 39 homes, lots available, we will be our businesses will be connected to the town services. We have a petrol station, we have a petrol station convenience store, and a Tim Hortons, and we'll be able to look at building other businesses once we get our infrastructure put in there. So with that, I just want to say thank you from our nation and our trilateral team. I guess it's not very often you hear success stories, so thank you.
For the record, could you state your name and community, Chief?
Pardon?
Could you state your name and your community?
Yeah, okay. Chief David Putra, Salt River First Nation, Fort Smith, Northwest Territories.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2, please.
Bonjour. Bonjour, Minister. Bonjour, Kinawea. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chief Dean Sayers, Batchewana First Nation in Ontario, Ogaman, Nemanagoshin, Goyakasid, Miigwech Kibajayan, Minister. I'm honored to be able to be here today in this beautiful territory, and I really appreciate the warm welcome and the beautiful medicine that's provided by the people here in the West Coast. I do want to make a couple of comments, Minister, to you in regards to your role and as somewhat of the eyes and the ears of your government. I'm one of the negotiators with the Robinson-Huron Treaty Annuities litigation, and one of the first things I want to make mention of is that we really need you to follow up and provide properly mandated representatives to come to the table and negotiate. I know we did have some preliminary discussions, and thank you for taking the time to meet with us, but we really need to move this along prior to the fall, when we recognize that there will be further litigation, possibly stage 3, where a judge will determine the numbers. But in the meantime, if you could maybe avert the court process and have properly equipped, mandated representatives to negotiate and settle this litigation out of court, and it is troubling for my people, and we've waited a long time to have proper annuities and payments as per sharing the lands and the resources. So thank you for that. The other thing, I do have a couple elders in the room, and we really want to sit with you to have some discussions in regards to treaty implementation. The annuities is just one clause, and there are so many other areas that we need to have some discussions. The level of frustration and impatience is really growing amongst my people, and there's so many jurisdictions that are exercised by Canada, improperly exercised by Canada. We really need to take inventory of that and see what's still in our canoe, what's in your ship. So we'd really love to have those discussions additionally. I also wanted to make mention further that we as a people in my neck of the woods are looking forward collectively with the 21 chiefs as well to addressing and visiting many more jurisdictional areas that are confrontational to some degree with these exercises of jurisdiction by some representatives of the Crown. So we do need to have those discussions, and I'm looking forward to them and meeting personally with you in the next little while to have these hopefully fruitful discussions. Okay? Jimmy Gwetch.
Thank you, Chief Sayers. And our final question will come from our Zoom. We have Chief Darlene Bernard, who has her hand up. If we could have her unmuted and posted onto the screens, please.
Way.
Chief Bernard, we can hear you.
Awesome. Minister Miller, I think you know me. I'm Chief Darlene Bernard of the Lennox Island First Nation in Abequet, Prince Edward Island. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, I know that what you were saying, there was going to be a lot more supports and things like that with regard to mental health, homelessness and stuff like that. So I just wanted to say, in the PEI region, we've done really good at keeping people alive during COVID, but it was at a cost, and the cost was in mental health and addiction issues. And, so the trauma among our population has drastically increased, because of COVID, being isolated, but as well as the trauma from having to go through a very, not a great day school process to be able to get their claims done. And I'm hearing a lot from a lot of people that they need to have that claims process extended. So I'd like to know what your thoughts on that would be. And as well, I wanted to talk about the mental health and wellness of our men and boys in our communities. One of the things in PEI here that's really standing out to us in the last couple of years is our men and boys are really, really struggling, and we do not have the proper supports in place to be able to provide them with the services that they need, especially with regard to infrastructure in our communities. And I'm happy to hear that there's going to be more money put towards these kind of things, because I think that we really do need to have safe homes for our people in our community who are going away to get treatment and coming back and not having any kind of supports around them. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and just wondered if you would offer some insight on whether or not the day school process deadline could be extended. Thank you, Walalin.
Walalin to Chief Bernard. Minister Miller.
Thank you, and this time I'll go in order of appearance. I really appreciate the thanks for some of the work that's being done around housing. That I can't read my own handwriting either at times, but it's not because of any particular condition. We know that the housing crisis, though, is something that will require significant investments in budgets for years to come, and making sure that that hits the ground and it's keeping your people safe, both physically and mentally, is an aspect of housing, I think, that is sort of under-talked about. We talk about a roof over people's heads, but it fulfills a lot of functions in closing socioeconomic gaps, and it's something that perhaps Minister Hajdu will speak to later, but it is so key in making sure that we are relentless in making those investments in the view of closing the gap by 2030, which will be certainly a tall order and can't be done in any particular budgetary cycle. But that relentless advocacy that comes from you, that comes from your grassroots, whether it's in the quote-unquote on-reserve scenario in the far north or in the urban setting, is something the federal government definitely has a role. Both the TRC and the final report into murder and missing Indigenous women and girls has said so quite clearly. Chief Sayers, obviously you know the position of Canada. We want to be at the negotiation table and settle this in a good way. I think as well that we object to the position that the government of Ontario has taken in this respect, but we're looking to keep pushing our partner into working with them in solving this and making sure there is a proper mandate to get both sides of the Crown on the same page with settling this historic treaty. And I think the general reflection as well, and I think you hit the nail on the head, is even when we are moving and deploying historic sums to both compensate for matters that shouldn't have happened in the first place, notably the failure of Canada to honor its historic treaty obligations, we're doing so now in more of a transactional way than in the way that really should be our nation-to-nation or Crown-to-treaty partner relationship, which is respecting the spirit and intent of a treaty in the sacred way that you hold high your treaties, which were the conditions upon which Canada was built. And I do take that to heart when you say that, because there is an aspect of this, I think, that we as a government fail to neglect in honoring treaties. To Chief Bernard, and it's 2 points. I guess on the day school, as everyone notes, and I think has been highlighted throughout the last few days, the deadline is July 13th. It is not one that is set in stone. There is a 6-month period afterwards where people can apply. I have heard from communities and from survivors of day schools and their family members about the inadequacy of the process. I do find it frustrating and deeply concerning. Canada doesn't administer this process. It was a court-administered process, so I can't stand up in court and say this should happen. No matter how important it is, it takes work from plaintiffs' counsel and support for any work that we would do in order to change that timeline. For clarity, we have engaged with class counsel and asked what the options were, what the work was being done to extend some flexibility into January for what would be considered exceptional circumstances. The sense we've gotten is that it will be very flexible, but again, in the coming days, we'll be working to look at what those options are, to clearly echo in front of the court what we've heard from you today and what we've heard over my consultations in communities about not only the process not capturing enough people, but needing to be extended given the trauma and sometimes the reluctance of people to step forward, even if it is simply to fill out a form, because we know how traumatic that can be and re-traumatizing that it can be. That I think, and Chief Bernard, I do appreciate you raising this, because what we've seen and what we're working for, and again, perhaps Minister Hajdu may speak to this on the child and family services reform and fixing a system that is broken so that we don't not only repeat the cycle of litigation and bad behavior that Canada has been engaged in, but also fix a system that is forcing people into care as opposed to fundamentally focusing on prevention and healing in a culturally sensitive way. On Canada Day, Minister Hajdu and I authorized the signing of a historic settlement agreement which will compensate to the extent money can, which it can't necessarily, children that were apprehended going back to the 1990s, which is 3 or 4 court cases all wrapped into one, including the one most talked about in front of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. It will also compensate for the horrific experience that many have experienced over their time in care. And this is truly something that is in the nature of reparations for something that shouldn't have happened in the first place. But equally important, and some may say more important, making sure that from day one, after the compensation for those people that are eligible, that the system isn't and continues to be discriminatory. And that's the work that we've been doing painstakingly over the last few months with the Caring Society, with Plaintiffs' Council, under the guidance of Murray Sinclair, to make sure that we are moving to fix the system, whether it's reform of Jordan's principle, whether it's proper funding to agencies or communities that don't have agencies, focusing on investment in major capital, minor capital, and ensuring that from now on, this is a system that is a game changer for your children and your communities, which, when we talk about self-determination, is the building block of nationhood, which is the children. And having those ripped from you is something that has contributed to destroying nationhood. We have to put it in that context because it's important for everyone to realize the trauma that has occurred over all that time and not simply focus on liability. This is a game changer. Is it the be and end all? There are parts of this equation that we don't control, but we do have an important role in playing and making sure our partners in the provinces are acting the way they should. Every child that gets taken into care is done by a provincial entity. That's why reform of the system, whether it's through C-92 or any other instrument, is so key in creating those fertile conditions for communities to lift up what is an inherent right and should go without saying. I did want to put that into context, Chief Bernard, because I know that in some cases this is about boys and girls being left behind. So hopefully some of that will work to reform a system that's been broken for well over 30 years. Thank you.
Merci, Ministre Miller. Honorable Mark Miller, d'être venu nous parler, d'adresser l'Assemblée au nom de son ministère, le ministère des Crown Indigenous Relations, ministère fédéral. Alors, un grand merci pour votre générosité, pour votre temps aussi. Je sais que le temps a été dépassé. Merci. Les chefs et mandataires sont très heureux, je crois, de vous avoir entendu, d'avoir pris le temps. Merci. Merci. Alors, je vais appeler la prochaine ministre, qui est la ministre, l'honorable Patty Hajdu, et simplement vous dire que ensuite, nous allons accueillir le ministre David Lametti, et ensuite, nous allons accueillir le leader du NPD, Jack Ming Singh. Alors, j'aimerais maintenant appeler l'honorable Patty Hajdu à venir me rejoindre sur le podium pour pouvoir s'adresser à vous. Nous allons fonctionner de la même façon. Nous allons mettre le 10 minutes sur la minuterie. Nous allons prendre une période de 20 minutes de questions et de réponses au microphone 1, 2 et Zoom. On s'excuse à l'avance et on vous remercie à l'avance parce que ça se peut qu'on n'ait pas le temps de se rendre jusqu'au bout de la liste. On fait ce qu'on peut selon le temps qu'on a devant nous. Alors, vous pouvez vous lever si vous voulez tout de suite, si jamais vous... Mais on va prendre les questions. Et alors, merci beaucoup. Et on va fonctionner avec 3, comme on l'a fait pour le ministre précédent. Alors, ministre Hajdu, je vous cède maintenant ma place. Merci. À vous.
Merci beaucoup. Merci de me recevoir aujourd'hui. Je suis très heureuse d'être ici en passant. And it is such a pleasure and a joy to be with you here today on the traditional territory of Coast Salish, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I come from the traditional territory of Fort William First Nation, a signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty area, and I spoke this morning to Ontario Caucus, and it is really like meeting old friends and colleagues. You know, Northern Ontario is a small place, so we've worked together for very many years. Now, I know that through the many conversations that I've had over the 10 months that I've been the Minister of Indigenous Services, that all of you have been working incredibly hard here as chiefs, as leaders, and as delegates to improve the lives in your own communities for your children, your grandchildren, and the members of your communities. And I want to thank all of you for that hard, relentless work, because I know it takes a personal toll. I've spoken to so many of you that are not only working on community issues, but also living with challenging circumstances yourselves, and I want you to know I appreciate all of that incredible effort. So for me, as a Minister of Indigenous Services, and some of you I feel like may have heard this story before, but when the Prime Minister asked me to be the Minister of Indigenous Services, for me, there was a moment of pause, because I understood deeply how colonial this position has been over the past, well, 150 years since the position has been around. And I was really wanting to make sure that as I accepted this position that I could do it in my own way, and do it in a way that would feel like I had integrity, because I certainly didn't want to do this job in a way that was about explaining the government to all of you, really trying to essentially oversell the good works of the government to all of you, which I'm sure you've all experienced in these meetings and many others, but rather to turn it around and to be your advocate, to be the person that fights for you within the federal government, at the cabinet table, with the Treasury Board president, with the Minister of Finance, with the kinds of people that often limit how fast and how quickly we can transform our communities. And so when the Prime Minister said to me, yes, that he expected me to fight for Indigenous people, I was relieved, because I knew that I could do this job to the best of my ability to be your advocate in all of those rooms in Ottawa as we try to transform and renew this relationship that has so much promise, but so many broken promises at the same time. You may have heard me speak in earlier meetings also about the determination that I have to transform Indigenous Services Canada. And I want to thank my colleague, Minister Miller, who spoke before me, because he certainly worked very hard on this as well while he had this portfolio. And you know, Minister Miller did mention that the department now has a goal of closing the socioeconomic gap by 2030. I smile when I say that, because it's an ambitious goal. We're 7 years-ish, 7.5 years away from that deadline of 2030. And that means that the investments that we make, the work that the federal government does to be a good partner, a good treaty partner, a good partner, means that it has to be intentional. The department has to have a plan, and it can't be an aspirational goal. There have been too many aspirational goals over the history of our country and colonization of Indigenous people. And so I have asked and tasked the department to create a roadmap of how we will get to 2030 and what kinds of investments it will take to ensure that we can indeed close those gaps. I have such a respect for the principles of Indigenous people when it comes to planning 7 generations ahead and using the lessons of 7 generations behind us. And I think that when I have, what I've most been impressed about as I've been meeting with people today is the inclusion of young people in these meetings. Many of you have brought young people, have young people at the tables, have young people that are employed in your communities, but on youth councils and leading as elected leaders. And I think that we need to do more of that together. We need to make sure that we're amplifying the voices of youth, because they truly are inheriting the mess that we've left them. And they truly are going to transform how we work together. And so I want to thank all of you for bringing the young people with you. The other principles that I have asked the department to work through are honesty and self-determination. And I want to talk about honesty for a bit, because I think it's something that's been missing for a very long time in the conversations that the federal government has had with First Nations people. So many times, and this may ring true to you, you'll hear that your proposal is at headquarters, that your proposal is under review, that your proposal is stuck somewhere in the bowels of bureaucracy. And oftentimes, that could be true, but it could also be that you have a person who's not courageous enough to tell you that the department is out of money in that particular infrastructure envelope, or there isn't a plan forward on how to pay for that project, or that the department doesn't have the support politically to actually prioritize that project. And I've asked my officials, and I've committed my team, my political team, to always be honest with you, because I believe that by being honest together, it's actually a form of power. When you have the truth about why it is your particular project or program is not receiving the funding in the time and in the allotment that you think you need, you can do things with that information. You can go to the media, you can look for a new partner, you can decide you're going to fund it yourself, or you can walk away from the project and choose another. But you need that information to be able to make those decisions. We need to continue to have those hard conversations. And that's why I've asked the department to make sure that you're getting information in the most honest, forthright way. And I can guarantee you, I can promise you that you will get that from me and from my political team. Now, self-determination has to also be a core feature of the department and also a core principle that we are driving forward together on ensuring that communities have what they need to make their own decisions in a way that reduces the layers of bureaucracy that control how and what you do in your communities. Getting out of your way, ensuring we support your drive, and ensuring that you have what you need to get to your goals. And it's why co-developed legislation and Indigenous solutions, in my mind, are the only way forward. And it is about the young people that will lead the programs and the services in our communities in the future. People like Renee and Jordan, Angelina, Larissa, Autumn, and Savannah, just some of the people I met here today at AFN. They're already leading, and they're working, and they're doing so brilliantly. And so it's that self-determination, the tools that we're creating together, whether we're talking about co-developed health legislation, co-developed water legislation, co-developed policing legislation, some of the work that we've already done on education, on child welfare, those are the tools that those young people will use increasingly as they transform communities. It's exciting to see some of our work, our hard work, especially here with partners like AFN, come to fruition. And I want to congratulate AFN and the Executive Council on the incredible work on the settlement, the CHRT settlement. And, we're not done yet. We've got a lot of work to do on the agreement in principle on transforming care. But to have a final agreement filed with both courts on compensation is a huge accomplishment. And it is the result of dedication and hard conversations, and I want to congratulate everybody involved. I'm also excited about the implementation of Bill C-92, and one of the highlights of my first 10 months was being in Wabsumung as customary code was implemented, as the control and care of children and families was turned over to the rightful leaders of Wabsumung. This is exciting. It means more families that are intact, children that are kept in communities, and it's an opportunity to change the next generations. There's so much work that we are doing together to transform how communities are supported to have that autonomy they need to make those changes, whether it's on emergency management, whether it's on infrastructure priorities, and excitingly coming up the water legislation that will ensure that we can move more quickly to protect and maintain clean drinking water in First Nations. I've been given the 1-minute mark. I have so many more things to talk about, but I'm looking forward to the questions that I see lining up at the mic. And it's an honor to be the Minister of Indigenous Services of Canada and work with all of you. You inspire me every single day. Thank you very much.
Do you want to be seated? Sure. You want to take 3 first questions?
Okay, so we are now at the Q&A session. Thank you so much. We will go, okay, so I will just go at the microphone 2 because it would be unfair. So microphone number 2, please, first speaker, to you.
Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here as Chief of Montreal Lake, Chief Joyce of Montreal Lake. And I'd like to introduce Councillor Carol Nadaha, who is in charge of health. She's holding the portfolio for health, and she's got questions for the minister. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can please just make sure to not exceed the two minutes per speaker, please. This way it will be fair. We could hear the most. Thank you to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say thank you to a creator for allowing us to be here today. I thank you for the 3 First Nations for allowing us to have this meeting on their territory. Band Councillor from Montreal Lake Cree Nation. I guess one of the things I want to talk about today is mental health. Montreal Lake Cree Nation is in a mental health crisis. We have many different types of issues regarding mental health, and it stems from our history of trauma. We've all been talking about it, whether it's day school, residential school, 60 scoop, you know, everything up above, you name it. Right now, we're in a mental health crisis, and we've actually been doing a lot of work and put forward many different types of proposals. We've put in a land-based healing proposal. We have not had any word back from that. We've put in a treatment center proposal. We have not had any word back on that. And we've also put in a detox center, medical detox center proposal. So the one thing I want to talk about mostly is we do have a plan, a comprehensive plan for the mental health of Montreal Lake. And we've been working alongside FSIN David Pratt with a mental health plan as well. But it just seems as our mental health plan is not being recognized, it's not being looked at, and I really hope that I can sit down and have more than 2 minutes to discuss with you, because we're told that the province of Saskatchewan is covering the detox. There is no detox center in any First Nations community in the province of Saskatchewan today. I'm getting the cut here, but that needs to be changed. For our community, we need that. Our First Nations people need that. For our province of Saskatchewan, we need that. We need detox centers. We need treatment centers. We need land-based healing camps out there. We need to help our people heal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And just, we will now go to the Zoom speakers list. So Kevin Hart, proxy, you can be unmuted and you can put your camera on. Thank you to you. Please, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Minister Heidi, for being there. The question I have for you is that over the last decade, we've had a significant number of weather events in our First Nations. I know that our relatives there in BC have experienced weather events all too often as well. What we've seen with the federal government is that there's always a backlog when we talk about reimbursing these First Nations. We've just are going in post-pandemic now. First Nations are still recovering from the pandemic. And we've also had a weather event in the Manitoba region with extreme flooding again, where First Nations have been displaced. Of course, there's costs associated with that. But this just further puts First Nations behind the back burner because they're struggling to try and be reimbursed from the federal government. And I know this has always been a long-standing issue here. So I'm asking you as the minister to see if there could be dedicated resources in a department to help all the First Nations across this country that are experiencing these weather events, whether it's in regards to climate change or other significant events that are occurring. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will take the last. I'm sorry, I just mentioned before that I will go there because they're up since a while. So I'm gonna get to you, microphone number 2. We'll stay there, and after I'll go back with 2 and 1 and Zoom. So Thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you there, Madam Speaker. Brian Hardlott, Prince Albert Grand Council, Grand Chief in Saskatchewan, Northern Saskatchewan. Minister, I didn't have an opportunity, but I did speak to Mark back there. In the area of a treaty, the Medicine Chest Treaty 6, I just want to thank your office and also Minister Miller's office for the grand opening of the Woodland Treatment Center in the Prince Albert Grand Council territory, La Ronge, one of our First Nations. Thank you for that. Second, Chief Joyce Nadaho spoke to Mark Miller, and that's regarding the again the thing that we've been discussing with you, your office, and also Minister Miller's is the children's home, Timber Bay, and for it not being recognized as a residential school. Those survivors are waiting on you. They are waiting on us for answers. So I just really want to put that to your attention, and we need some kind of a response from the government. Those survivors are waiting for a response. Third, Minister, again in the area of a treaty right to health is in Saskatchewan, where we have our office, the Prince Albert Grand Council, is a Victoria Hospital.
Please conclude.
And a rebuild to the Victoria Hospital. Minister, we need the hospital serves many First Nations around the region, and yet there hasn't been any federal Indian monies for that hospital. We have a partnership with the province, but that partnership doesn't mean anything if there's no funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I will now turn the floor over to Minister Hajdu, and I'll go back with you, Chief McBride, to you. And I'm not sure, can we open her microphone, please? Is it possible? Not sure. Is it possible? Okay, so I think we'll just.
Is it on? Can you hear me? Oh, it is on.
Okay, perfect.
It is
Thank
on.
you to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jason. First of all, to the community of Montreal Lake and mental health and the crisis of mental health, you're not unique and alone in this, and I know you know that. This is a crisis that's happening across First Nations and indeed across non-Indigenous communities, and the pandemic has worsened it tremendously. As you know, we have hundreds of millions of dollars in available money for mental health programs, and I'm really thrilled about the work that Jordan's principal has been doing to support community-developed and led mental health and wellness programs. I will speak with you individually on your own particular proposals, and my staff are here to connect with you to make sure that we have a time to talk. It is unacceptable that you're not getting any answers. And when people don't get answers from the department, please reach out to my political office. We'll make sure that that information is available to AFN so that you can connect with our political leaders. And my job is to ask the department why they are not responding in a timely way to the requests that you have in front of you. I will say that there's no one solution, and I come from a long history of people myself that struggled with substance use and mental health. Each community has its own challenges and its own unique answers, and I'm very interested in working on those unique programs and services that are designed by communities for community members, because I think that is truly the only way through this crisis. But I also think it's going to be our continued focus on the social determinants of health, the housing work that we'll be doing. We'll be announcing very shortly the housing allocations as a result of the investment in Budget 2022, the work that we're doing on infrastructure around schools, and the self-determination work around education and child welfare. All of this is the long-term work that we need to continue to reduce mental health crises and substance use crises in communities. On climate change, and I think it was Kevin, you're absolutely right to be worried about what the future holds in terms of compounding crises related to climate change. It ties into the mental health conversation, by the way. Communities that are repeatedly experiencing threats or, in fact, disasters as a result of wildfires or flooding events, climate change-related events, are struggling to keep up, quite frankly. And it's been some of the most challenging work that I've seen in my time in the last 10 months. What's really promising is the approach that our government is taking to try and to work more collaboratively and to insist on trilateral approaches with provinces, territories, and indeed First Nations communities. We can no longer rely on provinces and territories to solely manage these crises and tell communities what they must or must not do, what kinds of supports or services are available. It has to be done, again, led by Indigenous people through Indigenous lenses. And my commitment to you on the federal department side is that we are working on much better, faster, and more respectful, trusting processes so that you're not worried about money in the middle of a crisis. But I think it is a longer and larger conversation because there are many crises going on all at once, and I can't see a change to that or an alleviation of that as we see the climate continue to heat up. So we need to be thinking thoughtfully together about what we're going to do to protect communities and how we're going to address the long-term threat that climate change poses. And then finally, on to Ryan on the hospital and the intersection of provinces and territories with the delivery of health care. Look, this is appalling. It's an appalling situation that we see so much systemic racism still exist in healthcare systems across the country. In fact, it's one of the reasons that I'm a federal politician. I certainly saw that day after day in my own home community of Thunder Bay, running a large homeless shelter with many Indigenous clients that could not get equity or kind or compassionate or any care in many cases. It's why we have the Ending Anti-Indigenous Racism in Healthcare initiative. It's why we're proposing co-developed health legislation. It's why we want to ensure that First Nations people are at the table as provinces and territories reshape their provincial offerings. And it's why that we want to make sure that Indigenous communities have what they need to continue to provide care to the capacity that they feel they're capable of in their own communities. So we have a lot of work to do there. We're just at the beginning stages, but I'm excited about the potential to transform healthcare delivery across the country.
Thank you very much. So we will now hear the last three speakers. So I'll go microphone 2, 1, 2. Microphone 2, Chief McBride, to you, please.
Chief Arden McBride, Témiscamingue First Nation, Québec. Bonjour, Madame la Ministre. J'aimerais avoir une réunion avec vous et votre bureau dans les, j'espère, les semaines ou les mois qui suivent. The reason why I asked this in French is because, one, to show you that I'm bilingual. The second is we're having issues with health because we are border communities. I am the last generation that's bilingual. I went to French school. The people behind, or younger than me, I'll say, we changed over to English school years ago. Our elders only speak English. When they go to get health services, we have to go to Ontario, New Liskeard, Ontario. The service providers are kind, they're good, but it's the province that's the issue in regards to payments, specialists. So when our elder has to go see a specialist, be it for eye, I'll use eye as an example. They may have to go 1 hour, 2 hour, the furthest if they get service in Ontario. But because these specialists are not paid what they're asking because the rates are different from Quebec, some of them have to go to Montreal, which is 8 to 10 hours away. It doesn't make sense. There has to be dialogue with the province, the feds, about this health system that's not working for borderline English-speaking communities. There are 3 Algonquin communities that are mostly Anglophone, and these 3 Algonquin communities are having the same issues. I won't speak on their behalf, but I'll only speak on behalf of my community. We have to sit down, we have to talk, we have to have a serious dialogue on how we can fix this problem. And it's a shame that some of our elders have to go so far. Just the trip alone tires them out. Imagine going to see a specialist and you're already tired. That's going to add to the diagnosis, depending on what it is that you have. Worse if it's cancer. So I would like to have a meeting in the very near future with you in your office. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Microphone number 1, please.
Yes, Wajib. My name is Mike Morris. I'm a proxy for KI, but I'm putting on my other hat. I'm a council member for Casablanca Lake First Nation. And right now, we have 16 trailers and 5 homes to build, to put in place. And we only have enough power to hook up seven trailers. And thank you for giving us $50 million to renovate our present school and to build a high school. But we can't hook them up when they get finished in 2023. So I'm meeting with Hydro One on Monday afternoon, and we're going to start a process for temporary generation for our community. And they gave us a deadline of August 31 to get our act together so that we can have the generator and everything else on the 2023 winter road. So we need your help to move the process along. We don't have time to battle it out with your staff at Thunder Bay. We'd like to meet with you or whoever you appoint to work with us to speed what we need to do along. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the last speaker for this Q&A session, sorry for the others, the last speaker, microphone number 2, and I'll then turn the floor over to the minister, and then we will invite our other guests. So thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hantla and Jawa and Squash, Lease Behind Cook, Bevan Slatku, Lease Behind Chief Quarter Band. Thank you for the time to speak. Just to remind you, Madam Chair, don't forget this is a Chiefs Assembly. And I hope the rest get to talk as well, too. Good to see you, Minister. Last time we seen you was February 24th when you did the flight with the leadership in the Dikla Valley on the flooding. Haven't heard very much after that. I'd like to get a firm commitment from you and your office to come meet with myself and the Nicola Chiefs on unresolved issues that we still haven't heard back from Indigenous Services Canada. And we'd like to make sure that that happens really soon, not 5 months down the line. So invitation, and I was just speaking to my fellow chiefs here, it's going to snow because not too often we get 3 ministers in a row. So just hold on.
Good day, Minister. After what we experienced here yesterday, hearing from our youth, and today hearing from our youth again and parents of children that have been lost in the system, and because of inaction and a lot of things happening, this has to do with the agreement signed on June 30th, 2022, the compensation final agreement, compensation or the final settlement agreement, the FSA, and payments under that FSA. The FSA excludes payments to the estates of parents who experienced discrimination and would be eligible under the tribunal orders. The estates of deceased parents are eligible for compensation under that tribunal. So there is some gaps in the system that we need to address. And I invite my friend here to
40 seconds left.
40 seconds.
You have 40 seconds.
Minister Hadju, I act as proxy for my chief, Johnny Pierre. My name is Joni Conlon. I am a social worker in Northern British Columbia. I'm an Indigenous social worker. I chose this job because I wanted to help. And when we see that the system is incredibly failed. We got to talk about long-term reform, but we have to talk about compensation. For these families who sit up here and cry, I ask you to address this.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you that came to the microphone. Yes, and I now turn the floor over to final comments by Minister Hajdu. To you, Minister.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. The theme of health comes up over and over, and the intersection with the provinces and territories comes up over and over. And it's unacceptable that you might get alternate levels of care depending on where you live. So Chief McBride will look into this particular issue and see what we can do about the rates of service. But it is another argument for the co-developed health legislation that has to be a priority. And I'm looking to all of you to understand what that can do to transform communities' health delivery and health access. So let's keep doing that hard work together. In terms of Mike Morris from Casablanca, I'm happy to help with the conversation with Hydro One, and it's great news that you have new infrastructure, but we do need to figure out how it's going to be powered. So these kinds of things are it's really important that you engage my ministerial team. I think Clint Takuchi is here somewhere handing out business cards to people. He's at the back. So he has lots and lots of cards. If you've got specific infrastructure challenges or specific projects that are stuck, please make sure you see Clint. He'll give you a card, and he is my, I don't want to say secret weapon, it's a little violent, but my special tool, if you will, to unlodge problems that exist at the department level. And finally, to Coldwater Creek, or Coldwater community, I really want to thank you for that visit. It was very powerful, but we will plan a time to meet again to talk about the next steps. I'm hoping that work has continued with the department. It certainly was my direction to work quickly and supportively on your goals and your agenda. I know that the province of BC has been meeting extensively with the federal government on the extensive flooding situation and the rebuild, but if you're not getting the details and the information you need, then we have to do a better job. So I'm really, again, grateful for the time today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to continue this really important work with AFN, and thank you very much, everyone, for being here and for being such incredible, passionate advocates for your communities.
Minister, I just wanted everybody to know that I've known Patty long before she was a minister, which is why I gave her a warm hug. And I really appreciate your work. You have come so long, a journey from Thunder Bay to being the minister of this file. And so we wanted to give you a gift. I just wanted to share with everybody what the gift is. It's salmon, which is medicine from the West Coast, so for you.
Thank you very, very much, Minister Hajdu. Thank you. Cedric?
We'll all into Minister Hajdu. Our next guest is the Honourable Minister David Lametti, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. So join me in saying welcome to Minister Lametti.
Oui, okay. C'est à moi. Merci. Got it. Hello, bonjour, Kwe, No, Tansi, Anin. I would like to begin by acknowledging and thanking all of you for the warm welcome on the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh. And to the elders taking part, to National Chief Archibald, to all the members of the AFN Executive, youth, women's representatives, and to all the chiefs in Assembly, thank you for welcoming me today. in particular on justice portfolios. Merci au chef Picard, as well as to Regional Chief Terry Teegee for all the work that we have begun to do together. Days like today are an excellent way to continue on the sometimes difficult path of reconciliation, but sometimes exhilarating path of reconciliation. I echo Minister Mark Miller's comments to families who've experienced trauma and pledge to you to work with all of you to make that situation better. Je crois sincèrement que la réconciliation est un processus qui demande de la patience et de la bonne foi. Je sais que c'est un chemin parfois difficile. Il est arrivé que nous n'étions pas à l'auteur des attentes. Mais si nous sommes sincèrement de bonne foi, si nous avons la volonté d'être ouverts et de collaborer, nous allons faire des progrès malgré les obstacles. J'espère que, comme moi, vous voyez les étapes importantes que nous franchissons ensemble. From my perspective as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, there are three key areas that we are prioritizing, and I will touch briefly on each of these today. First, addressing the tragedy of residential schools. Second, implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And thirdly, transforming our criminal justice system. So let me begin with residential schools. This is a critical element of our work to continue to address this tragedy. As you know, in May, I visited the sites of the former St. Joseph's Mission Residential School, the Kokolitsa Residential School, and Indian Hospital Site Memorial in Chilliwack, as well as the Maryvale Indian Residential School in Cowessess. I want to express my deep gratitude to Chief Willie Sellers, to Chief David Jimmy, and to Charlene Belleau, as well as Chief Cadmus Delorme for allowing me to walk with them on sacred grounds. And I want to thank Cookpee Roseanne Kashmir for the continuing dialogue that we have had. It was important for me to be there, to see the land and the buildings that still exist, and to meet personally with elders, survivors, and community leaders. It helped me to learn how communities are dealing with unmarked burials and grave sites, as well as the trauma that these findings have brought to the surface again. Being there with community leaders, being with elders and survivors of the residential school system further reinforced my commitment that together we will see justice done. We continue to provide support and listen to members of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities as they decide on the best course of action for their specific needs. In June, again in collaboration with First Nations leadership, we took a critical step towards healing and justice with the announcement of Kimberly Murray, a Mohawk lawyer from Kanesatake, as independent special interlocutor for missing children and unmarked graves and burial sites associated with Indian residential schools. Madame Murray est particulièrement qualifiée pour remplir ce rôle. Elle est avocate, mais a aussi occupé des fonctions de direction au sein de la Commission de vérité et réconciliation et du secrétariat des survivants des Six Nations de Grand River. Sa nomination est une étape essentielle pour favoriser la commémoration respectueuse, la guérison et la justice pour les peuples autochtones au Canada. The special interlocutor will deliver reports not only to me, but to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leadership on her findings and recommendations. Her office will be functionally independent from government and will have proper resources and funds to fulfill its mandate. Budget 2022 included an investment of $10.4 million over 2 years to ensure that the special interlocutor and her team get this important job done and get it done right. Another important priority is the work to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Let me state from the outset that we implemented the United Nations Declaration word for word. We did not exclude anything. We added a preamble, largely on suggestions made by Indigenous leadership, a preamble that includes a formal renunciation of the doctrines of discovery and terra nullius, a preamble that includes a recognition of treaty rights and that this should not derogate from treaty rights. And so I'm pretty proud of the work that's been done so far, but I understand that much more needs to be done. Budget 2022 and 2021 included significant funding to accelerate this transformative work. We shared an update on that work in our first annual progress report, which was released on June 21, National Indigenous Peoples Day. And so I think we're putting the building blocks in to effectively implement that act. And we're doing it in collaboration and conjunction with you, as you'll see in a moment. As a first step, on December 10th, 2021, the government announced the launch of a process to develop the UN Declaration Action Plan in partnership with Indigenous peoples. The process is intended to be broad and inclusive. On the same day, we launched a call for proposals for funding to support Indigenous participation and leadership in the process, including support for Indigenous-led consultations. The call for proposals closed on April 15th, with over 200 proposals received from all regions of Canada. Funding is on its way to Indigenous government bodies, organizations, and groups across the country to support you in developing your priorities for inclusion in the action plan. As well, we have created and staffed a new secretariat within the Justice Department to support the implementation work with Indigenous partners and across all federal government departments. Je tiens à vous assurer que les priorités et les droits des peuples autochtones, incluant les Premières Nations, seront le point de départ de notre travail de mise en œuvre de la loi sur la Déclaration des Nations Unies. Implémenter la déclaration en partenariat avec les peuples autochtones est une avancée considérable pour l'autodétermination des Premières Nations, des Inuits et des Métis. C'est aussi un grand pas pour combler l'écart social et économique et réduire les inégalités. As you know, there was a legislative requirement put in the Act to give it a 2-year time frame to complete the action plan by 2023. So there's a lot of work ahead of us over the next year. Rest assured that our government remains strongly committed to this process, and I'm confident that together we can achieve the transformative promise that the UN Declaration represents. And let me add on a side note that we are going to defend the Bill C-92, recognizing the inherent right of Indigenous peoples to take care of their own children. At the Supreme Court of Canada, we're going to do it in coordination with Indigenous groups that are intervening, and we're going to build on that very strong affirmation of Section 35 rights, including a Section 35 right to self-determination, as a panel of 5 judges found unanimously on the Quebec Court of Appeal. So we're going to defend that decision, and we're going to defend it well. On criminal justice reform, I also want to mention progress there. As Minister Miller mentioned, les Autochtones demeurent surreprésentés dans notre système judiciaire et ces tristes chiffres continuent d'augmenter. Des statistiques récentes le confirment. Il est particulièrement troublant de constater que les femmes autochtones représentent désormais la moitié des femmes incarcérées dans les établissements fédéraux. This situation is unacceptable, it's shameful, and we have to fix it. As I've said many times, mandatory minimum penalties are one of the reasons for these statistics, and the inability to give conditional sentences or home arrest. Bill C-5 makes changes to that by eliminating a number of minimum mandatory penalties and removing the restrictions on conditional sentence orders. The bill's in front of the Senate at committee stage, and we hope to see it pass Parliament soon. But this isn't the only thing that we need to do. It's a piece of a puzzle, and we are investing in the continued application of Gladue principles in the criminal justice system and delivering more relevant services, as well as collaborating with you on the development of an Indigenous justice strategy. Let me just say that BC has exercised leadership in this regard, and so we will work we will work with Indigenous peoples across Canada, but following some of the leads where appropriate that BC has put in place. I'll conclude there, even though I have more to say, and I will answer your questions gladly to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Lametti. We'll now go on as the process has been, microphone 1, 2, then look towards our hybrid Zoom call. So if we could start with microphone 1.
Quay, Chief Alan Polches, Sidungsis, St. Mary's First Nations in New Brunswick. Good afternoon, Minister. I come from a province where the Wolastoqey chiefs were calling for an inquiry on the murder of Chantal Moore. And we not only called for it once, twice, but 3 times and was denied. Justice denied is justice delayed. And I expect the federal government to put some pressure on the government of New Brunswick to have inquiries. There's many Indigenous brothers and sisters that are dying on the hands of police in this country. And there's no answers to that because no one has taken responsibility. As a leader in my community and in my nation, I have to carry that burden. I have to carry the sadness that we already face. The government of New Brunswick claims there is no racism in their system. And I need you to assist as Indigenous people when it comes to inquiries when we ask for them. Do you know the gentleman, the police officer that killed Chantal Moore is now back at work? Why are police doing wellness checks without any other folks being involved in that process? I expect the government to do better when it comes to justice for our Indigenous people. Willie Wynn.
Well, and Chief Polches. On microphone 2.
Good afternoon, Minister David. It's good to see you again, and thank you for attending. The co-development of the police legislation is one of the priorities of the government, but it needs more than that. We need a system for the administration of justice, a prosecutor, and we need a court system in our community, a community court system. Otherwise, the police will still have no place to go to prosecute community laws that are broken. And so without that, it'll still remain a toothless tiger that it'll be words on paper, but it will have no effect on protecting the safety of the community. And quite often what comes to the attention of our council is a lot of criminals who are not band members that we have to ban from the community. And thank God for now, the community court, we can get court conditions that they not be found on our reserve again. But there's a lot of trespass to property, and the laws that the federal government doesn't enforce the Indian Act provisions anymore, even though it is the law of Canada, it's unenforced. The Attorney General will not lay information before the court concerning any trespass issues, even though it is the law. And so I just want an update on what is going to happen with furnishing First Nations with prosecutors and some funds to start up a court system.
Thank you, Chief Miracle. If we could have microphone 2 back open, please.
The federal Crown Attorney doesn't prosecute banned bylaws, and neither does the Crown Attorney prosecute bylaws. So there's a void there. And no community should be void of law, but a First Nations is. That's it.
Thank you, Chief Miracle. I have no one with their hands raised joining us through Zoom, so I will go back to microphone 1.
It's Chief Don Harris from Douglas First Nation, and I did raise this at our caucus with you present, but I continue to raise this and try and add a little bit more because we have such little time to talk about these issues and we always get cut off. But again, The UNDRIP. It does work. I know it's a lot of work that's been put in, and it works for a majority of it, of the communities net. But there are a few of us communities that have no treaty, have no self-governing agreements, nor are we negotiating any such agreements. And that takes away our ability to speak in our territories. And as I mentioned earlier in our caucus, is that the provincial policies have given the ability to neighboring communities from neighboring nations the ability to claim our territory, and the UNDRIP will give them the ability to make decisions on in our backyards. And again, is that my community, I'm a remote community, my community's been protecting the resources, and the revenue shares are allowing neighboring communities to take or claim our territory for that purpose. I know there's been tables set up to try and address these issues, the overlap tables and such, but provincial policies have made it even harder by increasing the revenue shares that are given to those that claim our territory, claim my backyard. And that I was in New York when Carolyn Bennett made her speech, when she committed Canada to the UNDRIP. But she went on to say that free, prior, and informed consent is the ultimate expression of treaties or self-governing agreements, those which I don't have. And by rolling out the UNDRIP, it basically wipes out my community. It wipes out our ability to use our lands. And so I just want to keep reminding, I know that's it's going to be an issue on our coming up later, but this is something that by rolling out the UNDRIP, you're going to be wiping out the few of our communities that have no treaties or have no self-governing agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Harris. So I'd like to thank Chief Polches, Chief Miracle, and Chief Harris for their questions, and now turn the stage over to Minister Lametti, if you could have his microphone activated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Chief Allen from New Brunswick, look, I like others before me, have expressed our sympathies to the family of Chantal Moore as well as to her community. I know it happened in New Brunswick, but I know her community is here in British Columbia. I've admitted that there's systemic racism in the system. You've heard Minister Miller do it. You've heard Minister Hajdu do it. So there is a recognition that we need to fix. And there's a need to fix this, and there's a recognition that we need to attack systemic racism, in particular in policing, and that we need to reform policing. I'm going to bring that message to Minister Mendicino, because it's part of his mandate, and there's a lot. I know that there's a lot more to be done. Believe me, I've heard not just at this set of meetings, but also other meetings that policing is a massive priority. Better policing and more Indigenous-led policing, community policing, however you want to call it, community safety officers, peace officers, etc., in order to ensure the kinds of, that what happened to Chantal Moore doesn't happen again. And I fully agree with you that we need to have more balance with respect, and more professionalism, healthcare professionals for healthcare situations. If there's a mental health issue, then there should be medical personnel on a wellness check and not a police officer. So I understand that, and I will bring those concerns to Minister Mendicino, and I've advocated publicly here. I've committed publicly to working with you and working with my colleagues to find solutions to these problems, these challenges. A similar related point to Chief Miracle. I repeat the same commitment, Chief, with respect to bringing the message on policing to Minister Mendicino. On the court systems part of the picture, I'm beginning to invest it's as part of my mandate in the resuscitation of Indigenous laws and Indigenous court systems, and I'm willing to work in that regard. I've done some funding through Call to Action 50 of TRC, but also other funding through the Justice Program in a variety of different kinds of court programs across Canada. The ones that work are Indigenous and Indigenous-led and Indigenous developed, and I'll continue to work with you in that regard. The bylaw question, I know that it's a thorny issue. We have set up in some places, such as Ontario, a tripartite table with Indigenous leadership. I did this with National Chief Archibald before she got into this role, and the province. But I understand the gap. We had some movement during COVID to enforce bylaws because it was an emergency. And I understand the need to have those bylaws enforced, and I'll continue to press in that regard. I recognize the problem, I recognize the complexity of the problem, but I also recognize the need to fix it, and I'll do my best to keep pressing on that. But you have indeed identified a gap, and it needs to be addressed, and I thank you for raising it. Chief Harris from Douglas First Nation, thank you again for intervening. I hope that within this room, whether it's in the Indigenous-led consultations for UNDRIP or in the consultations that will be done through the Justice Department, that in some way, I don't know where you're sitting, that in some way, shape, or form, we will get to a point, there you are, we will get to a point where you are consulted on this. You need to be heard. As I said in the session earlier today, it is not for me to be the arbitrator of disputes among First Nations over land. As hard as that is, I think you will have to sit down with your neighboring communities and figure that out. I know that that's hard. I don't want to be Big Brother. I can't be Big Brother. It won't be a solution. So I know that that's, I said this morning I was just being honest. I'm saying now I'm just being honest. And but as regards UNDRIP, every community hopefully will have a chance to be consulted either through the Indigenous-led consultations or through the Justice consultations. Whatever the nature, like whether, treaty, modern treaty, no treaty, we have to try to reach out to everybody in the development of an action plan.
Thank you, Minister Lametti. We will now go to microphone 2.
Good afternoon again. My name is Chief Joyce McLeod from Northern Saskatchewan. I just had a couple of issues here, and one of them is I come from Northern Saskatchewan, and during the COVID, we've had a lot of problems regarding drugs, especially meth in our communities, and also the gangs in our community. A lot of times we're home invasions, and a lot of times we're kind of stuck because of there's a high percentage of female and male, young males, about between 20 and 30 years old, that come and go from the provincial jails, and I think most of them are related to the gangs. But when I asked for help, I said there seems to be nowhere to go. There's no reintegration programs in the city. There's no reintegration programs for the young offenders or the people that have been incarcerated. But there is one available for the offenders that come from the from prisons, federal prisons, but nothing for provincial. The offenders that come from the provincial jails. I'm just wondering, I said, due to the lack of programs, is there anywhere else we can go? We need those programs in our communities to keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McLeod. Looking towards our Zooms, we have no hands raised, so I will go to microphone 1, please.
White and Peace Nuxil, Iskui Klupa Kankantil Smokamith. My name is Keith Grohl. I'm the Chief of Lower Smokemeat Indian Band. And sorry, Minister Lametti, this is not for you. I want to put a formal complaint on the floor. The disgrace that I saw in the last 3 days to our elders. That is uncalled for, Executive. You need respect. I heard it being said by our National Chief, we're bringing back tradition and culture. And you cannot give our elders time to speak on this floor? That is so uncalled for. I just want to put that formally out there. Chairs, I appreciate the work you do, and I understand that you have to keep it within a timeline. I suggest that as we move forward into the future, our elders be a minimum of 5 minutes. And I'd love to see that change happen. It is, I don't mind, go ahead, cut me off. I'm a big guy, I can deal with it. I've held my voice for 3 days, but I could not go home without saying something. I sent a complaint to my regional chief yesterday to let him know how embarrassed I am. I have to go back to my community and my nation and tell them we did 4 resolutions. We passed 4 resolutions? There's 48. So I apologize, Minister Lametti, for taking the time right now, but I had to put the formal complaint on the floor before we're done the day. So Lim, thank you, Regional Chief TG. I appreciate you telling me to come up.
Thank you, Chief Grohl. And it is on the record. I would now go back to microphone 2.
Dindige Chair, thank you very much, Chair. Kakido, kita tamaskat now, I acknowledge all of you. Ugamawak, Chiefs, Ugamaisquayuk. Minister, I just first of all want to thank you for the continued work with 2 of our First Nations in the Prince Albert Land Council. Brian Hardlock, by the way, Grand Chief of the Prince Albert Land Council. Thank you for working with Shoal Lake and Red Earth and their the good work that they're doing in the area of justice with their justice initiative. Thank you very much for that. Minister, let's work together. Let's recognize Timber Bay Children's Home as a residential school. Let's do that for the survivors. I ask you to work with your fellow ministers on that. The survivors are waiting. So let's do that work, okay? Thank you. Minister, in the area of policing, I mentioned this to you this past summer. Let's put that federal Crown prosecutor back in the provincial justice system in the province of Saskatchewan, so the RCMP can enforce our First Nations bylaws and maybe our BCRs, our band council resolutions. Let's do that. The RCMP are not enforcing them, and we are. I thank you for working with AFN to co-develop the legislation on making policing, First Nations policing, essential service. Thank you for that. In the area of justice, I think I think it's there already, but more programs are needed in the area of restorative justice. We have an alternative measures program in the province of Saskatchewan. Although those court workers they got very low wages, but we need those programs for those court workers that help the people in the court system. And that's restorative justice, Minister. So I thank you. Let's do that work. Let's do that work. I ask you. I thank you.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Minister Lametti, if you could have his microphone open, please.
Thank you. Let me begin with Grand Chief from Prince Albert. I'll look into the residential school that you mentioned. Please give the name. I'll work with Ministers Miller and Haidu. I don't see any reason not to rely on a definition, to exclude people. So I will get more information on the file. On policing, that's a good suggestion with respect to bylaws. I'm open to suggestions. We've already heard Chief Maracle. I understand the problem. I understand it's a problem across many parts of Canada, and I'm willing to work to find a solution. And I'm very much in favor of working together on more restorative justice options in the criminal justice system. That bill that I spoke about earlier, Bill C-5, in allowing conditional sentence orders, I think opens the door for a great deal of restorative justice programming. There's some really good things happening. For example, here in British Columbia, and with the First Nations, the BC First Nations Justice Council, the work that Doug White is doing, and we're helping to fund with the Government of British Columbia community justice centers, which have wraparound programming for individuals who've come into contact with the criminal justice system. That's an interesting model. We have invested more in Indigenous court workers. That's another model. But there are ways to do it, and I'm committing to you to work with you to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister Miller. That is all the time we have, so I'm sorry to the speakers who are at the podium, but we must proceed with the agenda. So I will now turn it over.
I'm way better looking than Miller.
I don't know if the mic heard that.
You just called me Miller.
Excuse me. I work in justice on top of that. I'm sorry, Minister Lametti. I will now hand the stage off to my co-chair, Weena.
Thank you, Minister Lametti. And we will now call upon our last but not the least guest, the leader of the NDP, Mr. Jagmeet Singh, to address the Assembly for a total of 20 minutes. So he will give his speech, and then I will take question. Is Jagmeet Singh, you are more than welcome to join me on the stage. So total 20 minutes. Yeah, thank you. So I will manage the questions for two questions for a total of 4 questions total. So thank you. To you.
Thank you, merci. Thank you. How are you doing? National Chief. Greetings. It's an honor to be here. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories that we're gathered on, the unceded traditional territories of the Squamish, the Musqueam, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nations. And as always, whenever we acknowledge the traditional territories, as a settler, for me, it's particularly important to remember the injustice that the First People of this land have suffered and continue to suffer, and our responsibility as settlers to work towards justice for the First People of this land. I want to just acknowledge the elders, the youth, the chiefs, the counselors, all the leaders, all the staff, all the members and all the community members that make this event possible, and thank you for the honor of being here. And I share greetings today on behalf of all New Democrats. C'est vraiment un honneur d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. Je suis reconnaissant comment c'est vraiment spécial d'avoir cette opportunité. So I want to start off by acknowledging some of the work of my team. Often the leader gets a lot of recognition, but I'm only here because of an incredible team that I work with, staff, but also incredible MPs. And so I just want to acknowledge our critic for Indigenous Services is Lori Idlout, who is the MP for Nunavut. She's an Inuit woman, a lawyer, and a very powerful voice who has really made a big contribution to our movement. I want to acknowledge Blake Desjardins, a Métis with Cree heritage as well, who is the first two-speared MP in Parliament. And as a young man with incredible experience and wisdom, he has been a very significant force in our party. Charlie Angus, as some of you know, has been really tireless in working for justice for Indigenous children, and was one of the really vocal fighters in challenging this government that was taking Indigenous kids to court And I want to take a moment to reflect on all the Indigenous activists and AFN's leadership, Cindy Blackstock, and so many others who were able to stop this government from fighting kids in court and to finally reach an agreement. So that was really, really important. I'll be talking a bit about our agreement later on, but I want you to know that we made it a condition that we would not even enter into discussions on an agreement until this legal battle against Indigenous kids was dropped. It was one of our prerequisites. So we are honored to be a part, just one small part, of all the people that fought to get this agreement. And now we have to make sure that the government actually follows through with the agreement, which is often a very important part of any sort of resolution. We've got to make sure the follow-through is there. I want to just also acknowledge Charlie, Mumalak, and Nikki's work, all members of our team, on getting raising awareness about the idea of a special prosecutor on so-called residential schools, which National Chief has referred to as institutions of genocide. But these are crimes that were committed. And for crimes that are committed, there needs to be justice, and that means those that committed those crimes need to be prosecuted, brought to account, and something we absolutely believe. And I want to just wrap up with our team with Leah Gazan. She's been a very powerful voice on raising awareness around the lack of action on the missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit, and how those really vital calls for justice need to be implemented. She is actually responsible for a study at the Status of Women that links the connection between work camps and violence against Indigenous women and girls. And she has highlighted how the Liberal government has not spent any of the money allocated on actually building or solving this serious crisis. None of the money committed has actually been spent, and she uncovered that. And then finally, not currently a part of our team, but always a part of our legacy, Romeo Saginash and his leadership in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and him being a force behind it eventually becoming law in Canada, and our commitment to making sure that that declaration is actually implemented in the spirit of shared prosperity, that we shouldn't have to worry about a budget line item funding for Indigenous communities. But if we actually follow the declaration, there should be shared economic prosperity, that Indigenous communities benefit from the development that happens on their lands, on your lands. And I think that is a model where we can actually see real sovereignty, real sustainability, and an economic model which is based on that shared prosperity. It's better for everyone if we work in partnership, in respect, nation to nation, where projects are developed in the spirit of working with Indigenous communities as the sovereign owners, and making sure they actually move ahead in respect of the land, water, and air, so that it is good for generations to come. I want to talk to you a bit about the deal, the agreement in Parliament. We looked at this Parliament that Canadians had chosen 2 times in a row a minority government, and we wanted to make sure that we did everything we could to get people help. So we used our power in this minority government to deliver some meaningful victories for people. And I want to touch on what people expected of us. They wanted leaders to show up. They wanted leaders to get to work. They wanted leaders to work together. And instead of worried about fighting each other, do something that actually helps people out. So we listened to people, we listened to Canadians, we listened to Indigenous communities, and in the agreement, we secured a number of victories. I just want to highlight some of the focus that we put on specifically key pieces in the agreement for Indigenous communities. One of the biggest concerns I hear from people is about housing. There is a serious crisis in housing across the country, but specifically impacting Indigenous communities. So in the agreement, we have forced the government with our power to build a for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing plan. There's been $2 billion allocated for this program. That is a start, but we need a lot more. But this is a plan that's going to be designed for and by Indigenous people. And that's something really unique. We've seen a lot of announcements of funding that no one can ever access. This announcement that here's funding available, but no one knows how to use it, no one knows how to access it, and it's just a shiny thing in a window, but it doesn't mean anything. So we really want this to be a model of how we can actually build programs that are actually designed by the people that need them, designed by Indigenous people in a respect, instead of an Ottawa knows best approach, but in a partnership, in a respect for Indigenous people. So that was a really important, big victory for us in the agreement. We also put in the agreement specific language requiring this government to deliver action on the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry and those calls for justice. We want to see action. It is deeply disappointing that years later there's been no real implementation of those calls for justice. So that's something really important, and that's why we included it. And then finally, we strongly believe that any way the federal government can help in the continued work to assist nations bringing children that have been lost to institutions of justice back home, bringing those children back home is vital, and so any support that can be provided, we expressly put that into the agreement. So those are just some of the pieces I wanted to highlight in the agreement, but I want you to know, we know there's a lot more work that needs to be done. This is still a Liberal government, and we're an opposition party. We're the New Democrats who used our power to get some things done, but we know a lot more needs to be done. And we know that involves making sure we end finally, forever, the situation of boiled water advisories in Indigenous communities. There is no justification in a country as rich as ours that every Indigenous community doesn't have access to clean drinking water. And to do that, it means not just the infrastructure, but also this training, the hiring of workers, making sure Indigenous workers are paid a good salary so that they're able to sustainably continue to deliver clean drinking water. And that's something really important. We know that we need to continue to fight the climate crisis because Indigenous communities are feeling the brunt of it. Whether it's land, air, or water, the Indigenous way of life is directly threatened. So we know that needs to continue. We know so much more work needs to be done around education. We need to make sure we are ensuring that people have access to education and there's no barriers and it's of the highest quality. We also know that not only do the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls calls for justice need to be implemented, but the TRC calls to action. Those are clear First Nation-based solutions that need to be implemented. So that's something really important. It's been far too long, and these can't just collect dust. They need to be implemented. And I want to wrap up on two last points. Indigenous healthcare. It is shameful in this country that Indigenous people do not have access to the same equal healthcare. We saw the horrific example of Joyce Sheshawan and how Joyce was treated with incredible disrespect that cost her life. We need to make sure that access to healthcare for Indigenous people is just, is equitable, and it is something that people can access in a meaningful way. And so we're gonna commit to implementing Joyce's principles, making sure we improve the NHIB system so that it actually works and covers people, and work with you to identify any gaps. And justice for Indigenous people, the justice system clearly continues to discriminate Indigenous people. We heard from Chantal Moore's family today, a powerful voice about the changes that need to happen in our justice system. As a public defender, previously, before getting in politics, I saw firsthand the impact of our justice system and how unfair it is. So that's another major change. So I'll leave you with this last. We continue to be a party that you can count on as allies. I want you to know you should count on me to amplify your voice. You have the solutions. You know what needs to be done. You need a partner. Please count on me as someone who's going to take your message and amplify it and bring it to Ottawa and fight alongside you. You're already doing a lot of the fighting. I just want to be an ally. My team wants to be an ally in supporting that work. And I'll just wrap it up with the last thing. I promised myself that I wasn't going to be like this, but when I used to hear people always talk about their kids, I thought, okay, you know, it's cool. You got a kid that's nice. Now I became a dad, and I always want to talk about my kid. So I'm doing the same thing. We have a daughter. We thought a lot about her name. In the Sikh tradition, the name has a meaning. So my name is pronounced Jug, like hug, and meet, like we meet each other, and it means friend to the world. So my parents had a vision. They thought I would be someone that can connect to people and create friendships across boundaries, across gaps. And so the name has been really important for me, friend to the world. So for our daughter, we thought, what name should we give her? And so we wanted to sound nice and also have a good meaning. So we chose Anhad. And Anhad means limitless. And we thought, for a young woman, sadly, in this world, women continue to face so many barriers. So we wanted her to have a name that every time she said it, every time she heard her name, she would think limitless. So she heard her name, Anhad, it means limitless. And when she said her name, it means limitless, because we want her to have a limitless future. And then we thought about it. What we want for our kids is what we want for all kids. We want every kid to have a limitless future. It's what we want for all people, and it's what we want for Indigenous people. And sadly, there's been so many barriers and so many challenges that have limited the Indigenous communities from reaching their highest potential, from living their best life. And so I guess in honor of my daughter, this vision of limitless, that's what I want to do for Canada. That's what I want to do in this world, is build a more limitless future. And so count on me as an ally to tear down those barriers, to tear down those limits, and to build that future that we know is possible, one that's limitless, one that's free of barriers, and one where we can live our best lives. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this and to take the time to come and address the Assembly. So I will now turn the floor over to Chief Miracle. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you very much, Jagmeet. And in our language, money is a wista, and we want that to be Ugmeet as well, limitless. So thank you very much for attending our assembly. In 2018, there was the National Housing Needs Study across Canada. The Ontario region had 102 out of the 134 First Nations participate in that survey. There was high participation in Quebec and some of the other provinces as well. Not all the provinces participated. I think BC has their own housing authority, so I don't think they participated to a great extent. But that study was supposed to guide the investments in future budgets for housing. And the roll-up of that study was $60 billion for housing. $44 billion was needed for housing and $16 billion for future growth up to 2040. And I recognize there has to be a plan going forward by the year 2030 to address these needs for housing, infrastructure, and water. But the budget 2022 allocated $3 billion over 5 years. The Ontario First Nations need alone. I'm part of the Housing and Infrastructure Committee for both Ontario and AFN. The need in Ontario is $4.4 billion. And so people are going to be on a long waiting list. They may never see housing for their entire life with the pace that it's going. And I realize that there's many financial challenges that the government is facing with the inflation caused largely by the war in Ukraine and climate change and disasters and the like. In the past, when there was a World's Fair, there was a lottery scheme developed for Expo 67. The Winter Games in Alberta, the Criminal Code was amended to give the provinces exclusive jurisdiction over raising funds through lottery schemes and gambling. So my question is, would you support the development of a national lottery scheme to generate the shortfall in funds for First Nations community? Would you support an initiative like that?
Thank you very much,
and help us get the money to set it up and get the ball rolling here and start making money.
Thank
I think the money, what was the word for money?
The word for money?
Owista.
Owista. Okay, thank you so much. We will never forget that word.
And if I ask you if you've got lots of money, I would say Sawista Gadago.
Thank you, Chief Miracle. Okay, so as I just mentioned, we are taking only 2 speakers at a time, and we do that 2 times. This is the first time, and then the second time. So I'm sorry, but there were 4 chiefs, no one on the Zoom. So, and I'm sorry for the last one. I already closed last chief, and I have already closed the speakers list. So Microphone number 1, please. And I'm happy you are here because you were there before and I was so sad. To you, microphone number 1.
My name is Michelle Pierre. I am from the Nhlaka'pamux Nation of the interior of BC. Merritt is one of the places that got flooded, and but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. I will talk about that another time. But anyway, thank you very much, Jagmeet Singh, for the information that you gave us on what you're doing. This is one of the reasons why I voted for your party. But today, my concern, and I noticed that you didn't mention it today, is regarding the situation that pensioners have. Very, very difficult. I am going through it personally right now. I have been having problems with CRA because back in 2013, apparently I owed money, and they didn't tell me until about 4 years later. And by that time, the penalties and interest had accumulated to the point, where it was really hard for me to handle. When I first initially owed the $700 that, I didn't pay at that time, not realizing that it wasn't paid, I would have been able to afford it, because I was working. And now, several years later, when I'm a pensioner, and with the accumulation of penalty fees and interest, it has gotten to the point where I found it impossible to pay, mainly because I'm having a hard time just paying for day-to-day living. My rent takes up, my rent and utilities takes up half my check. I am getting about a quarter of what I used to get when I was working. And I would say that by about the middle of the month, I have nothing. And so now, the interest and penalty fees totaled about $7,000. I have paid $4,000 of that. Twice I tried to ask them if they would forgive me for the penalty fees and the interest, but I just keep getting the runaround. And finally, in the end, on this last request that I made, I became very angry and impatient, and there was just no dialogue there, no collaboration or anything like that. And now the latest word is that they are going to be garnishing my pension.
Please conclude, Chief.
Pardon?
If you can please conclude or state your question if you have a question clearly.
I am.
Thank you.
I'm just about near the end here. I always seem to get cut off just when I'm just winding down. Anyway, now I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
I don't get up and talk very often. Anyway, I paid $4,000 of it, and now I owe $33,300, and apparently they're going to be garnishing my pension by $3,000 or $330 a month, and which is definitely not going to be enough for me to live on. The amount that I took off for rent and utilities is the first $1,000. The other is food and whatever else I need. And if they take $330 of that, that doesn't really leave me much for anything else. I did go to the office here in Vancouver to ask for their advocation, but they were not able to help me. And so I would like to take that a step further, because I really don't think that I am being treated fairly. And I am not just speaking for myself, I am speaking for other elders who are going through the same thing. I put it out there on social media what was happening, and other elders brought it to my attention that they are having the same problem. So my question is there any way that you can help us?
Thank you, Chief. So I will now turn the floor over to Mr. Jagmeet, and he accepted, so thanks to him, we're gonna after hear the last three, or right now?
Right now, sir.
Right now, okay. So we have a special permission here. The Minuina is getting tired, so so we'll go to microphone. Please, please, 2 minutes, please. I count on you. I trust you. So 2 minutes, and microphone number 2, then 1, then 2. Thank you. You can go. Microphone number 2.
Cooksham. Elise Bahan, Chief Cowater Band, thank you for not cutting me off again. Second time I got cut off today. I just want to echo what Keith Crow was saying earlier, giving elders time and chiefs time to speak, because this is a chiefs assembly, and we traveled. I was just talking to my fellow chief beside me here, and he traveled all the way from Saskatchewan, so I'm really glad he's not going to get cut off on asking his questions. So, Jagmeet Singh, I'd like you to advocate for us here in BC about the healthcare system that's happening throughout British Columbia, because in Merritt, we had our hospital shut down again, and it's from the lack of doctors, not from the lack of nurses. So hopefully you can bring this up when you get back into session again, because our healthcare is seems like it's third world now, because we have to travel further away, either to Kamloops or to Kelowna to get health care now. So I hope you get to advocate for us on that. Cooksham, thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Jules. I'm from the Cayuga Checklisset on Vancouver Island, and I'm just here to kind of put you on the spot. I actually, the way you ended your speech earlier, I mean, it's true. I look at it the same way. My son is my inspiration. Every day I look into his eyes, and I'm in the position I'm in because I want him to be proud of where he comes from, and the future to be bright for him and the future generations. So I'd like to take this time to invite you to our territory of Cayuga Checklisset, and come there and to speak to our youth, to speak on what inspires you and what the position you're in. And the things you speak on, because there's a lot of truth to what you speak on, and it's very inspiring. And our youth are our future, and they need that kind of inspiration, and our leadership as well needs that kind of inspiration, because it's just amazing. So I just wanted to thank you for allowing me this time, and yes, I look forward to hopefully having you come to our territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring. Microphone number 2, final speaker, Chief, to you. Microphone number 2.
Thank you. My question is just simple. The arrangement, I guess, Mr. Singh, regarding the Liberal government and the NDP. As a chief, I'm not too sure what that arrangement is. And I know through the media, you've been, I think the Prime Minister has referred to it as a partnership, but it's not a coalition. Now, I think it's imperative, that we, to keep this government afloat, because it's really scary, I guess, if things change in Ottawa. We're kind of worried. I think you've heard, our delegation from the Saskatchewan caucus room this morning. So if you can answer that, what assurances do you give, to keep this government afloat? And also, I'd like to congratulate all the chiefs, for staying behind, and marvelous job to the chair. Thank you for staying.
Yes, thank you. Good point, Chief. Thank you very, very much. And I now turn the floor over to Jack Mead, leader of the NDP. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great job. Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Great questions. First one was about housing, that the needs are so high and there's a massive shortfall if you look at how much money is being allocated for housing and how much is needed. So yes, there's a massive shortfall and we need to really push. I'm going to continue to push for a lot more funding, a lot more money to build those homes that we know we need in communities across the country. So I agree with that. And the suggestion from the chief was a national lottery as a way to raise money. We've looked at a lot of different ways to raise money. We think there's more than enough money out there if we close some of the offshore tax loopholes. There's companies that are hiding their money offshores. We could end that. There's a lot of companies like Netflix and Amazon that make billions of dollars that don't pay taxes in Canada. We could start making them pay their fair share. So there's lots of ways to start making the super rich actually just start paying their fair share in Canada, and we could raise enough money to be able to pay for these things. So I think we could focus on that first, and then there's lots of other creative solutions, and I'm always open to looking at them. But I think the first one should be making the billionaires start paying their fair share. That would be my first start. And then we'll have all the OISTA that we need. OISTA, is that right? Get the check for all the OISTA. Chief Michel raised a specific issue, but in fairness, Chief Michel is right. It's not just her. A lot of pensioners are dealing with a couple of things. You're right to bring up the inflation. I was supposed to mention it in my speech, but yes, the cost of everything going up is hurting people right now. People are struggling, especially if you're on a fixed income and everything goes up and it's more expensive. It just makes it harder and harder to afford the basic things, groceries, putting gas in the car, getting to and from work, getting to and from appointments, just living life, what you need to do. So it's very difficult. And the fact that pensioners are, for a small penalty that was from $700 to $7,000, that's ludicrous. That should never have happened. That is completely wrong. You should never have had to go through that. So I would, maybe someone on my team can follow up with you and we could find out if there's a way we can help with your specific case to see if they could forgive that amount, because it seems like so unfair that small mistakes resulted in this huge fee that went from $700 to $7,000. That's just wrong. So please follow up. We'll see if we can connect you with someone to help out with that. Yeah. Okay, good. And then the other questions were, yes, healthcare, Chief Coldwater. The healthcare system is in serious, dire need of help. It's across Canada, not just in BC. You mentioned Merit, but we're having shortages in hospitals, sometimes nurses, sometimes doctors, sometimes both. And it means that emergency rooms are getting shut down. Sometimes the hours are less than they need to be, and people are waiting. There's huge wait times for emergency room, for elective surgeries like knee and hip replacement. We're seeing way too long a wait time. So our healthcare system needs help badly, and one of the immediate fixes we're pushing for is the federal government used to be an equal partner, 50-50 partner, and now they're no longer a 50-50 partner. After decades of cuts, what used to be 50-50 split is now 22% federal. It used to be 50% and 78% province. So it means that a lot of money has been cut. And so we're saying the federal government's got to step up, show leadership, and start properly funding our healthcare system, hiring doctors and nurses with good funds to do that. So yeah, we hear you on that. It's an urgent crisis. Specifically, or generally, there's a crisis for healthcare, and that also specifically hurts Indigenous communities even more. So I hear you on that, and we're working on it. Invitation to speak to the youth and inspire the youth. I think you're a big inspiration already, so I don't know if they need me, but I would be happy to, if I can find it in my schedule. I know my staff is following up with you right now, and we'll try to get out if we can. If we can't get out in person, maybe even a Zoom call or something, but I would love to be able to connect. Thank you for the offer, and thanks for putting me on the spot. It was a good one. Those are good ones, right? Those are good put on the spot. That's not a problem. A nice invitation. And the last one, Chief, I think you asked a question that a lot of people are wondering. We got to speak a little bit earlier, but people want to know, what is this agreement all about? So just to make it clear, It's called the CASA, so it's called the Confidence and Supply Agreement. And the agreement is an agreement that we will not trigger an election as long as the government holds up their end of the bargain, which is to fulfill the things that we negotiated and got. So our commitment is to not trigger an election unless they, break trust with the agreement. But it doesn't mean a coalition. So we're not in cabinet. Some people called me the deputy prime minister after the agreement was signed. I'm not the deputy prime minister. I remain the leader of the New Democratic Party. We're a separate party. We never actually wanted to be a part of the government. We wanted to remain separate so we could still criticize, we could still vote against things that we don't agree with, and we could still raise concerns. So we're not a part of the government, but what we are is we've agreed to keep the government going as long as it continues to honor the agreement. And the agreement lays out lots of things around healthcare, Indigenous justice, around housing, and a number of other things. So that's what it is. It's not a coalition. It's an agreement to keep the government going as long as they follow their principles. And the reason why I did it is, if we went to an election today, Trudeau's dropping in popularity, I'm rising in popularity, sure, I probably would win more seats. But is that in the interest of Canada to have another election when we just had one less than a year ago? When we're dealing with inflation, when we still have COVID, when we've got a war in the Ukraine, which makes us all feel a little less safe, is it a responsible thing to do to continue to cause another election or threaten an election all the time? And so we thought stability and working together to get people help is more important than being able to win a couple more seats or win a bunch more seats. So that's our focus is on getting people help. When the election time comes, we'll be ready to fight it. But we just thought it would be not a responsible use of resources to now cause another election so quickly after we just had one. Yeah. And another name for the agreement, because I'll tell you a last story and I'll wrap it up here. The agreement, we negotiated a lot of it over Zoom. And maybe you recall sometimes agreements are named after where they happened. So, the Meech Lake Accord, the accord was signed at Meech Lake, or the Charlottetown Accord was signed because it happened in Charlottetown. So we thought the Zoom Accord didn't have the right ring to it. And we all have a lot of horror stories about unmuting and not muting. So we thought Zoom Accord, not a good name. But the agreement actually happened, a lot of it, the reason why it happened was we started talking about it right after the election in 2021. It didn't work out. And then June 2nd is my birthday, or January 2nd, sorry. I forgot my own birthday. January 2nd is my birthday. And my wife told me on my birthday, she said, I didn't get you a present, but I'm going to give you a present that's going to be your present for the rest of your life. I said, okay. January 3rd. My daughter is born, so she's my present for life. And after she was born, about a week later, the Prime Minister called, and I thought it was a nice thing of him to do. He called to congratulate me on the birth of my daughter, and our daughter. And then the discussion ended up revisiting the agreement, and then we started talking about maybe we'll do the agreement. So in a lot of ways, the agreement happened because of our daughter, Anhad, and her name means limitless. So I call the agreement sometimes on my own. I think of it as the Anhad Accord because it was signed because of her, and her name means limitless, and our vision is to try to build a more limitless future. So that's the other name of the meaning of the agreement. You've been very, very generous with your time. Thank you so much. I've got to head out as well. I know you've all got to head up. Big round of applause to the staff. You do lots of great work. To the incredible MC, National Chief, to all the leaders on stage here. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Merci. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jagmeet Singh. I hope I pronounce it well this time.
Incroyable.
Ah, wow. Il y a toujours de la place à l'amélioration, même à la fin d'une rencontre. Alors, un énorme merci pour votre temps. Vous avez dit qu'on était généreux, puis vous l'êtes. Grâce à vous, on a pu entendre tous les chefs qui voulaient s'adresser à vous. Merci beaucoup. Et on a pu aussi apprendre un mot très, très intéressant, WISTA. Love W words for obvious reason. My name begins with W. So thank you. And just a quick announcement that I want to make before turning the floor to our national chief. So before doing that, just quick. So as earlier, we mentioned it earlier, but just to make sure that you all, we are all on the same page once again. So, as per the rules of procedures, page 41, number 1, under the subtitle Other Notes, please be aware that, as you know, due to time constraints and, not or, but and quorum, lack of quorum, the co-chairs refer all remaining draft resolutions on time, as well as all late draft resolutions, to the next AFN Executive Committee meeting with recommendations for their considerations. So, on this, I will now invite National Chief Archibald for her closing remarks. So thank you very, very much to you, National Chief.
I will keep this very brief. I wanted to just say a lot of thank yous to everybody. First and foremost, miigwech to the three nations, Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish, who have allowed us to do our work and to be guests in their lands. I always have a special place in my heart for chiefs who hang in there right to the end. So I want to acknowledge all of you who have stayed right to the very end. I also want to say miigwech to all of my relations, all my brothers and sisters, to the grassroots organizers and supporters and matriarchal leadership whose voices were heard this week from coast to coast to coast. Thank you to my National Chief Office staff, the AFN Secretariat staff, to the Resolutions Committee. I also wanted to echo Chief Lance Heyman's apology. You know, there was a moment where staff were hurt, and I was told about it later. And I wanted you to know as staff that you do great work, and I think that people need to know that. But I also wanted to say, excuse me, miigwech to the regional chiefs, to all their regional staff. Chiefs, I want to thank all of you for the work we did together. Miigwech for your time and energy, as always. And I especially want to thank our co-chairs. This was, yeah, give them a round of applause. This was likely one of the most difficult meetings in recent history, and they led us through it. They got us through it, so miigwech. Also, I want to thank all of the guests who joined us, recent ones, and especially those who bared their souls to us and shared their pain with us so that we can hold them in our hearts. But let me say again, I'm really, it's so good to close this meeting as your duly elected National Chief. I do recognize as the first woman that I walk with a very different style and a different type of leadership than in the past, but I want to assure you, and I've said this to many of you, I am built for this moment. And I've always said, and when everybody came up to me and asked me, how am I doing? I always said, I'm doing well considering all things. But in the same spirit, earlier today, Jagmeet was in a meeting with us, and he taught me an important expression that his mother taught him, which is Chardi Kala, which means rising spirits in the face of difficulty. And that's what I'm feeling right now, and I will feel that as I walk through these this whole term. But as I wanted to say one more time, I've been at this for 33 years. I'm built for this moment, and I've always stood for transparency, accountability, and truth. And what we heard in this assembly is that we all stand for accountability, transparency, and truth. And while not all chiefs may agree on that path forward of how we will get there, I know that we will get there by working together. So now the real work begins. As Chief Kopene said, our First Nations are watching. Certainly, Rosalie Labillois, the youth co-chair, was watching us Tuesday when leadership in this room failed to show up. Some of us were here for Frank Young and the Red Earth Cree Nation, and I was alone on the stage standing with the family, and then a few RCs came back in. and stood on the stage as well. But her message was not lost on me. We need to get our house in order. Ashley and Samantha are walking around right now. They're going to hand you out some orange shirt pins as a reminder of our children who were lost in those institutions of assimilation and genocide. And these orange pins are a symbol of hope. And that's what we must leave this assembly with, is a hope in our heart that we are on the right path. So I want you to know again, I am relentless in my pursuit of truth, and let me assure you that the struggle for transparency and accountability is an honorable and worthy cause. I know that this kind of relentless pursuit is what we need. Our little ones need it. Our families need it. Our children need it. So let me assure you, I am fully committed to the healing path forward. And I know that 100% approval in politics is impossible. But it's not why I'm standing with you today. I'm standing here because you put me here. You wanted change. Change is scary for some people, but we must gather our courage and embrace one another and help each other stand up when one of us falls. There's a saying, fall down 7 times, get up 8. I'll continue to persevere so that the next generation of sisters and daughters can thrive as we move on this healing path forward. It's not been easy for these last 2 months. It's been very difficult for me. But as I said, I'm built for this moment. And these 33 years have prepared me for this moment to keep walking forward no matter what. So we have come to this crossroads in our history, and we must be aware that intergenerational trauma is what underlies all of this colonial and lateral violence. And we have a responsibility as leaders to break those barriers down, to eliminate violence, and ultimately create safe spaces for all of us and our most vulnerable. So how do we guarantee a space where our youth are heard, where women are heard, and where the voiceless are heard? Well, let's change our procedures for one thing, to ensure we are heard longer than just 3 minutes. That's a chief complaint that I heard throughout this assembly. But as we move forward in this evolutionary, positive, transformational road, it began here. You were all a part of a historical moment. You drove this historical moment. And at the heart of AFN is you and your communities. You have asserted yourselves, chiefs. You are going to drive the agenda. You have asked for change, and together we will clean and heal the AFN. Together, we will eventually build a new corporation based on our values, our cultures, our beliefs, our 7 sacred teachings. And I'd like to repeat that we will carry the protocols of living close to the land and our sacred laws as the foundation of the relationship we have with all of creation. So as people, we've been given that responsibility by the Creator, our natural laws. These laws are not corporate laws. These are our highest laws. These laws are not federal laws. These laws are not colonial laws. These were the laws given to us by the Creator. So ultimately, my vision as a leader, and I heard also your vision, is that we are self-determining, self-reliant, and that we have regained our proper place across Turtle Island. And I echo Kilsalem's vision for the AFN as being the most effective advocacy organization in the world, is what he said. So I want to end this by telling you what I started to tell you in my speech on the first day. I want you to know that I love you, that I love every single one of you in this room, and even those that have left this room to travel home. I love every single person in your community. I care about what happens to you. I care about what happens to every single person in your community. So I have been given a mandate to bring love and healing forward. And this is our opportunity to lead with healing, to lead with love, to lead with truth. And that love is not the romantic love that we see in movies. It is the love that says, I want the best for you. I want the best for your children. I want the best for the future. So in transparency, accountability, and truth, we're going to walk the healing path forward. Ninanaskamun gasakitan, ninanaskamun in my dialect means I am grateful, I am thankful, I thank you, and gasakitan means I love you.
Thank you very much, National Chief, for these inspiring words. And I really love the way you refer to famous people, their quotation that you refer to. It's always, I read that all over your statements and everywhere, and it's inspiring. Thank you so much. And I was there when I announced the first female National Chief. I was the one that announced you as a female National Chief, first one, and I'm there today to congratulate you. Thank you. Do we take a comment on the floor? Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I've been granted permission by National Chief to give the floor to microphone number 2, but it's a really special, so 1 minute max. It's microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Lena. National Chief and the Executive, I want to wish you all the best in the work that you are going to do together, and I know you'll make good progress if you respect each other and work together. I just want some clarity on a couple of things before I leave. My understanding was we were going to have an omnibus resolution. The AFN staff came to ask me if I would make a resolution to do that. And I don't think that there was an omnibus. And normally that's what we do in our assembly. And some of the chiefs have also asked if there could be a Zoom call because they have concerns with some of these resolutions. So there's no mechanism for their voice to be heard at all. And as it's been stated here by some of the other chiefs, there's only been 4 resolutions that chiefs have had input on. So I'd like the executive to consider the request for a Zoom call for these resolutions so that the voices of the chiefs can be heard within the next 30 days. And I guess resolution number 48, I was told, was pulled. I just want to confirm that that was pulled because it's a regional matter. Is that correct, Lena?
Okay, I don't have choice, another choice, go. But please.
Cedric, do you know?
Oh, you asked me, what is your question? Sorry, Chief.
There's 48 resolutions. I was told that 48
Yes.
has been pulled.
Okay, we had a plan. We had a plan. We wanted to stick to the plan, but we could not. We were here between 1 and 2 to deal with resolution. We were almost the only one here, so we had to recess and reconvene at 2. So I heard that expression in English often. It is what it is. So,
well, that doesn't help me.
But. Number 40 has been withdrawn.
It's 48. The last one.
Is it?
Yes.
48? Okay, this is this is official?
I'm asking.
Oh, you're asking. Well, I just got the number 40.
48.
48. No, nothing has been withdrawn. 40 or 48, it's still up.
I'm not concerned about 40. I'm concerned about 48.
I'm just concerned about numbers. Yes.
Okay, and the other final thing is that the emergency...
40 has been withdrawn, and 48 is still in the package that will be sent back to the exec committee. So
okay,
I need to stop here. I have like other people to take care also, and they're a bit frustrated about me taking you. So I'm gonna be fair to everyone. Thank you, Chief Miracle, and these are my final words. I just want to thank you, all of you. All the regional chief, national chief, and as usual, I'm not in order in my way of saying this, just because I don't want to forget anything. And if I didn't mention you, assume that you are in my final words. You're included. You're all included. Thank you so much. I'm still laughing, so I guess it has been a big week, but okay week. See you next time, hopefully. So thank you. Cedric will now has his final words and adjourn the meeting right away.
Laliog, to everyone, I want to say I've been asked by our technicians if ever you have headsets to leave them on. The tables or bring them in back will take care of the rest. I want to say Walaliog to our national chief, our regional chiefs, resolutions committee. I know it hasn't been easy, but I raise you up. Same thing with our distribution staff and all those who are behind the scenes that the chiefs in assembly don't get to see, but they have put intense, amazing amount of hours, and I want to recognize them.
And thank you to my co-chair. I forgot.
I'd like to thank my co-chair, Wina, too. And a big shout out to our translators and especially our youth, Dominique Ireland, who came every day to this stage to teach us a little bit of the language that she speaks that comes from the land and that is based on her culture. So Dominique, thank you. And finally, I'd like to say that the 2022 AFN Annual Chiefs Assembly is officially adjourned.